Wow. Loops and hoops and things to jump through. What a thing to be. Hoops and loops and things to jump through. Okay. All right, we're going to hit public. Oops, try again. Oh, we don't like public. Oh no, I don't want anyone to see this. They just want my circle to be in here. I see. I see. I want everybody in here. Oops, I want that open. Okay. I can handle that. Oh, I said something and it didn't show up. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, let me start it. Yeah. Day's 28th. It's 10 p.m. to 10:30. I got 30 minutes on the hangout. So if nobody shows up within 30 minutes, you ain't gonna get a word on here. It'll all be a private call after 30 minutes. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Secular's Revenge. Bain Hardy. Plus 54 others going. Ah, I see. Well, I already got my event going here. And I'm broadcasting. I got 30 minutes. And no one shows up within 30 minutes. Oh, well, no biggie. It's just, I had to go through hoops and loops and everything else. Hello. You know, I
Hello.
had to go through Hello. I know I had to go through loops and hoops to find my way on here live. It's amazing what Google Plus has done with their network. I cannot believe what it took to get on here. It's unbelievable. I don't know how they get away with it, but it used to be so simple to get on here, and now it's like gotta you gotta be a computer genius to get onto it nowadays. I mean,
Yes, I
uh,
agree.
they've just unbelievably made this hard to do. Unbelievably, I've been trying for a couple of days, and I started following through the crumbs that were set out by them, and found my way into getting on here live.
Yeah. Awesome picture.
Ah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Firewolf. Yeah, that's my Firewolf.
Well, here's mine.
Your
Yeah.
your offering of wine, offering of the blood or whatever, right?
Well, there's holes in his hands, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's what I'm on here for. I do that. I'm probably going to start a video called Christian Omnibus,
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
uh, meaning omnibus. I will ask and you will receive.
Ah, I like that. Sounds like a magic user in a way.
The gauntlet has been picked up. The gauntlet has been thrown.
Yeah, well, my belief is Gnostic, so it's like God's within us all. He experiences his creation through us. So
Yeah.
therefore, he's part of us. And that's just the way I see it. I mean, it's not like he's out there, an old man in a beard sitting on a throne somewhere in the universe. No, he created all that. He's sitting back and created life forms that he could experience his reality through.
Of
And
course, yeah, I believe that. I I guess I'm kind of along the same lines as you are. It's just I have really good evidence to believe that Jesus did and said the things that he did.
oh, of course, he was God experiencing fully through him. He was fully experiencing his reality
But I
that he
really don't
created.
think there's anybody else like him.
Well, no, not really. We're kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like the Santa Claus thing. He
Yeah.
knows when you've been good. He knows when you've been bad because he's experiencing this reality through you, and you have
Oh,
your own consciousness, and you're, you know, are being judged by your own consciousness, being allowed to do what you want to do,
yeah.
and he's watching from the background in a way. He's kind of
Well,
like
you know,
over.
the real Saint Nicholas actually existed. He used to put coins in the shoes of children in about 380 A.D.
Wow, that's
Uh,
pretty long.
his
Yeah.
name, you can look him up on Wikipedia or anywhere. The actual real Saint Nicholas was a saint. His name was not Nicholas like you would spell it. It's Nikalous, something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Lauo, I don't know. But yeah, basically that got turned into a myth by the Germans. Now the Germans are really responsible for what we know as Christmas nowadays. Besides Constantine changing it around in the Roman Catholic Church, they started this pagan religion of the god Yule. Now, if you ever hear of Christmas, you hear about Yule Tide, Yule this, Yule that, Yule burn a
Yeah.
Yule log. Yeah,
Hmm.
the Yule is a pagan god that the Germans used to follow.
Right. You know, I actually believe that Christ wasn't born on the
I
25th.
don't either. I do
He was
not.
born in March or something. He
Yeah,
was a
because
ram. He
the
was born
shepherds would
under
not
the
be out.
ram. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was, and that's why he was the sheep of the sheeple. I mean, he was the main person over the flock. He became
Yeah.
the shepherd.
Well, Jesus himself said that if you don't follow me and my flock, hey, how's it going?
Oops.
I don't know.
Huh.
I've been busy working. I've done 3
Hello,
loads of
TJ.
laundry, all those dishes.
Hey, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, TJ?
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
We're sitting out here discussing Christmas and how it became. I mean, I actually went as far as they came out with this movie. It's going to come out in 2015 called Krampus, and that's supposed to be kind of like Satan or the opposite of Jesus. And he actually collected up all the bad children, beat them to an inch of their life, and then dragged them off to hell if they're bad children. In a way, it kind of sounds like the same thing, you know, good or bad. If you're not good, Krampus is going to get you, and if you're good, Santa Claus is going to come to you, put a coin in your shoe or whatever. Yeah,
Well, I
exactly.
mean, the thing is that the real Saint Nicholas existed, and then it got turned into a pagan religion a lot later on. Um, I would say, I think it's like 1200 something like that. Is the Germans got a hold of the Saint Nicholas of Bari? Was the Saint Nicholas of he was a saint that was commissioned in 380 A.D. And then the Romans got a hold of that and turned that into what we know as Jesus Christ's birthday. And Jesus Christ's birthday is not on the 25th. And actually, the 25th was the birthday of Mithra and Krishna, if you ever heard of that.
Oh yeah,
Kind of a
exactly.
Buddhist
Yeah.
god. Yeah, what they did was is decide to turn all these pagan gods into one day, one religion, kind of one world order kind of thing.
Oh, exactly. Exactly what's been going on. We've been like lied to for so long that we accept the belief in things. We
Yeah.
believe there is a God in the sky that you worship. knowing that he's probably within us, watching through our eyes and knowing everything we do, knowing
Well,
that
even
we're
if
good or
he's out
bad.
there, like he knows what's in your heart, you know,
Oh,
whether
yeah. I mean, I don't actually believe that God's walking in the universe. This was his creation,
yeah,
and
he
he's
does not abide
outside
by.
of it
Yeah,
looking in. Yeah, he's outside looking in, and he he's seeing what's going on.
yeah, like I say, he created time and space. He doesn't exist in time and space.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is the biggest problem with some atheists that say that, well, God has to abide by natural law, physical natural law that man made.
Yeah,
You know, and I'm
and
saying
he can't because he's outside of it.
science does not say that a supernatural entity is has to abide by nature, because supernatural means it exists outside of nature.
Of course, yes, I've done my studies and
Yeah.
I've been
Well, I mean,
studying
you know, not
the
talking
whole
between you and
thing.
me, but what the atheists and the agnostics say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
Not Gnostics,
agnostic.
agnostics, yeah.
Yeah, the
And Neil
Gnostics
deGrasse
knew.
Tyson, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the Gnostics knew, and because those texts came out and proved that over the centuries we've been manipulated and lied to. They've
Yeah.
rewritten the scripture and everything,
Oh, yeah.
and the Nog, what is it, the Nog Hog or Nog, the Dead Sea Scrolls, let's put it that
Yeah.
way. They found them, and they were the pure religion of that time, back in the days of Christ and
Oh, yeah.
before. And they knew, and he was a member of the Gnostics himself. He was part of the, think of the name of them. They had actually a religious order, not just Gnostic, but there
Now,
was
you're
a.
talking about the extra biblical evidence or something that's not in the Bible.
It's not in the Bible because Constantine gathered, he was a pagan, gathered all these religions together, and they went through all the texts, and he said, well, we're going to make it this way, and they all agreed on it and came up with the Bible as we know it today. I mean, they totally just took a book here and a book there and put it together, because
Right.
there's females out there that wrote books, and the only one that's in the Old Testament is oh, what's her name, oh, I'm trying to think of her name now.
Ruth.
In the Old Testament, there was one woman.
Ruth.
There was they kept the book, huh? Which one?
Ruth.
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 Yeah, the book of Ruth. And there was a book of Mary out there. There's a book
Well,
of
here's the
Thomas.
biggest problem that I see with all of these books, that they've been proven by historians, and I'm not talking about Christian historians. I'm talking about ancient historians that are of different religions and of different faiths, and even agnostic or Gnostic ones. These historians all agree that these books, the reason that they're not in the Bible is not because of Constantine. Constantine did do a couple of things to the Bible, but he did not make these changes. The changes that happened um, were the reason that these extra biblical books are not included is because they were written up to 400 or way later years after Jesus. So these have been proven by the paper they're written on, by the ink that is used, and by the handwriting that was used. This has nothing to do with whether you want to believe that the Bible's true or not, or that these extra biblical books are not true. It's that the historians that are out there nowadays, which I agree with experts, and I know the majority's not always right, but the experts that I follow all agree that the reason that these things are forgeries is because they were written way later after
Oh yeah,
the
I
whole.
mean,
I mean, like I'm talking
uh,
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
oh,
years.
300 years was the New Testament. Well, the New Testament was written 300 years after Christ walked the earth.
Well, now I kind of have to bring up another historian, a couple of them that say that the closest writings that we have to Jesus' lifetime is about 5 years. So that after Jesus died, about 5 years is our first historical text that comes after Jesus.
He
So I
had
mean,
to. That's who it is. The Athens or the Athens. They were the roaming priest of the desert, and that's where they put their books at. They buried them because they were being prosecuted for the books they had that were Gnostics, and they actually hid their books. But once they were dug up and nobody really argued against them, they were interpreted and released, and now we have a new interpretation of what really happened back in that time. I mean, it's an amazing book. The Book of Thomas is a book you gotta look up on Google. It's called the Book of Thomas, and Thomas actually wrote stuff himself after Jesus died and was resurrected, and he wrote the stuff talking about how actually Mary was married to
Uh,
Jesus.
I mean,
You
I
know
just have to ask
why?
you to quote some sources. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, Jesus had to be able to marry because rabbis were allowed to marry. Catholic priests are not allowed to marry, but rabbis are allowed, and he was considered a rabbi. So therefore, he could have married Jesus, could have married Mary, and had children even. And the Palestinians are offsprings of his nephews, uncles, and everything. And we have this new Israel from these people from Ukraine
Right.
coming down and taking over in 1948 and claiming they were the 13th tribe, which the Bible never talks of a 13th tribe, but they claim they're the 13th
Talks about the
tribe.
12 tribes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but
You know the number of disciples? The
The
13.
Khazarians claim they're the 13th tribe. Yeah, the Khazarians. They're called lilies. Why? Because they're whiter than I am, and I'm a white person, right? They
Yeah.
look like a piece of white paper,
Now,
and
yeah.
they were Ukrainians.
Go ahead, but can I ask you a question? Is where did you get this information from?
Historians that did the research on the Ukrainians when the Khazarian Empire was in place, they were not they were in between the Muslims and the Christians, and they couldn't trade with either one until they brought rabbis up to Ukraine and
Right.
became basically Jews. They called themselves that, and Judea, and they actually were there, and then World War II happened. They were prosecuted or whatever,
Yeah.
and then after the war, they were sent down to Israel as the new land, which was the Palestinian land of Jerusalem and stuff. It was the
Yeah.
Palestinians
Yeah. No,
are
I get you there.
really they're
I'm
really
not
the
disagreeing
offspring
with
of
you there.
Christ, and they're killing Christ's family off right now. The Khazarians are.
Yeah, I know because actually the thing is that these people in power actually take the bloodline of Christ and they try to say that they are from Christ, but actually they are not from Christ. They are from a different bloodline that are from the people you're talking about.
They call them Eastern Asians,
Yeah, we're talking
whatever.
about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the big banker Jew guys. You know what I'm talking about?
Them and Netanyahu. I mean, look at Netanyahu. He's whiter than I am. He looks like a
Yeah, yeah.
ghost.
I guess the
I
only
mean,
disagreement, yeah, I guess the only disagreement me and you have is about the extra biblical evidence. Is that historians I know have a very different take. I know a lot of historians personally. It's not anything, There's no. I'm just saying, like, there's no animosity here. It's what I'm trying to say is that I know a lot of historians personally, Christian or not, that really disagree with some of these extra books, like the Book of Judas and the Book of. You see what I'm saying? They're saying that the reason it's not included in the Bible is because it was written at nowhere near the time that the Bible was written. It was written at least 800 years after.
oh, I agree with the Book of Judas and those things, but there were the Book of Thomas that was
Yeah,
out
no,
there.
I understood that one. Yeah.
Yeah, the Book of Thomas was written by Thomas. I mean, he was one of the main disciples that Jesus loved. I mean, he was one of his major disciples
I mean, now
after.
that's the thing when people make a claim and say that, oh, the Book of Paul wasn't written until 300 something years after. That's actually infactual because Paul's letters came 5 years after Jesus' death. So
And well, you have to also remember that he was a chauvinist. He didn't
yeah,
like women
no,
in
no, and
his own
actually his
way.
name
I
used to
mean,
be Saul, not
he
Paul.
that's why he didn't like Mary when Mary was the one that was proclaimed after Jesus to be the priestess, basically. He
See
was the
now, yeah.
priest and she was the priestess.
I guess
And
the only thing we disagree on is that I really don't think Jesus had a wife. I really doubt that Jesus had children. I really doubt that Jesus sinned at all. I mean,
well,
now that's what some
the
of the extra biblical books are trying to say is that Jesus sinned.
well, I still wonder about the missing years, the 18 missing years of Christ when he was a child until he grew up. Did he go to India? Did he learn
Now,
under Buddhism? Did
yeah,
he come back with those philosophies
yeah,
and,
yeah.
and incorporated them into a religion and then taught it to?
Now, here's the thing for me. The evidence in the Bible says that Jesus stayed at the church or at the you know what I'm talking about at the temple. He stayed at the temple since he was a child. He learned and spoke such a way that the elders said, "Who is this child? Like, how does he know all this stuff?" You know what I'm saying? He didn't. They were amazed by the stuff he knew before they even told him about it.
Well, that's true too. I mean, that's part of what was written afterwards, not at the time, because you have to look at this stuff is time shifted. Over 100 years after his death, 50 years after his death, you say 5 years after his.
70. I mean, 70 is really like the date that everybody gives. But actually, to tell you the truth, the earliest is 5, and then everything in the Gospels is written about from 30 to 70 AD.
Yeah, it was all kind of written afterwards. There was uh,
Well,
lore written during that time, and
I think there's a reason why these things weren't written until later. Is that nobody knew what was going on. I mean, it's the first guy that has resurrected in history besides Lazarus. And they were all trying to figure it out still. What do we write? How do we tell people about this? What do we do? You know,
well,
if
yeah,
this thing were
it,
to actually happen, you know what I'm saying?
well,
Wouldn't you want
yeah,
to take some time
yeah.
to figure it out?
It's like the Shroud of Turin. I mean, is that real or is it not real? They keep going back and
I
forth on the
think it's
dates
real.
on it.
I do think
I,
it's real.
I do believe that he turned into an energy
Well,
and
yeah,
burnt that into the cloth, basically.
photographically. With
Yeah.
photographic radiation, he burnt that image into the cloth. I don't. How else can you explain that? It would take a massive amount of light that didn't exist on the planet back then, like a copier machine. You know, when you have a yeah, go ahead.
Somehow his way of thinking man translates it down. And years, Malcolm never believed it.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
For us, we have enough to.
But I mean, okay. Just let me give a little bit of my history real quick, as I was an atheist all of my life until about 5 years ago, and I decided to change my life. I said, I can't be an atheist anymore. I mean, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to pray, and I'm going to actually try to communicate with God. And God took me out of a wheelchair, and
Oh
that's my
yeah.
miracle that nobody can take from me ever again.
Oh no. I mean, I totally agree. There's nothing that can take that away from you if you've had that experience. But you got to remember that came from within to without, and brought you up. It
Yeah,
wasn't that he's up there in the clouds, the
of
playmate in
course.
the
No, yeah.
sky. There's no playmate in the sky, an imaginary playmate. It's God's within us experiencing everything.
I guess
So
that's
every
yeah. The
one of
question
us,
you're asking is does God find you or do you find God?
both ways. It's a two-way road,
Right.
and it goes both ways.
That's what I
You,
said to
you're, you're,
my
you,
wife's
you're.
father. Didn't believe that. He said God finds you, and I said no, I found God, and he didn't agree with me.
Well, it
He
can go. It can go both ways. God can come down like He did on John and knocked him off the horse, and he suddenly woke up, or you
Or
could
the
go to
job.
God and find him. See how
Yeah.
it works in a two-way road, and
Yeah.
see that's how I understand it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
guess the
mean,
reason, I guess the only thing we're really talking about here is Jesus. Um,
yeah, yeah.
you know, we want to. I'm not here to convert you, first of all.
Oh no, I'm not
I
here to
don't
convert
do
you.
that to people. God does that by himself. I don't need to do that. So, you know what I'm saying? I am just
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
explain why there are good reasons to believe in Jesus. You know, I guess I could give you the Ray Comfort test.
Oh, let's see. I think I know something of that. Let me think.
Okay, I'll
Go
give it to
ahead.
you real quick.
Okay.
Is have you lied before?
Oh, of course, everyone lies at
Now
some
you heard
point.
about this test yet? No.
A white lie or a
Yeah, yeah.
dark lie,
Well,
and
here's the test: is that I'm going to go through the Ten Commandments with you. It's like, have you lied before? And you said yes. So what does that make you?
sinner.
A liar. A liar is
I'm
what
a
it is.
liar. Oh yeah, or a
Have you
sinner.
ever stolen before?
Uh, once, yes, I did.
Okay. Have you ever looked at another woman in adultery? Like, have you ever? Because Jesus said, if you look at another woman, if you want to have sex with her, you have committed adultery. You don't even have to actually do the act. You just have to look at a woman.
You see, that's yeah. Everyone's done that. It seems.
Of course. I mean, that's what makes us all sinners.
It's,
But let's go
that's
on.
right.
Let's
Yeah.
go on. Let's go on.
Okay.
Okay. So, have you ever murdered anybody?
Never.
Okay. See, now you got one of the good Ten Commandments in you. So, all right. Now we're going to keep going. Is that have you ever have you ever anyway, that's about 4 of the Ten Commandments. I'll go through more later. But okay, so Jesus also said, if you look at your brother as if you want to kill him, meaning your neighbor or anybody, your brother is your brother. It doesn't matter who it is. You know what I'm saying? Your brother's everybody on the planet, man. I call everybody a brother to me. So, if you look at your brother as if you wanted to murder him, you've committed murder in your heart, the same way that you've committed adultery in your heart. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So you've admitted that you're a lying, thieving adulterer.
Well, I repent for it.
Right. Okay. So here's the bad news. The bad news is that if you told a judge that, how do you think he would judge you? He would probably judge you pretty harshly for that. Now, God is a just God, and He will judge you accordingly, and He will forgive you for these sins. But the good news is that Jesus already paid your fine, and you are to cash His check, and you are to say that I want Him to cash my check of sin. My sin I want to put on Jesus' shoulders, and God will righteously allow you to do that. He will
Oh
say,
yeah,
all my sin on my son.
yeah, it's the get out of hell card, like the get out of jail card in Monopoly.
I sincerely believe it's true because I don't know if I'm going to hell. I'm not going to say I'm not, but all I can do is that's all I can do is I can say take my sin because I know I'm going to sin. I've already sinned. I want you to take my sins. And that was the purpose of Jesus.
Oh yeah, that was the purpose of him. He was the lamb to be slaughtered for the sins of the masses
Of the world.
of the world. Yeah, the masses world. Yeah, same
Yeah.
basically.
I do believe that Jesus lived without sin, just as animals live without sin. No animal sins. They're just doing what God told them to do. Right?
Yes.
Animals don't do things. You can't say that animal's wrong for killing another animal. Animals do things because that's the way they're built. They were made that way to kill other animals. We're not made that way.
We're kind of made that way because we slaughter cows and
Hey,
sheep and
but we can eat
whatever
vegetables
else.
all of our lives. We don't need to kill
Well,
animals.
yeah, we can be Hindus. I
Yeah,
mean, in that
you know.
respect, I mean,
But
yeah,
I
we can
think
be
you're
Hindus,
forgiven
but
for doing all that. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see where you come from. I can see the whole thing of that. It's just that there's certain evil people on this planet that God has to punish. They got to punish them for their sins that they have created on humanity. These things are beyond what you and me would do. Fukushima, for one, money junkies that went out there, built a wall 20 foot
Oh,
shorter
I
than it should
know.
have been,
I know.
and
I
it
know.
washed over, and now we have the Pacific Ocean. 1/3 of the ocean is going to die.
I
That's
know.
biblical. Oh, yeah, that's
That's going to
biblical.
happen, but you can't blame God for them.
No, but I can blame them and
It's
wish that
human.
God takes his
We
revenge
caused the
upon
problem.
them to save us or step in and fix it, one or the other. Here we get rid of them or God steps in and fixes it.
I mean, I guess that has to do with revelations. I mean, my whole philosophy is that the world is going to get worse. And it is. Statistically, it is. So,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it's not saying that I want it to get worse. I will do everything I can to make it not worse. You know, to make people live longer. If I could create an MRI machine, which did you know a Christian created the MRI machine? Um, you know what I'm saying? If I could create healing technology, did you know it takes the same technology to make an MRI machine as it does a missile guidance system?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
I
I mean,
work on that.
what I believe that the tools are there. It depends on how you use them.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess that's where the Ninja Omnibus or Christian Omnibus is coming for me right now. I need to
It's
answer these questions very carefully, if you get where I'm coming from.
Well, I actually look at it as they call it the two-sided sword. There's a good side and a bad side to everything.
Well,
And
that's
it's
the sword of
another.
Jesus' tongue in Revelations.
Yeah, you got the two-sided
Jesus comes
sword.
back with a sword for a tongue, and it's two-edged. Now, I believe both edges either give you forgiveness and grace or judgment and righteousness.
Mm.
So,
Hmm.
I mean, if you think about it, he can pierce you with his tongue, meaning that he will reach into your soul with the words that he says. Words are more powerful than weapons. Hitler used words to make an entire nation of Germans believe what he was saying.
Oh yeah, it's just like the abomination that we have as our government.
Yeah, it's all
Abomination
about,
with
what is it
with an
called?
A, with an A.
Indoctrination.
Well, I see Obama as the abomination of desolation. I actually see him as that because he's acting like it. He's putting forth that and
I don't
doesn't
think
care.
that he's actually the
He's a
Antichrist.
narcissist.
Yeah, I
He's a
don't.
narcissist and a psychopath. I
Yeah, I don't.
mean,
I agree with you, of course, but I don't think he's
yeah.
the end. I think there's going to be somebody worse than him. We're just preparing this country for the. Oh, you got birth. Where's the birth certificate? Yes, yes, TJ. Yes, yes, TJ. Smile for
I
me,
just
please.
got it.
Yes,
I just
that's
got
awesome.
it yesterday.
I love that thing because he doesn't have a birth certificate. He was born in Kenya.
Yeah. And he went to it went to
Hawaii.
where he was in Hawaii, and his mom took him over, and he had to become a citizen to go to school in it's Asia,
Indonesia.
Indonesia. He had to become a citizen, and when she brought him back, she never changed his background of his birth. So he's basically still in Indonesia. I mean, that's what he really is still. And they covered that up. It took $2 million to do it. It took $2 million, and they covered it all up, and he got to become president. That's That's a scary thought.
I mean, I'm one of those anti 9/11 guys. You know what I'm saying? I hate that. Well, come on. How did that happen? There's no.
Okay. Inside explosions. Building 7 fell on its footprint. It crumpled in the middle, fell straight down, and there
So
was
did building 1 and 2.
and there were minor fires in Building 7. Minor
Know
fires.
that hot magma burned underneath the buildings for like weeks after that. Hot magma.
Exactly. And
Including
where'd that come
thermite.
from? If it wasn't thermite, exactly. It had to be thermite that brought those
The only
buildings.
thing that burns that hot is thermite.
They went in there. The Mossad went in there. I have to say it was the Mossad. They shut the building down for 2 weeks. They went in there to do maintenance on the building
Oh,
structure.
I heard about that too. Yeah.
And when they left, it was all set up, and all it was a radio control button, and the whole thing comes down. They already have their enemy to place it on, so
Oh
the
yeah, I
children
believe everything you're
are.
saying. Hey brother, give me 2 seconds. My wife is 8 months pregnant. I gotta go check on her.
Oh, okay,
My bad.
no problem.
I'm gonna mute myself and check on her.
Oh, no problem.
No problem.
So
My lot.
So what
If I
you
got a
got?
hot mic,
Yeah, you got a hot mic.
good.
I can hear you. I can hear myself too. So you must be on your speakers or something, and now my just a microphone.
Yes, I do have a way to do this.
Aha!
Yeah.
If you noticed, let me show myself here if I can. Trans. Oops, I trans, but I didn't trans. Hang on here. Let me get my camera on. Oops. Cameras. Logitech. There I am. Ooh. Oops. I'm on the air. Live and on the air. Wow. There I am. Yeah, I got my earphones on and microphone.
Good for
Very
you.
good. Oh yeah, this is a good microphone. I think this is a gaming microphone, but earphones, microphone setup. I bought one of these, but they don't work on the computer. They work on the phone. It's a microphone and headset, but it's one plug instead of 2 plugs. So I'm kind of.
And you thought it would work on your PC?
Yeah, I did. My bad.
Because that question has been coming into my mind a lot lately because I got an Apple iPhone and it had a headphone.
Yeah, it'll work on my phone. Yeah, it'll work on my phone. That's how they set that up. Is you plug it in your phone and you have a microphone and headphones where you can talk to people and be streaming the internet or whatever on your. I know I got a. What I got? I got a ZTE. It's a Android, and it's a track phone, and and it's not bad. I got until 2027 of airtime on my phone, and I'm buying
Good.
data to put on there just to go around. They actually put out a data card. You can buy 300 megabytes for $19.95 and put that on your phone, so you don't have to keep
Yeah.
buying time and getting the data. That was a great thing they did. I was like, I'm impressed. I asked them about that when I called them up. I said, can I transfer some of my talk time? I have over 3,000 minutes. Can I transfer that over? Oh, no, you can't. You just have to go buy another card. I'm like, I already got 3,000 minutes till 2017. Oh, I bought another one before I found out they had the data cards out there with just the data on it, so you can go on the internet on your phone. And now I got 3,000 minutes and 2027 until it runs out. I'm like,
Yeah, but you got to buy minutes every month.
not
By the
anymore.
time that fills up.
Not anymore.
You
They
sure?
for some reason they're on my phone on track phone. It's giving me the time to 2027 on my phone, which is wild because I have 3,000 minutes and I hardly use it, so that's great.
Is this a great big giant thing you're talking about?
Big giant thing.
Yeah, your phone.
No, it's just a little cell phone with a small screen on it. It's a ZTE.
Oh, it's a flip phone?
It's
a
not a
flip
flip
phone.
phone. Oh no, it's this. Here, let me switch over again. I'll show it to you. It's that right there. It's just a little phone, and it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
track phone. And I hit the
Wait a
button
minute,
over
I've
there.
got. Oh no, I don't have that one.
It's a ZTE, and it's a wonderful phone. I like the Android ZTE because I got full internet access and everything. That just blows me away having full internet.
Is that a contract?
No, it's pay as you go. It's one of
How
those.
much are those things? I want to get one. How much?
$99.
Ooh, that's very high. Ouch. But it's
Ouch.
worth it.
It's worth it once you get it because once you put time on it and buy cards to it. I had a 4x plan on this one. I don't know how I got it. Well, the ones I had before I have 4x. I buy a card for 60 minutes, I get 4x the 60 minutes.
Yeah, I do too.
So it's pretty good. How are you doing, seculars? Yeah, he's on
What's
here.
shaking, Spellbinder baby?
Oh, not a whole
What's going
lot.
on?
We're sitting here just talking about Santa Claus and Jesus and Gnosticism and whatever else we can come up with.
I'm the only Christian in
Gnosticism.
the room, so
Gnosticism, yeah. I'm a Gnostic, didn't you know?
What the heck is Gnosticism?
No, Gnostic.
Now listen, I heard a little bit. I was listening to a little bit on YouTube, and I got to call you out on something because you were drunk the other night, and you let it slip that you voted for Obama twice, and I want you to come
Oh,
clean in front of
no,
everyone.
no. I never voted for
I
Obama.
don't want to have to pull. I don't want to have to pull out those video clips
You
on your own
may
show.
have
But
got somebody under the same name that did that, but it was not me. I never voted for Obama.
That was you
He's
in a
an
private hangout.
abomination. He is an abomination with an A. Capital A. He's a capital A abomination, and I never voted for him. I voted for Ron Paul every time he ran and never voted for Obama.
Hey, what's up, secular? Nice meeting you.
I don't
bro.
know. Hey, how you doing?
Good. I'm the only Christian in the room, so
What?
All right,
yeah.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's because I'm a Gnostic.
Can I be Christian too?
Oh, I'm sorry, TJ. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, brother.
Spellbinder, don't you believe everything's a hologram? Isn't that what you were saying the other night? After you told me you voted for Obama twice?
Oh, I did not vote. I don't know where you got that from. You've been listening to Vaughn too much.
Yeah.
You believe I never voted for Obama. Never.
I thought we
Every
were
one
just
of my
talking about
votes. What?
that. Me and Spellbinder were just talking about Obama a second ago.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah, I
abomination
saw a
of
little bit on
desolation.
YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
On
I don't know. I just
YouTube.
going by what you said, man. That private hangout the other night, but you were pretty plastered, so I'll chalk that up maybe. But you did say that you voted for him twice.
No, I didn't. No, I never said I voted for him.
Anyways,
I
moving
said I
on.
voted for Ron
go on.
Paul. Ron Paul,
Serious.
libertarian.
I love Ron
independent.
Paul. Ron Paul's awesome.
Yeah, he should have been president, but the Republican GOP threw him under the bus at the last minute.
They always do. Every year.
Every year he tries to run. I have Mike Rivero saying, "I wish you'd run again, just one
Media
more
is
time."
against him. The media doesn't even want him to be there at all. They act like he doesn't exist.
Oh, I know, because he wants to fix everything, and everyone else wants to go along with the New World Order party.
You know what he wants to do? He wants to take down the Federal Reserve.
And he should. They've been here too long. They've been here since 1913. You know, we didn't have a world war until they took over in 1913. That's when the First World War broke out, the Second World War afterwards, and now we're going into a Third World War now.
Did you also know that we're the only country in the world that needs a civil war to settle slavery?
Yeah, if they didn't kill Lincoln, he would send them all back to Africa. He had that planned. He was going to send all the black slaves back to Africa and give them back to their home. He had that in his plans, and then he was assassinated, and that never happened.
Hmm. He wanted to fix everything. They don't want him to do that. The Freemasons and the Masons control this country, and the Jews.
Oh yeah, they do. I mean, in actuality, they really do. It's not the Jew as the people; it's the Jews as the government that are running everything. Some of the people go along with it, but I've seen the Jews in New York who have the long, sideburns or whatever.
No, I have no problem with Jewish people. Like,
And they
I'm not a
say
racist
that
guy.
they're totally against him. They're totally against Netanyahu because he's not really a Jew. He's a Kazazian. I keep saying that. He's a Kazazian.
Khazarian.
Who?
Khazarian. Okay, yeah.
Who?
Netanyahu. Netanyahu's a Khazarian. He's from Ukraine. Those
Oh,
people came from the empire up in Ukraine. That's where
well,
they
that's
came
the same
from.
thing as Hitler being Austrian, but going to Germany.
Well, yeah, that, and he was half Jew. A lot of people don't know it. He was half Jew.
Like, why did he hate himself?
He didn't really hate himself. He was trying to create. He was
The
an
Aryan.
occultist. He in the Aryan race. He was an occultist. Was a massive occultist.
That's an occultist right there. He had nothing to do with Catholicism or Christianity at all. And actually, I have a quote from Hitler that says that he will root out Christianity from Germany if he can do it. He wanted to root out Christianity from Germany. What he was trying to do was to use Christianity as the reason why they're fighting for him, and then he wanted to turn it into a huge pagan religion that had to do. Now Himmler was his right-hand man.
Oh, he was definitely an occultist.
Himmler was the biggest occultist, better than Hitler. Hitler was not an occultist compared to Himmler. Himmler was like the guy that believed in Thor and Zeus and all this other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had the Viral Society, the VIRAL. The Viral.
See, now here's the thing. When I was explaining to you all these myths earlier about Jesus, most of the myths actually come from 1940 whatever is when Himmler and Hitler were around. So the myths that we hear today actually come from that kind of era. Some of them, not all of them. But you know what I'm saying. Like, they tried to turn it into a religion, and that's why you got a lot of atheists bringing up this stuff. Is that it's very old, tried and true stuff. It's not something that's new. It's something that happened within the last 40 or 60 years, you know. But it's not something. You get where I'm going at.
Yeah, I see it. I've done my homework a lot. I've actually studied Aleister Crowley's works. A
Yeah.
lot of that is brilliant, but it's you see
Oh,
where
I've studied
he's going
Aleister
off
Crowley
track,
too. Yeah, I know where you're getting at. Yeah.
where he veered off. The older he got, after he did the Great Experiment, apparently he was in the middle of
He was the leader of that satanic cult, and what's his name, Anton LaVey, that started the first Satanist church.
Oh yeah, and
Believed
San
in
Francisco,
yeah.
yeah, and wrote the Satanic Bible and everything. And I've kind of looked over it. I never actually read that one, but
Yeah.
I've looked it over, parts and
Basically
episodes.
saying you're God. That's what they're saying. That you're
yeah.
God.
That you're God, but you're not really God. You're just God in you experiencing, and you have free will, and you're kind of disconnected, experiencing all of this.
Now, what is disconnection from God? Hell.
Oh yeah, I mean really. I mean, if you go with the Montauk Project, if you want to go that route, they created a separate timeline away from God, and we lost God through creating these timelines that were separate during the Montauk Project.
Yeah.
And what happened, they went back 360 million years ago, and that's when we departed from God's timeline and went on this new timeline, and that's what we're in now. It's this new timeline, a split off from God's timeline.
Well, I think whether you choose X or Y, whether you choose X or Y, you know, God doesn't decide for you whether you choose X or Y. God knows X or Y. So if you choose to do X or Y, God already knows that you're going to do X or Y, and He already knows the significance of it or the consequences of it. You know, it's not like just because you choose X or Y and God knows it. See, God's knowing about you choosing something does not determine it for you. And I guess that's fatalism, is the word. It's like, you know, it's to say that there is no free will because God chooses what you're going to do. That's fatalism. Fatalism is to say that God chooses what you're going to do, and you can't. That's not really an argument because God knows what you're going to do, but He doesn't choose what you're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's, like I said, He's experiencing through us at a distance in a way, or over your shoulder, I call it. And He's not interfering in what you're choosing. That's free
If you
will.
ask Him, He will.
Yeah, right, it comes down to that free will thing. And He says, well, you just go ahead and do what you want to do, and I'm going to observe. And then at the end, we'll see what the judgment is.
I think everybody asks at some point or another.
Yeah.
To please take my free will from me.
Yeah, at some point they do. I mean, if they're not,
I don't want my free will anymore.
Well, you should just pour into it then. Pour into your godhood. Make your single eye the main eye, as in the New Testament. It talks about Hinduism and Buddhism.
About sounds the like single Illuminati eye. Right there, single eye.
Oh no, but it's
messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you.
it's in the Bible talking about the pineal gland.
Yeah.
In the Bible, it actually mentions that in the New Testament. Make your eye a single eye. Jesus said, and it's like that's why I know He had to have gone to East to learn this from the Buddhists and the Hindus.
Well, he's talking about blindness, though. He's talking about like the man that He healed with no sight from birth. Would you rather see out of no eyes or one eye? If I could make you see out of one eye, then that's better than none.
I don't remember that quote.
It's not directly from the Bible. It's kind of a philosophical point that Jesus makes. This is that whether you're blinded in one eye or both eyes, you'll still see, no matter what, because even blind people see God.
Oh yeah, they still got the pineal gland, the pineal. It's in the center of the head. It's a pine cone shaped gland.
It's a pineal. Don't say penal gland. Quit doing that, dude. Told you that the other night.
The penal system.
The pineal gland and the pine cone. It's the pine cone gland. Let's put it that way. That's more clear. It looks like a pine cone in the center of your brain. And that's where you have all your experiences of dreaming and everything. When you go to sleep at night, that gland opens up, and you're actually experiencing another reality outside of this reality. It takes you to the original reality. And eventually, this is all going to come back in a fusion, because these timelines are starting to converge because of where we're at in the universe right now. We're going through... we arch up and down with the core of the universe, which is the plane of the universe, where we pass through, where it spins. and we're getting ready to drop into that.
Well, me
It's
and
called a-
Spellbinder
it's-
have a
It's called a
Spellbinder
G2
have a
cloud.
similar view. Go ahead, Spellbinder. Sorry.
It's called the G2 cloud, and this cloud is astronomers know about it. They've been talking about we're going into this cloud. It's a cloud of gases and stuff that's in the plane. You know, as you go horizontally across the galaxy, we're
called the
dropping
Oort
down
cloud.
in. Well, the Oort cloud's actually around our solar system. It's actually a little different than this G2 cloud. It's the Oort cloud's like everything that's been pushed away by the sun with its solar winds and everything, and has created a ring around our entire solar
Solar
system.
system, which is like a barrier.
It's like a barrier there, but we're passing into a cloud actually of interstellar gas. Sirius is already in it. There's a couple other stars that are already entering into this, and we're all going together because they're our neighbors. I mean, you got Sirius, you got Centauri, 1 and 2. They're starting to drop into this cloud, and
Can I
it's
ask you a
interstellar
question real
gas.
quick? Is that have you ever seen the movie Zeitgeist?
Yes, I've seen Zeitgeist, and I think it talks about that, doesn't it? Dropping into the plane
It
of the
talks
galaxy.
exactly what you're saying is exactly what it says.
Well, astronomers are now coming out and saying this is exactly what's happening now. We're starting to drop down. It's a 22 million year cycle, and we're
Right.
starting to drop in to go in from Urga Kai to Urga or something of that nature, or vice
Yeah,
versa.
yeah. That's astrology. I mean, you know,
Well, it's astronomy in a way. It's actually looked at
astronomy,
as astronomy.
astrology, so on and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I have a video that refutes Zeitgeist. Not the points that you're trying to make, because actually Zeitgeist gives a very realistic view of what's happening, like the Illuminati and blah 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 and this and that, and you know what I'm saying? They tell you the truth. Now the problem is that about halfway through the video, they kind of start lying to you.
They go into transhumanism. They
And
start
go
saying
into
we're going to become
it's called a
machines.
parallelism, is when they start trying to compare Jesus to all these other pagan gods. Now, there's a huge problem when you start doing that, is that historians don't agree with anything. And I'm talking the people that even produce Zeitgeist don't agree with it. So I mean, we're getting to a point to where it's becoming more mythology than anything.
Well, no more than
Well-
what's his name? What was the guy who made those videos with Spielberg?
Yeah,
What was it? It was
same
called Myth
guy.
and it was called Myth and it was what's I think of his name, but I
It's the
have
same
to go in
guy.
there and look.
Yeah. Same guy that you're talking about produced Zeitgeist.
Yeah, well, Zeitgeist is notoriously bad for its historical errors, and it
It's
paints this really cool picture that a lot of people jumped on. But yeah, a lot of historical stuff in it's garbage. And if you read like the list of like deities born on December 25th, they even list Muhammad,
Yeah.
and it's like totally inaccurate.
I got you, man. Seculars. I'm really surprised that you would say something like that, because I get this kind of thing from secular and atheist and agnostic people all day. They say, "Well, what about Horus?" And I'm like, have you watched Zeitgeist before? Or it's like, are you one of those people, or are
Joseph Campbell. Joseph Campbell is who I'm thinking of.
you,
He's called The Power of Myth, and he goes through the entire thing about the power of myth. It's a 6-hour series, and I
Yeah.
have the 6-hour series, and I watched it, and I'm like, well, this makes a lot of sense. You know,
Yeah.
you actually
I know
listen
about
to it,
Campbell. I've seen Campbell a couple times. Yeah.
and he died, 10 years ago or something like that. But I have his videos, and he used to live with Steven Spielberg, who came up with with Star Wars.
Yeah.
No, that was George Lucas, but Steven Spielberg.
Oh, George
Yeah,
Lucas. Okay, it was
Yeah.
George
Spielberg
Lucas.
kinda-
I get them.
Well, I think
mixed up.
Joseph Campbell. I think Joseph Campbell is a pretty reputable archaeologist, though. I think he was like from a Baptist
He used to
university
be-
or something. Like
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Joe. Yeah, Joseph Campbell was with.
Well, I
Forgot the
think his
name of
claim
the
to fame was
fellow.
he was trying to excavate sites that had to do with the conquest of Joshua and stuff, I think.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
this is where, I mean, the people get really insane. They want to find proof, but they can't.
No, yeah.
Is it okay if I post a video up?
I guess so.
You
And
can
added
play it by yourselves. I'm just going to paste it, and you guys can do whatever you want with it. But this is based
Oops.
by a historian. I'm going to stop it, and you guys can do whatever you want. But the video's there if you want to watch it.
See, I've seen the video on Zachariah Stitchin. I kind of believe that the Anunnaki did come by thousands of years ago. They left traces of creating the human race from their own genes for slaves to mine gold for their own world. And Nibiru is probably real, and it's coming back around again.
Oh, I know about Nibiru. Yeah, Nibiru is. I really do think Nibiru is real, but I don't think that is. I mean, Andromeda is going to slam into us faster scientifically than Nibiru would.
I don't know. Nibiru supposedly comes every 3,600 years, according
I
to
mean,
Zachariah
that's
Stitchin's
supposedly. We're talking
calculations.
like real science. Like Nibiru is either they're trying to hide it or something. You know what I'm saying? But
They're,
Well,
they're, they're
Nibiru,
starting
Nibiru is just an Akkadian word that means a crossing place. Like a bridge can be called a Nibiru, and when you see it in the the astrological records of like the Mesopotamians and that, it's referring to a spot in the sky. And there's actually like 3 different planets that they refer to as Nibiru. One of them, because they only knew about 5 of them that were like that could be seen with a naked eye, and I think one of them was like Mercury or Venus or something like that.
would we be looking at something like thunderbolts then?
yeah, I
That
mean, there's crazy stuff.
These planets were orbiting around the solar system out of their orbits and
Yeah.
got close to the Earth and electrified, and
Now-
the electric universe theory is true. I
I
believe in the
Video on that,
electric
too. I have
universe.
a video on
There
Nibiru.
just now, I just watched a video on the Comet 67P.
I've never heard that.
Well, 67P is now starting to give off plumes, and they're saying that it's got to be gas built up underneath. But if you look at the pictures, they're not gas. It's electrified plasma coming off of these objects because they get away from the sun. They pick up another type of like negative or something of electrical charge, and when they come back in towards the sun, they start spewing because the 2 fields are from the sun and the comet are starting to give off this plasma, and it makes the object light up and make a tail and everything else. They already know that 67P is a solid rock. It looks like sand and dirt. And it's really amazing when you see the videos of 67P where they just went to the land of Probon that didn't make it. It crashed, but the satellite's still there orbiting around it and watching it as it gets closer to the sun, and all this plasma starting to come off of it. These are plasma plumes. They're not gas plumes. They're plasma because this thing is dry as a desert rock. I mean, really. And Thunderbolts just came out with a video 2 days ago. It's on YouTube, and if you go Thunderbolts on YouTube, you'll see the video, and they're talking about this, saying, "Look, this is not gas coming off this thing. It's dry rock. They ain't showed it. It's a chunk of rock, but it's been outside the solar influence at such a distance that it picked up another charge." And now it's coming back in, and it's starting to expel this plasma discharges off of it. It's part of the electric universe.
Well, I have a video just like that. Exactly what you're talking about. It's where Nibiru smashes into planets in a demonstration in what's called Universe Sandbox.
Okay.
Well, all I can tell you, Spellbinders, you better move on to Electric Avenue.
Yeah, I know.
Electric Avenue, and then we're getting higher.
There you go. Looks like your wolf's on fire there. It's all charged up.
Yes, the fire wolf. That's what it's called.
Damn, I can't add no more video.
You can't add a video.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, let me see. No, I have.
Now, here we go. Here we go.
You may have to have what I got, and that's mini cams, and go to screen
Can you
share.
guys see it? It's Nibiru smashing into other planets.
No, unfortunately, that YouTube feature is the most useless fucking feature. Sorry for my language on this
It
apps
is.
thing, because you're the only one that can see it.
Yeah,
We've tried it.
You have to have mini cams and go to screen share on mini cams. That's what I'm using right now is mini cams.
Okay. Let me see if I can't add it to group chat. Let's see here. Group chat. Here we go. I'm going to send a link in group chat. Here we go. It basically shows Nibiru entering our solar system and smashing all of our planets to nothingness.
I haven't seen that one yet. I've seen it
Pretty awesome.
when it went out to
And the
when-
music
when
they
it-
play is Beethoven.
260,000 years ago. Tiamat was hit by one of the planets or moons of Nibiru, and it smashed it, knocked it into the orbit we have today. Because if you look at a satellite image that they took, like sonar or something, it wasn't sonar, it was radar, and it shows the planet with all the oceans on it. We're just a broken up chunk of rock, actually. The Pacific Ocean is way deep, and it's a big chunk is missing out of it. And
Yeah.
and that was Tiamat.
Anyway, the video I put up is pretty awesome. It shows Nibiru literally entering our solar system and smashing shit to pieces.
Yeah, it's dated like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I know,
From
this is
NASA.
2012 when the whole, 2012 was the shiznit, I guess I could say.
Those are the good old days. That's when everything was at its height. You had all these people preparing for the end of the world, and it was
It
coming.
people started to split off into atheism or Christianity or whatever.
And then, it kind of fizzled out. There's a big chunk of that truther movement just dropped off the face of the earth.
Was the
Probably in shame.
a lot of people were saying Nibiru is going to become as close as here between Mars and Earth, or Venus and Earth. And no, it goes where the asteroid belt is, because that's where it hit Tiamat, and Tiamat blew up and made the circle of it's called the pearls of
Asteroid belt. The asteroid belt.
The asteroid belt was created. It was actually a large planet, and it got hit by one of the moons or planets of Nibiru
Now,
as it
Spellbinder,
passed through.
I want to stop you just for a sec, because I'm asking a serious question here. I'm going to let you continue. Don't mean to interrupt. But I've heard Von Helton refer to this, and this interpretation of the myth of Tiamat and stuff. And he continuously says that it's from the Tibetan text. And I'm arguing that he's quoting an interpretation of the Mesopotamian myths, the creation myth, where Tiamat fights Marduk and stuff. Can you please cite, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I just want to settle this, because he keeps saying it's the Tibetan text. Where are you getting this from?
It's not Tibetan. It's a Babylonian text by Zachariah Stitchin in the 12th planet.
Right, bingo, though, it's the Babylonians that it's based off of, right, the Mesopotamian.
Yep.
Babylonian myth. Epic. Okay, I just want to clear that up because I said
Well,
that.
To me it is, not him, but yeah, to me it
it's
is.
written in their clay tablets that they left behind, and it gives an entire story. I mean, it explains these beings that came down, created man. They will become slaves to these beings because their people didn't want to go and mine the gold to protect their planet because some reason they were making atomic gold or atomatic gold.
Well,
in the
just to be clear, you got to be
atmosphere,
fair if
and
you're going to tell the story, though, because you're right. The story goes like that, but it doesn't talk about them mining gold for their planet and stuff. That's just an interpretation. That's like a modern interpretation of the myth.
Well, I thought I was the only Christian here. Because Christians say that stuff.
Paulie.
Paul, yeah.
Yes.
Paul. Hi, Paul.
Paul, and you know, when somebody said to me once, they said, why didn't Adam and Eve think they were gods? And I'm like, you know, a snake said the same thing.
Oh, yeah. It depends on what they. It may have been
It's
part
a
of that
fun-
genetic engineering that went on back then. And they were just told that, hey, you were created by a many. It actually says that in the first chapter of Genesis, which make man after our likeness and our image.
Well, I actually
And
stole
it's
that from the
plural. It's plural. It's actually plural after our image. In other words, it was these beings that did it. And it's almost like, you know. And I have the original Hebrew Bible, the actual one that's written in Hebrew and has an interpretation by a rabbi scholar, and
Yeah.
he actually says that we were made after their image and their likeness, and that's plural. That's not God.
The Hebrew
making after
Hebrew
his
word
image.
the Hebrew word that's used there is Elohim, and
And
it's
that's
referred
plural.
to. It can be referred to as a council. It's a plural. Yeah, it's a plural of the L. It's used in the book in Psalms, and it's used in Exodus when they talk about the Council of 12 elders or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm just pointing out. I'm just saying that, hey, even in the Genesis, they allowed that to be put into the books after the Constantine's of choosing this text and that text and throw this text out and throw that text out. And, you know, I'm just saying.
Keep throwing it out. I mean, how far do you want to go?
I mean, there's a lot of female writers in there. They threw the Book of Mary out. That was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm throwing another link up of Nibiru, which is really awesome. If you ever get these simulations, they're created in a program called Earth Simulator. It's Universe Simulator. What is it called? I don't know. Universe something. Universe Sandbox. That's what it's called. And you can actually create your own little, universes in this thing. But if you introduce Nibiru into the solar system, it literally disrupts the entire solar system to the point to where we will not survive.
Right. I mean, there'd be evidence of this planet passing through many times before, right, over the 4+ billion years that we've been circling the sun.
The great floods, the plagues. It depends on where we're at on Earth around the solar system when it passes through between Mars and Jupiter. That's where it passes through. If we're on the opposite side of the sun, we don't get that much.
But we would still be able to observe its effects, though, on the sun and on our planetary systems. Like, the math just doesn't allow for another planet like that to be out
well,
there.
they were
that
saying
big, anyways, like that.
They're saying that 90% of the stars. This is astronomers saying this. 90% of the stars are binary, and that's the astronomers' quote, not mine. I'm just pointing that out. So why don't we have a binary star?
Well, because we might be one of the part.
10%?
Yeah, we
Are we
might. I
the
guess
10%?
obviously we are, right?
I mean, I guess like historically, if the dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago, how do we know that that didn't what killed them out, and that's going to come back in 65 million years? I don't believe in evolution, by the way. So anyway.
Well, I mean, we're gonna play
Well-
who's. Hey, I don't know who's to say. Sure, aliens gonna come and wipe out
I
the
just
dinosaurs. Of course,
watched
we
the
have
video.
birds. We have birds because of dinosaurs. I'm just saying. But,
I watched the video on YouTube today that was on my recommended videos talking about the cosmic rays from different solar systems, and out there where stars explode and they send a gamma ray burst at us, and that may have wiped out the dinosaurs at one time 65 million years ago. We got hit by gamma rays, and only the small little animals that were able to dig into the ground survived.
Maybe it doesn't take meteors to do it.
No, it could be radiation from exploding stars.
Checking on my wife. Be right back.
I mean, it's just wide open. There's wide open theories out there. No one knows for sure, but we know that things happened in the past that took things
No,
out.
there's evidence to
yeah.
point it to a certain direction. You know what I'm saying? That's for sure. I mean, there's definitely
Oh,
evidence of a mass extinction. I don't think that they all died. They obviously didn't all die, but yeah, there was a mass extinction for sure. There was a time in our past where like 99% of the life on Earth was wiped out and restarted again.
Oh, yeah.
So
It could have been gamma rays. It could have been a comet. It could have been an asteroid. It could have been a lot of things. I mean,
but I'm gonna just take a wild guess here, and I'm probably gonna say that it's very unlikely that it was 30-foot lizard aliens that were responsible. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I want to be on the record for saying that, and that I heard Spellbinder drunk the other night say that he voted for Obama twice. I did hear you say that.
I
so
did
fessed
not
up.
vote for Obama twice. I did not. I vote for Ron Paul. I vote for the guy who's gonna.
Well, I mean, what does Gary have to say about this?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know either.
There's so much mystery out there.
It seems like you kind of believe a little bit of everything there, Spellbinder. You got it's an electric universe with an alternate reality when you sleep with 30-foot lizard aliens that come down and bred humans to mine gold for them. Everything's a hologram, and you have a crystal around your neck that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that the Anunnaki were lizards. I didn't say that.
Okay, fair enough. I retract that. I concede that point. What do you think? Are they lizard people, though?
Smell grinder.
The only people that believe in lizards and stuff is like, the people out there who are talking about that. And it's not me.
Yeah, because that'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy.
So what do you think? What do you think they are? What do you think they are then?
They have.
Are they humanoid? They're like people.
They're like us with elongated skulls.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a larger brain. I believe. Well, let me put it this way. I'm just going to throw this up for S and G's. I believe Obama was an Anunnaki.
You're right.
He was genetically. he was an Anunnaki. He had the extended skull, and they operated on his head and made it look like ours to take that back skull out that was oblong. I've seen the videos of that where they show the stitches where he looked like he was in a major car accident or something. He has these scars on his hair when he had it cut short that looked like scars. He had major operation on his head. Maybe they put a chip in it. I don't know. I don't know what he actually is. S and G's, S and G.
I think that was a racist comment. I don't know if anyone else caught that, but I think that was racist.
You a racist, Spellbinder?
Oh, I'm not racist. I believe everyone's equal except the aliens.
No, man.
Oh, I don't know. It's all crazy up in here.
We're having crazy times in a
Bit fishy.
crazy way. Ah,
What do you have to say about this, Paulie? I'm putting you on the spot,
Why
Paulie.
does that fox look so creepy? Whenever it gets on my screen, it's like moving.
quit doing the acid.
The wolf looks like it's moving.
Ah, it is moving, isn't it?
It is a little bit like a little left.
Ow! Fire wolf at your service.
Crazy shit.
Well, you gotta have fun when you're having a live broadcast show.
Let's have fun and talk about nothing serious at all then, yeah.
Spellbinder, you're out of control. You're out of control, Spellbinder. Settle down. Turn it down 2 notches here.
Sit down. Sit.
Okay.
Sit down, East.
Yeah, sit
Put
down,
down
sit.
the vodka.
Inuyasha. That brings me back to Inuyasha. The wolf boy, or the dog boy, Inuyasha.
Here we go. Anyway, I'm going to start, as I was telling him, a Christian Omnibus channel. If anybody wants to ask questions, I'm here. Oh, I guess that means the question is... Ding dong! Has arrived at my mailbox.
Where is the doctor at?
I'd like to ask Kyle, South Park guy.
You mean you want to ask secular or something?
The name for that, yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I'm not asking. What questions do you have to ask?
I don't know if I have any questions to ask. I don't know.
So you're comfortable
I'm
with
kind of letting Spellbinder take the lead. He's the alpha dog in here.
I know. I don't want to get bitten.
Don't lead us to communism, Spellbinder. I'm
The
not
alpha
moving
wolf.
to your fucking commune. We had this talk the other night too. I had to snap you back to reality.
He's gonna bite you like a German Shepherd.
Oh, where is the doctor? I know you said.
Fiery
Let's ask.
German Shepherd.
Where is the doctor? I know he's on here somewhere.
I don't see nobody.
You don't see doctor on here?
Nope. I'm
No
not
doctor.
a doctor. Jim, I'm not a doctor.
I'm a doctor, not a script writer. Warning, plot complication. Warning, plot complication.
Jim, I'm a doctor.
Uh,
Scotty, I guess that's the ultimate goal in life, is to be beamed up by Scotty.
I'm still looking for Dr. Descent. Where is Dr. Descent?
I
Maybe I
see
should
a
invite
Jason-looking guy. Babouter.
Dr. Descent. Yeah, I know. I need to call in Dr. Descent.
Well, I haven't seen the doctor for a while.
I know.
I
Where's
am,
he been?
Yeah, it's Christmas holidays, taking a break.
Yeah, it's Christmas, man.
No Dr. Descent? That's not
Well,
right.
might be around.
I feel alone in here, so.
Dr. Descent.
I'm starting my Christian Omnibus channel if anybody wants to be there.
All right, man.
All right, brother.
Just had a question. Oh, I just had a question. Ah, damn.
Slipped your mind. I don't know.
I was busy making a whiskey. I missed him.
Dr. Descent.
So yeah, what's shaking? What's rattling? What's rolling there, Spellbinder?
What's rolling? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still
Living the
on
dream, or what?
vacation. I'm still on
Yeah?
vacation. Yeah.
You're living life Helton over the holidays, or what? Big day of doing nothing?
I'm getting trashed every day through the holidays, just for S&G.
Oh,
Somebody has to do it. Might as well be me.
that's right. It's a tough job. It's hard doing
Yes.
nothing all day.
Mm.
Everyone bailed on you.
Wow, why is everyone bailing on me? I'm getting ready to bring Dr.
I don't know. I don't know if he's around. Might be. But, yeah.
I just invitation posted him and see if the doctor comes in.
See if the good doctor will make a house call. So,
Right, Doctor Who.
so what'd you get up to over the holidays there?
Oh, let's see. I don't know. I've been out munching and eating and doing different things like that. See,
Yeah.
I went to IHOPs today and had breakfast and all that good stuff.
Oh, yeah, how's breakfast at IHOP?
It's not too bad, actually. They want to give you pancakes with everything, no matter what you order. You get pancakes with that.
Right. Never been to an IHOP.
Never been to a IHOP? Oh, they got some awesome pancakes. I mean, they got.
I bet. It sounds like it.
Well, they got pumpkin with what is it? Cheesecake and all types of stuff like that. I told them I wanted waffles. Oh, but you can get that, but you can't get the 4 pieces of bacon with it. You gotta go with. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'll just take the pancakes you offer.
I think I'm more of a waffle guy. I like a good pancake, but waffles are good. Have you ever had chicken and waffles?
Chicken and waffles. No, I haven't tried that yet.
God, everybody I asked never tried it.
You know, I have tried something in Canada when I was up at Cold.
It's not a Canadian thing. It's like a southern thing. Down like
Oh.
Memphis and all the friggin' there's like chicken and waffle joints down there.
Wow, I didn't know that. I was up in Canada though. I had turkey gravy and fries, and I love
Oh
it.
yeah, poutine. Yeah, it's pretty good. They put like cheese curd on top of it and shit.
Oh yeah, that was great. And I was up at
it's a
Cold
French
Lake, and and I was at Cold Lake. What that's in Alberta. And,
Yeah.
And I was up there on TDY when I was in the Air Force, and they had this awesome thing of putting turkey gravy on your fries, and I was like, I'll take an order of those for $3.50 Canadian.
Yeah, pretty good. A lot of people like it.
Yeah, and I ask for it now. Every time I go to a restaurant, I say, you got white gravy? Just put white gravy or give me a bowl of it or something on the side, and I'll take the steak fries. And I usually have. I like that.
You got to put the cheese curd on it, though. That's what tops it off. Put the cheese curd on it. Let it melt.
It melt into with it, and ooh, that sounds good.
Up here too, I haven't had it in years because I usually don't eat that kind of stuff. But the Taco Bell's up here because someone told me at least where they were in the States. I don't know about all the states, but where they were in the States, the Taco Bells didn't have this. But up here they had the Fries Supreme, where you get the fries, and they put the friggin' like the hamburger and beans and stuff, and they put the sour cream and a little salsa and chopped onions and stuff like that, and they give you the fries.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I haven't seen that here either. Not in the Ohio State,
Huh. Ohio, high in the middle and round on both ends.
Yeah, that's it. Ohio, as they pronounce it in the original Indian. It's Ohio.
I learned that from Bugs Bunny.
You never Bugs Bunny. Yeah. Bugs and his friends.
That's where I learned most of my stuff.
You learned how to say Porky Pig's thing at the end, right? I've learned it from the master. It actually did it. He was on Johnny Carson before he died, and he says, I want you to just say this. I want you to say, Abadi. Okay, Abadi. Abadi. Okay, Abadi. Abadi, 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 Abadi. That's all, folks. Abadi. That's how it's said. That's
Was that
how
Mel
Portuguese
Blake?
thing. That was Mel Blake. And that's how he actually taught Johnny Carson how to say it live on TV. I was like, is that how that's pronounced? Abadi. Yeah, he just speed it up. Abadi, 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 Abadi. That's all, folks.
You mastered it.
And I mastered it. Yes, I did. I like doing voiceovers. I wish I had a job like that, where I could do voiceovers for
Southern Raven, what's
anime.
shaking down there? What's going on down there?
Oh,
Narendra?
no.
I know what song she's playing.
What song she playing?
Just some rap song. She's trying to show off her music.
Ah.
Yeah, it's 32
Got
degrees.
quiet now.
I didn't mean to scare your buddy out there. If he wanted to talk about religious stuff, he was more than welcome to. I just didn't have any questions about Christianity or anything for him. That's all.
Yeah, I have no idea why he just disappeared. Maybe he's trying to put a video up, and I told him he had to get minicams to do that because minicams has share.
Well, he said he was going to go start his Christian omnibus thing or whatever that is. Some question answer.
No, they just talk.
Yeah, they just talk.
Boring.
That's how it is. Yeah, he was the first one on here, and that's how I got into that conversation.
If he wanted to talk about it, he's more welcome to. But
Yeah. I was just open show or whatever. It's an open in show here. It was like, let's talk about anything. What do you want to talk about?
I'm surprised you even managed to get this live. That's what I'm surprised about.
you're getting better at it.
It took me 2 days to figure out how to get this live. They
God.
put so many hoops and jump throughs and all types of stuff.
Hey, you know what? If you schedule this as a live event through your YouTube channel, you'll get the chat pane on the right-hand side so people watching can chat.
Bitches is the only thing that I like.
Hey,
there we go.
Southern Raven, there she is.
Oh, someone's spitting a verse.
Southern Ravens.
I guess Raven's in the rapping mood tonight.
Oh yeah. She probably got the week off too. Yeah, I don't have to go back to work till the 5th of January. I feel happy.
Yeah, I got a bunch of time off too this week. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have a corporation that just shuts the whole base down and says, don't worry about it. Don't come back on the 2nd. Take that off too and come back on the 5th. That's what they did.
Well, Spellbinder, I don't know. Have you been casting any spells? Have you been doing any incantations or any enchantments? Or I heard you were working up that chick. What's her name that comes in here? You guys are getting pretty close. What's the story on that?
Oh no, you didn't see that, did you?
I may have. You're getting a little sweet on her, but that's all right.
Oh, yeah.
You're styling, profiling.
Oh yeah, I was kind of hitting up at her too many miles away. Long distance relations never work. She's about 1,000 miles away.
Love can't wait.
Oh, yeah. That was Ann Dingle. Ann Dingle.
That chick.
I'm amazed she's not on here. I really am.
Yeah, where's Ann Dingle? Ann Dingle, if you're out there, where are you?
Get your ass in here.
Yeah. Come on
What
in.
Did you say something inappropriate to her?
Oh no, I cried to her and all types of stuff. It was bad.
God.
Well, I gotta try that sometime. The crying. Oh Jesus.
Oh, it was terrible.
So you had lots of good eats and a few drinks over the holidays, and you're just kind of relaxing.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back right now. There's nothing on TV or anything. I mean, I could go back to Roku 3 or something and find something to watch. I was watching Project Camelot earlier, but
I'm sure your tummy's got fat with all that Christmas food. That's what I got.
I got fat.
Well,
I got
I'm
belly.
telling you right now, man, don't watch that stuff. It's gonna rot your brain.
Oh, Project Camelot.
Next thing you know, you're gonna be afraid to open tuna. So Fukushima radiation poisoning.
I am already afraid of that. I'm not eating salmon. I'm not eating crab or anything. They're killing the
I
Pacific.
told you, send it to me. I'll eat it live on camera.
Live
I'll
on
crack her
camera.
open. I will. I'll eat it. I'll eat every last bit of it.
Hey,
I'll be licking
it's
the can.
accumulating. It's not that the one time will kill you. It's the accumulation over a period of time because this stuff has,
I'll get a
50
Geiger
years,
counter and I'll put it
100
right on the
years.
table. I'll get the Geiger count and I'll keep a track. I'll have a little chart and you keep sending me cans of fucking Fukushima tuna. And I'll keep it on the graph chart. I'll just keep plugging them in, right?
I
We'll
don't know. You're a brave lad to eat that stuff. I'm only eating lobster now and fish off cod off the East Coast, and it's safe still.
Yeah. Well, is it though? What are they telling you about the East Coast? That's the question. See, I think Fukushima was a distraction for what's going on in the East.
Oh,
Huh?
great! Now you're just going to turn me off of seafood altogether, aren't you? I see
Well,
how
I'm
you-
just saying something to think about.
I see how you.
I mean, unless you trust Obama to tell you the truth. Is that what you're saying right now in front of everybody? You trust Obama to tell you the truth?
No, I'm actually trusting
Wow.
others that are
There you
scientists.
go.
I'm actually
Exactly.
listening to the scientists. I'm
Bingo.
not listening to Obama. I'm listening to scientists tell me this stuff. There are
Paid by
ones
who?
out there. Huh?
Paid by who?
Oh, paid by who?
Yeah, where are the
I don't
scientists
know.
getting their checks? Their fat checks.
I don't know. You think that they would have fat checks and what?
Well, they ain't eating Kraft dinner, I'll tell you that much.
Well, they're probably not eating out of the ocean either. I don't know.
Yeah, so think about that. When's the last time you seen a rich guy eating a lobster?
I don't
Since
know.
Fukushima.
Since Fukushima? Well, I get mine from the East Coast.
Yeah, are you a rich man?
I hope it's from
You
the
won't
East
see no
Coast.
rich guy eating a lobster anymore. There's something going on in the East Coast, I'm telling you, man. Fukushima's not real. It was a false flag event. Proven, documented. East Coast, where it's at. Don't eat anything out of there. That's what they want you to do. They've drugged it. They've tainted it.
I don't know. I'm looking at latest on Fukushima updates. Strong quake hits Japan offshore near reactors. Let's see. Obama dramatically ups safe rads in drinking water. He says it's good to drink 90 rad water. 3 dead at Zalgar nuke plant construction.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to believe Obama? I don't even believe Obama that the thing's even real. I don't think
I don't
Fukushima.
know.
I don't even think Fukushima. Have you ever been to Fukushima? Be
All I
honest.
know is all these officers
Uh,
and stuff on that ship offshore when it happened, they're all dying right now of cancer and everything. I guess, I don't know.
Show me the bodies. Show me the
Well,
bodies.
yeah. Well, it's just like Sandy Hook. You know that was proven that was an exercise. That was an
That's what I'm
exercise by
saying.
FEMA.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a
Fukushima was an
FEMA
exercise.
exercise.
Fukushima was a hoax. Dude, come on. They
How
used
can it be a
stock
hoax
footage from
without-
old Godzilla movies and fooled everybody. It's so obvious. It's been proven. They used crisis actors. Fill in the blanks.
Fukushima over at Sandy Hook, they did that.
Oh, I don't know. That's what they did. Well, why couldn't they have done it in Fukushima?
Well, let's see. People are citing pink cloud seen after MOX Reactor 3 exploded.
I never seen it.
Well, it's
All
on
kinds of
here.
there's all kinds of inconsistencies in the testimonies. I'll guarantee that.
Wow.
Right?
Fukushima radiation plume nears West Coast graphs and video. This
Yeah,
is
if you
all
want-
on rents.
Well, yeah, but if you want to believe the official story, that's up to you. I'm just trying to put the information out there. I'm just saying.
Well,
Fukushima's a false flag event.
Well, a lot of this is put out by the let me get the site on here. It's actually a Japanese site, and it's people trying to whistleblow, and it's a whistleblower site. What it is.
Yeah, right.
There's two of them out there actually.
It's CIA funded. Didn't you just hear about the CIA down in Cuba? They're funding hip hop artists. USAID.
Oh hell, the CIA's bringing in terrorists into our country.
Well, listen, that's what I'm telling you. The CIA funded. You're playing their dupe right now. You're playing their dupe. Believing this Fukushima nonsense. It's obvious that they're distracting you from something over in the East. They want you to eat the food out of the East. Why is the question.
I don't eat the food out of the East. I eat lobster every once in a while.
Well, hey, once in a while. Yeah, well.
I have to wait till it builds up to enough to start growing, basketball-sized tumors out of my side, just like GMO and the mice. And I've seen the pictures. I saw that one too. The French did research on it, scientists, and they put it out and they try to say, "Oh, that's not real. It's fake and everything." These mice had tumors as big as basketballs on a human. Eating GMO corn.
That's what I'm saying. That's what, it's part of their plan, right?
That's right. I don't eat any junk food anymore. I stopped eating potato chips and corn chips and anything else that's got corn in it even. I stopped eating corn. Why? Because the corn's all poison now. It's killing the honeybees off. It's doing everything. And this is not coming from just one source. This is hundreds of sources. And they're not all CIA. GMO is an evil on this planet, and they're going to kill you all with it. You're all going to die of GMO, if not go sterile in the meantime. So if you don't mind having children anymore, then go ahead and eat the GMO. It's good for you. That's what they're saying. Oh, this is wow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, anyways, don't believe everything you read, right, Spellbinder?
No, I don't believe anything. That's why I don't eat anything. I stopped eating.
Oh, you don't eat anything? Don't eat anymore? What do you do?
I just go out in the sun. I go out in the sun like Superman and absorb the rays of the sun, and it keeps me alive. It's like him.
Like
he didn't have to eat. Yeah, he never had to eat. That was amazing about Superman. He never had to eat.
Go into the spa and stuff.
No, I'm very watchful of the ingredients and everything on everything. When it says artificial flavors or something like that, I question what the artificial flavors could be.
Right.
Could be cockroaches. You
never know.
Special flavor. You never know. Because it's like tuna. Actually, tuna is a trademark name. It doesn't mean there's tuna in that can. It just means there's fish in there, and tuna is a trademark name. It's no longer has to be tuna.
I used to hear that rumor about McDonald's, 100% beef or some shit like that. I don't know.
And they had the pink slime in it.
That pink slime. I love it. Love it. Fry it up.
It's like
bring a jug of it home, just dump it on the grill. Like blobs, like pancakes. At the end, you got big McDonald's burgers, size of dinner plates. Love it.
It's kind of like, White Castle. It's kangaroo meat. That's not beef. That's kangaroo.
You'd think kangaroo would be more expensive, wouldn't it?
Oh no, they'd kill them off as pest over there.
I just think they'd have to ship it all over. Have you ever tried kangaroo?
No, I never had the chance unless
White
Castle.
White Castle does pretty good, so maybe it's tasty. Who cares if it's kangaroo?
Oh yeah, I mean that was the word going around, and also McDonald's at one time was putting worms as an additive in their hamburgers.
Really?
Earthworms, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be allowed to do that.
No, that was going around in the 90s.
That was the rumor. Was that the word on the street?
And that was a word on the news and everything. Oh, they put worms
Hey,
in
you
there.
remember the old McDonald's commercials? Remember we were talking about this the other night? The old McDonald's commercials where you get to sing a little song and they give you a free Big Mac. Do you remember it? I told you it the other night. 2 all beef patties. Remember?
All beef patties, yeah. Well, it was Burger King, wasn't it?
No, it's McDonald's, man. 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seeds bun. Come on, dude.
Okay.
You're like 35 years older than me. You should know that.
I should know that. I also know the have it your way. Have it your way at Burger King.
Are you sure that was that Burger King or was it Arby's? I thought always Arby's was have it your way, because you got to pick what was on the stuff. Or
No,
Hardee's.
Burger King.
Oh, was it Burger King? Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
okay. I'll leave you.
Yeah, it was Burger King. It depends, all these commercials in the old days, they don't even have them anymore.
I used to always like Kentucky Fried Chicken. I remember back when I was a kid, they had these like onion bits. They're like kind of like onion rings, but they're little squares, and they had a piece of onion in the middle. Remember back in the day when they'd actually give you like bread and shit with your meal? Like every meal come with a couple pieces of bread and butter and. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not anymore.
You gotta ask for napkins nowadays. That's how much it's changed. Some egghead sat in an office somewhere and calculated how much they'd save if they just don't give people napkins and ketchup. You gotta like actually ask for things. Like, excuse me. It went from they just automatically give you the stuff to then they would ask you if you want the stuff, and now you actually have to request the stuff. And it's like, oh, could I please have a napkin?
That reminds me.
You have to pay for bags nowadays.
Oh, that reminds me of gas stations. They used to come out there, check your oil, check your tires, check everything.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're out there pumping it yourself. And you want to check that stuff? It's all you. They used to do all that. Hell, they used to hand out plates and stuff if you bought gas at their station. They'd say, "Here, you get a plate this week, and come back and you'll get another one too. You get a whole set."
Here's some useless trivia. What state it's illegal for you to pump your own gas? All the gas stations are full service. Which state is it?
That's a good question. I know Ohio isn't it.
I'm gonna say Wisconsin. I'm gonna just throw it out there, Wisconsin. Because no one ever thinks of Wisconsin. I think everyone forgets about Wisconsin, right? It's kind of like our Manitoba. Like, who cares?
Yeah. New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey? Wow. I didn't know this. Wow. You're not allowed to pump your own gas. But do they still do the service, like check your air and check your oil? And probably not.
Probably not. It's like, clean your own windshield. Be glad we pump gas for you, motherfucker. It's kind of what it's like now, probably.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, they'd have to wear like a suit and a little hat. It's quite.
Oh yeah, they had that little jumpsuit on, looked like a mechanic when they came out there, and then dressed like a mechanic, and come out and do all that stuff.
Yeah. Those were the days, eh?
Those were the days. Yeah, 19 cents a gallon, 1965. It was 19 cents a gallon, and that was
You weren't driving back in 1965.
Oh no, but that was during the gas wars, where one station across the street would be going against the one on the other street, and trying to see how cheap they could get and still make a profit, I think. And they had gas wars, and it was down to like 19 cents a gallon for gas at that time. 1965, I think it was, or 67.
When did you start driving?
I didn't start driving until 74, I guess it was.
Oh, yeah. Cruising down the highway.
Oh, yeah, 98 cents a gallon. Yeah, that was good days there.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. It's getting down there again. It's the gas. Well, the gas here is $1.81 at Kroger's. And if you get your card, it's 3 cents off that, so it's in the 70s, $1.70 something a gallon. I mean,
Yeah, it's dropped. Yeah, it's dropped substantially. It's still criminal, but it's dropped a lot.
oh yeah, at least they're not trying to deliberately, rob you and for $4 a gallon.
They're still fucking robbing me, but what can you do, right?
Oh yeah, it gets that down to $1 a gallon. I'll be happy. I mean, I'd be back in the '80s or something.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, the glory days. I kind of miss the 80s. I've often said, maybe I'm just alone in this, but I thought if I could go back in time to the 80s and take the internet and cell phones,
Wouldn't
I
that be
just think those
something?
two things. I think those two things meeting the 80s would just be a combination. It'd be like fucking peanut butter and chocolate.
Oh yeah, a Reese's Pieces.
hmm The 80s with the internet.
Yeah,
Think
that was
about
the
that just for a
whole.
second.
I know. I didn't get the internet till the '90s, and then it was what was it? Oh, they were micro-sized. You had this network you could get on, or this network to get on, but they didn't have
Right.
all networks to get on. Uh,
Right. Well, I remember back in the days with like Commodore 64s and stuff with the big modems. You could go to billboards and shit like that. Which is basically, I think, what you're talking about. But yeah, it's come a long way, that's for sure. Did you ever have a
oh,
Commodore 64? Do you remember those motherfuckers?
I had one. I had the Commodore. Oh no, I had the Radio Shack one. It was
That's what I had. Yep, Radio Shack.
Tandy.
yeah.
My
Tandy,
uncle
we had to put
still
the 5-inch disc. The
my uncle still has my old computer, and he still uses it just to put files and stuff on. But the funny thing about it is now it takes literally like 9 hours to load.
Wow, crazy. I
yeah
think my
the
first actual.
floppy
Oh, go
disk.
ahead.
Yeah, the floppy disk. That's what I remember about them. You had to have a floppy disk to put in there to program the thing.
Yep,
I,
Gosh,
and
re-
you
I
you had to program it too. There wasn't any already pre-programmed. You had to program everything.
tough times for you lot.
I remember. I think my first our first family computer was a Tandy 64, like literally 64K, and it had a tape fucking player with it, right? You'd have to fucking load up the tapes and wait for it, and there'd be the going through all
Yep,
that shit.
yep.
Then before
Wow.
that in school, Walter, you gotta check this out. I think I might have mentioned it when you were in a hangout before. But I remember being in school as a kid, we had the PET computers, and they were monochrome monitors. You either had like an orange or a green. And it was just like the monitor built right into the keyboard. And that was it. It was just like DOS, like real basic language, right? And I remember that as a kid.
Yeah, basic language. We had the what was it called from the university? We line into the school, and I took the computer course in that, and it was tapping into these big, looked like washing machines. Basically, they'd spin around and make all that noise. There used to be a program out there that would imitate that on your computer with your hard drives. It would spin your hard drive around, going, make all these noises and stuff.
Crazy. And it's come a long way in our lifetime, man. I'm not a super old guy, but I can't believe the things how it's changed since I was a kid.
Oh yeah,
Born in
you're
the 70s.
down to flash drives. I mean, flash drives are the most advanced thing I've seen out there, where you can put stuff on them, and they never go bad. And as far as wearing out, they don't wear out. They're solid state. They got solid. I just went to Best Buy today and saw solid state drives up to 350 gigabyte or something like that. And they're solid state. There's like a big memory strip. That's what they are. And you can put them in your laptop or put them in your computer, and it's solid state. There's no moving parts in it. No disk spinning or anything inside the drive. I said, man, that's advanced right there when you get something like that.
Yeah, I have a couple of them in my computer.
Yeah, they're nice. And, I mean, they don't wear out easily, I guess, because there's nothing to wear out, no bearings or anything to
I'll give
wear
you
out.
my experience on them is that sometimes they fail a lot compared to the old planter drives. Planter drives are like CDs inside the old style drives.
Yes,
Um,
yes. Hmm.
Now the new drives, the solid state, sometimes they have these hiccups that platter drives do not have. Um, these hiccups are very major and they happen a lot on solid state drives. Like you'll get up to about 5 minutes of lag time on a solid state drive. Even though it works a lot faster, you just get these hiccups once in a while.
Wow.
It's like a flash drive, just a lot of flash drives put together, like a thumb drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So basically, you're putting RAM into a casing that looks like a hard drive.
Wow.
When theoretically, you can use the RAM on your motherboard to make another drive.
Mm.
It's called RAM Disk by AMD.
Ah, okay. I was looking at some of them today, and I was going, "Wow, they got these solid state drives," and I'm looking at them like flash drives. I was looking at the penny drives, and they have a little star next to how many gigabytes it is.
Yeah.
Say 32 gigabytes. You turn it over and you read it, and it says, "We do not guarantee anything about this drive. If it goes bad or is bad, we're not responsible." I went, "Really?"
Yeah.
I
And
went,
it's that they're trying to the old drives that we still use today, and the old drives that the regular planter drives, 3.5 inch, are are literally a lot more stable than a lot of the new SSD drives. I have one of the newest Samsung SSD drives that just came out. It's called the 850. Um, and it still does not, I mean, it performs a lot better than my planter drive, but it's not as stable as my planter drive is.
"Hmm, I have to
So it's
keep
all
that in
about
mind."
stability. It's not really about like how much memory it can hold and how fast can it put that memory out. There's a lot of work to do with how stable these things are.
Wow, something to
Um,
know.
my platter drive, I have 4 terabytes of platter drive. So, and they never fail.
Wow.
I mean, they will eventually, but not as much as SSD drives do.
Oh yeah, I had to replace my hard drive and reboot my entire system back up using my master disk. Luckily, made copies when it asked me to do that. I said, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna make a backup." It's like 3 DVDs, and I put those back in and reboot my system up on the new drive. But yeah, they do wear out after about 3 years. You
Yeah.
only got like a 3 year lifespan
Well,
on
I've
these
had
platter
mine
drives.
for about, I don't know, I've had one of my terabyte black Western Digital drives for about 5 years now. Still has not failed. It's getting a little slower, but that's just, the disk gets a little dirty and things happen and scratches and whatever. So I was sold on this whole SSD thing when it first came out, and I bought like 3 different SSD drives. At first, I bought an OCZ drive, and it failed immediately. Like, it was like a 250 gigabyte drive that failed all the time. No matter, I tried to load Windows on it. I returned that, and I got a PNY drive, the penny drive, whatever. The PNY is another company.
Yeah, the PINY.
Yeah, PNY, whatever. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah,
And
something.
that drive failed after about like a couple of months, and I finally bought a Samsung drive that it fails, but just not as often. So
Yeah, I've
it's
been.
like, you're trading off stability towards space.
Yeah. See, I only deal with Western Digital. They seem to last at least 3 years or better.
Yeah. Mine has lasted a long time. I bought a very expensive Western Digital platter drive called the FAIX. It's a 1 terabyte black drive. They call it the Black Edition. It's very powerful and very fast, made for performance, and it lasts a little bit longer. But it has its hiccups once in a while, but not as much as an SSD drive. SSD drives have hiccups that take like 5 minutes to resolve. You know, these are things that Windows has to search through to figure it out. Because it's an SSD drive and Windows 7 was built at a time that SSD drives were not. So it's kind of like a miscommunication error.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind since I have Windows 7.
I would really stick with platter drives until they improve SSD drives a lot better, because SSD drives are not going to hold as much information if you're a gamer like me. I have 3 terabytes of games on my computer, which is like 3,000 gigabytes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lot of shit going on. By the way, it's the same guy that was here earlier. It's one man. I switched accounts because nobody likes my one-man account. They try to take me off of Google Hangouts as much as possible. Especially the Satanists and the atheists, like I see here.
Wow.
I got a Baphomet head staring at me.
See, I got external drives. I keep stuff I want to keep, and I'd only turn them on unless I want to look at something on them. Movies or whatever I downloaded, they're safe on that, and I hardly ever use them. So I'm expecting those to last 7-8 years or something if I don't use them that much.
Well, I think platter drives can last longer than 3 years if you take care of them. Meaning, you know, you don't let any bad sectors go on, and you run check disk all the time, and just, you know, minor things.
Oh, wow.
A lot of stuff, I'm in networking, and I build and repair computers all day, so it's kind of a hobby, I guess.
Yeah. I got me a Black Widow player where I had 2 other computers that died on me, but they didn't die. They died because of circuitry problems, and they're HP. And for some reason, I keep buying in HP. I don't know why. This one here is this Pavilion, was it Pavilion Elite?
Yeah, Pavilion,
yeah. HPE is one of the best computers I've gotten from them. It isn't a lemon.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the best computers you'll ever buy is something that somebody builds for you. An honest a computer technician that knows what he's doing. It will build you a computer that costs less than what you bought and runs twice as fast as it does.
Yeah, I just went in there and looked at the computers too. I paid $800 for the computer I got now. I can get the same amount of...
Man, for $800, I could build you something faster than what I got sitting in front of me.
Oh, I know. I bought this one, and it was 5 years ago. It's still running. I had to change the drive out on it, you know, and put a new drive in and reboot the whole thing up.
Processors
but
have.
Now
I
can actually buy this same type of computer for $452. Yeah, for what I paid for 5 years ago.
Yeah, and the thing is they've increased technology so much nowadays that it's literally like you got to buy a computer every 2 years.
Oh, it's plain obsolescence. It's what it's called. Yeah. Every 2 years you got to upgrade. You got to get the new thing. Get Windows 8. Get in Windows 8.1. Get
and
Windows.
That's why I don't agree with Windows, but yeah, that's why I build my own computers. I just keep throwing more parts into it to try to get it better and better. I have video cards sitting around. I have motherboards and processors sitting around from my old computer parts. But I take the same case and I just slap new stuff in it, and it saves me a lot of money instead of having to buy a brand new computer. You know, I just build it more and more.
Yeah. I just noticed all that planned obsolescence they start putting in all these computers and stuff where they just fail after so many years, you know. You have 2 years, you're lucky out of it, you know. And then something goes wrong with it and it's time to go buy a new one, and it's like, well, people don't have money to go out and buy
Of
new
course
stuff
they
like that.
Well, here's my computer now. I've got a, let's see, I've got a pretty nice, neat system going on over here. This is a Thermaltake case with a lot of RAM in it, and a lot of, I've got a water cooling system up here
Oh, wow.
on top of it. There's a computer that I built for somebody else in Florida that's sitting on my windowsill right now, with a helicopter on top of it. He spent about like $700 on his computer, but I build computers all the time, and it costs a lot less to have somebody build one for you than to keep going and buying one.
Wow. That's what I'm going to have to do is customize
Yeah, if you
computer.
ever want, I live in Virginia now, but I used to live in Florida. What people do is they just send me they buy the parts and they send the parts to my house. And then they have me assemble the computer for them and I ship it to them. And I've been doing that for about 12 years now.
Oh, wow.
Like a custom PC builder, yeah.
Wow. That's what I'm going to have to do in my next step up.
Yeah, you gotta
need to get- I
find
need to get-
somebody like me or somebody that you can trust. Don't send don't send money to somebody who you don't trust, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how you upgrade to 3.0 on your USB. Is there a card
that's
you
a
have
whole,
to
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out because I see a lot of 3.0 now in USB, and I'm going, well, I'd like to move up to that. I'd like to move up to the faster
Yeah,
USB.
you need a motherboard and a case that supports it.
Ah, so you have to actually change out the motherboard.
Yeah, the
to
motherboard
get
is
that
what
up.
supports USB 3.
Oh,
Which is what I've been doing. I have a lot of nice USB 3.0 ports on my computer on my motherboard. I just don't really have a whole lot of them on my case, so I can't use them all. If I got a new case, I could probably have up to 4 or 8 USB 3.0 ports, which run at 5 gigahertz a second, 5 gigabytes, whatever. That's pretty fast. 5 gigabytes is like ultra speed.
Let me see how many ports I got on my HP. It's got a lot of ports because I got a lot of stuff that's plugged in on USB. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 ports on this computer.
I've got 12 on mine.
Yeah, and it's only 2.0, and one of them's actually 1.0, but that's for the keyboard.
Well, I overclocked my processor to 5 gigahertz, which is really fast. Most computers run only about 3 to 3 point, maybe 4 nowadays, but old computers run about 2.4 gigahertz. Mine runs at 5, which is twice that. On water cooling, and I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I've got a 1,000-watt power supply. 1,000 watts is not that much in today's computer. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do to your computer to make it a monster like mine is.
Well, this one came with 8 gigabytes of DDR3. It came with 1 terabyte drive. It's got 512 megabyte dedicated graphics and memory, which I'd like to have it a gig if I could get it up to that.
I mean, if you're not playing video games, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really playing video games, but I guess it's
got 4 gigabytes on the card.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. But I need that to play Battlefield 4 and any video game you've ever heard of that came out in the last couple Let's.
Yeah, because I got
Right.
the like I said, I got a quad
Quad
I got-
core. Yeah.
AMD Phantom 2 quad.
Yeah, I used to have one of those. It's
925
called the
quad core.
965. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's a 925 quad core.
Okay, so that's pretty close to what I used to have. Yeah. Mine was a 3.4 gigahertz. Yours is probably like a 2. I forget what the 925 used to run, but it's pretty close though.
God, all this graphics talk.
Well, talking computer.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to help them out, is
Too
make them
techy.
understand.
This,
Is
shit,
like,
this shit's too techy for me, man. This shit's too techy.
well, you know, I don't think about tacky and
Right, topic
hipster
change.
stuff.
Right, Spellbinder, what's the next topic?
What's the next
Yeah,
topic?
hipsters. I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? It's open night.
This
Well,
is the,
other than
the,
computers,
the Spellbinder Wolf's Den.
You shouldn't have stopped them. I was writing this all down because I'm building a robot. This shit would have helped. Thanks.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you need
Babs.
at least like 9 terabytes a second to build a robot.
I got it figured out. I got it all worked out.
Yeah, you can build a robot that can stand radiation. You can send it over there to fix Fukushima.
Now, did you know the human brain runs over 100 terabytes a second?
Wow.
Well, my robots are going to fight off the impending Anunnaki when they come, right, Spellbinder?
That's right. When the Anunnaki coming down back to claim they're like more immortal, like the movie Immortal. They're coming down with, you'll have Ra, and you'll have the.
Now, weren't
You've
the
seen that
Anunnaki,
movie, right?
Anunnaki were the Nephilim, I guess you could say, or Satan's spawn.
Well, no, they're not anything related at all. Some people try to make the connections, I guess, but they're totally separate things.
So the Nephilim in the Bible are not devils or demons having sex with people.
Yeah, the Nephilim in the Bible, but I'm saying the Nephilim in the Bible, the offspring, are not the Anunnaki in the Mesopotamian mythology.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't saying the Anunnaki. Yeah, I was saying Nephilim.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying to draw the same parallel. Is that the Anunnaki are Egyptian mythology?
The Anunnaki are Mesopotamian.
Yeah, Mesopotamian, Babylonian mythology. Yeah.
So yeah, the Bible never mentions the Anunnaki.
The spaceports and all that stuff. It's in Zechariah Stitchin's work. They talk about all of those.
Yeah, I mean, a similar guy came up with Scientology.
Well, Scientology is clearly the new religion. It's the true religion.
L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. And they call it JP. What do they call it? JPA. Jet Propulsions or JPL. Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
JP Morgan. What's the connection? There it is, right there, right in front of your face.
It was no. It
Bingo.
actually JPL, which is Jet Propulsion Laboratories, was really Jack Parsons' laboratory. He's the one that came up with the rocket systems in the 50s and was killed in an explosion in his lab. And
I already knocked off Kennedy. He was behind that shit, too.
I don't know. He was dead by then, wasn't he? 1958 when he blew up his laboratory?
Well, it was plans that went way back, though.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if that's true or false. I'm just throwing that out on the table.
Yeah, JPL.
Would you ever, or have you ever been a member of Sea Org? Spellbinder, come clean.
Of what?
Sea Org.
Sea Org.
Now, come on, don't play dumb. I don't want to have to expose you.
No, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. Sea Org?
Does anybody else know what Sea Org is? Come on, back me up. Spellbinder, don't make me throw it out there.
Throw it out there. I have no idea. I may have known.
Sea Org is a special elite class of cultists under L. Ron Hubbard. He devised this thing called Sea Org. I don't want to get into the whole history. Basically, he was on the run and living on a yacht in international waters. It was supposedly a privilege to be chosen to sign on for the Sea Org. And basically, you sign your life over for something retarded like 300,000 million years because they believe you're immortal or whatever. And you work on Sea Org and you don't make any money. You don't get to talk to your family. You basically swab the deck and do all the shitty jobs on the boat.
I've never heard of that. I haven't really went into
well, that's
Ron
interesting
Hubbard
because
was
I
into.
actually have intel that has been delivered to me recently that states and shows, I think, for a documented fact that you were a member of Sea Org between the years 1986 1989. Would you care to comment on that? Would you?
I may have been.
Would you share that with us?
I may have been a member of the Golden Dawn at one time.
Tell us about that.
No, I can't talk about the Golden Dawn. It still exists. It's out in San Francisco and LA.
Keep your lips
There's
sealed.
the OTO. There's the OTO out there, and there's the AA, which is a Australian.
Alcoholics?
No, it's the AA. It's known as the Silver Star organization that's out there. I know of that. I know of the Golden Dawn. I have the actual main ritual book of the Golden Dawn written by Israel Regardi. He wrote the book and put it out in Falcon Press back in the 70s, I guess it was. And I picked up a copy of that. It has all the rituals and everything of the Golden Dawn with Gregory, or is his name Gregory Matthews, and Aleister Crowley, and a poet. I'm trying to remember his name. And they all were together on this organization back in the 1800s. And it was...
You know what organization never gets talked about? And I think they've duped everyone? Is the fucking 4-H club.
The 4-H
I think they're... No, listen, think about... all I'm going to say is do your research on it. Look into the fucking 4-H club. They're under your nose laughing. They got everybody distracted. That's the key. I'm telling you, it's the key to the East, what's going on the East Coast. Don't eat any more lobster out of the East Coast, I'm telling you, Spellbinder. They got you distracted first with Fukushima, and like a sucker, you ate the Obama pill that he's trying to feed you, and now the 4-H, I'm telling you. Look into the history of the 4-H club. They got influence a lot deeper than you think they do.
The 4-H. Well, it's an occultic type of number, I guess. Let's see. We got 4 and 4.
All right, okay. Let me ask you this honestly. Honest question,
Okay.
Spellbinder. Honest question. How much do you really know about the 4-H club?
Okay, they got 4 and they got 8. Okay, 4 and 8 is 12. Okay, I can figure that out. Because H is
No,
the
but seriously, my point was,
letter.
before we get into the numerology, my point was, they're a secret society. Why? Now we can proceed with the numerology and try to bust the code, right? So we came up with 12. That's where we left off. So what's next?
Well, it's 12, and if you add them together, it comes out to be 3. That's the basic bottom of numerology, but yet 12 is a recognized number. I'm not really sure because the normal Illuminati numbers are 11, 22, 33, 44, in that sequence. I'm not really sure. I can sit there and add it up and come up with this. You know how many stars there are in the Paramount symbol when they show you Paramount pictures and they show those stars go looping around the mountain? How many stars are there?
Number 13 shows up 13 times on the dollar bill.
Yeah.
Bingo.
But how many stars is in the Paramount picture when you see the beginning of it and it shows those stars zooming around and going in a circle around
How
the
many?
mountain?
How many?
22. 22.
That's
The Hebrew
interesting.
alphabet. That's the Hebrew alphabet. There's
Right.
22 stars in the Hebrew alphabet.
And is it telling you the Jews are behind it? Is that what we're getting from it?
Well, somewhat,
I
man.
think that
That's the Hebrew
they
alphabet.
mispurport. Yeah, they take another religion and are using it to their advantage.
Oh yeah, they use all the magical symbology of the other religion of Judaism. I mean, it's what they
Oh,
use.
you mean the Illuminati?
Ah,
The
the
powers or whatever?
Illuminati. Did
The
you know that the
Satanic
Statue of
prophet.
Did you know that the Statue of Liberty was a guy?
Now, there's 3 places on the planet that I really fear. There's the Denver airport, the Georgia Guidestones, and the Bohemian Grove.
Well, the Bohemian Grove was naturally known. I mean, you had the Bushes and everyone, Reagan and the rest of them go out there. They've all been members of that satanic party where they go out and have the
Cremation of
sacrifice of
care.
Oh, they go out there and get
sacrifice
high
of
on
care.
cocaine and smoke expensive cigars and pat each other on the back and sit in the hot tub and make fucking deals. That's what's going on out of the Bohemian Grove. A few male prostitutes sent in and fucking
Oh,
they do
yeah.
a bunch of stupid like fucking Masonic rituals and they have a night where they're goofy and wear gowns and parade in front of a
Well,
fucking
now I've heard
owl.
that no women are allowed in there, and that most of the guys are in there and they're naked and gay.
Well, I don't know about most, but I know there's been reports of certain famous, politicians getting male escorts in there, which is totally believable. But I don't think they're all parading around in their naked gay. But
Where are they? Oh, yeah. I mean, Alex
It's
Jones
a
made a
rich-
video of it.
yeah, it's a rich boys club. You know what I mean? That's where they fucking they do their fucking shit, right? No one says shit.
Well, Alex Jones came with the video that said that they were going up to a 40-foot stone owl of Lucifer
Well,
and
He says
cremating
it's
a body in front of it.
well, yeah. Alex Jones also. Like, come on, man.
They throw
I
an
saw the-
effigy.
I saw
I
the-
know about Alex Jones.
I
the
saw
best
the gr-
They
We're not-
throw an
I saw
effigy of a
Alex
child into the fire.
I'm not attacking Alex Jones. I'm just trying to say that even without Alex Jones, these things are true.
Well, the Bohemian Grove is for real, for sure. The Alex Jones, I mean, come on, you gotta take him with a grain of salt. I mean, in that documentary, I seen that documentary, and it's there's a lot. Some of it's true. I mean, a lot of it is true, but I mean, there's resources out there that go through it point by point and just show where it's been manipulated. And I believe actually one of the guys that worked on the production of it or helped him film it actually came forward and said that he staged a lot of shit in there. But I mean, to me, the fact, like, I've seen the owl, it's not Lucifer. He says it's Lucifer. It's probably like, it's just a cultic ritual, like a secret, a Babylonian thing. But it's just like, the same as the Masons do their little things, not quite that extreme. It's a rich boys club, and they're not sacrificing people to Lucifer and shit. I mean, come on.
It's
No, they're
Moloch.
effigies.
How do you know they're
Effigies.
not?
That's a statue of Moloch, not
Yeah.
Lucifer.
Which is a biblical god,
Yeah.
the pagan god.
Right.
You said it was Lucifer. It's not Lucifer. It's Moloch.
Well, Moloch represents Lucifer in satanic rituals.
No, he doesn't, because I'm a Satanist, and he doesn't. But go ahead.
Well, I know Satanists that do believe in that.
Well, this one doesn't. So
You're one of the few then.
goody for me. I don't like to follow the crowd. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. I take anything Alex Jones says. I mean, this is the same guy that said they were fucking lining kids' fruit juice
Right,
boxes.
I don't take anything Alex Jones says. Of course. I just believe they've had these rituals a lot longer than Alex Jones has been around.
Oh, they probably do. They probably do have some hokey night where they go down with robes and reenact
People have
stuff.
been
But
talking about it before he got there.
yeah, oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I mean, rich people can afford to do all kinds of weird, crazy things to entertain themselves. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I haven't seen any like real hardcore evidence that they're like sacrificing people or anything.
I mean, that's what the ritual purports. The cremation of care. You burn off your cares.
it's more likely like just like a reenactment. Then they go get drunk and do whatever the hell they do for the rest of the night.
Of course. I mean, you know,
It's
these are
weird.
guys that are
It's
control
weird.
the
It's
world,
twisted. It's weird. It's twisted. I mean, it's I get you, but I'm just saying, like, rich people have these eccentric little private clubs where they do all kinds of weird, for whatever reason, right? I guess just to entertain themselves and they can afford it. I mean, I don't know. It's
Rich
weird.
people
But,
that control the world.
yeah, well, sure.
Like you even said, we've caught Nixon in there. We've caught JFK in there.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger's went there before.
Mm-hmm. They've all went there.
Yeah, it's like a club. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. It's a rich
Why would
boys
they
club.
go there? You know, who's making
Madness.
them go there?
What's that?
I said, who's making them go there?
Well, I don't think anyone's making them go there. It's just it's a political. It's where the deals are made. You know how business works. That's why all these guys join, even the local the
Masons
or like they're
yeah.
not like these on local levels. We can talk about bigger levels, whatever. But they're there for like the contacts of like-minded people. A lot of them are business owners and things like that. It's a big networking tool, right? It's just like they have that, what is that breakfast they have down there once a year, the prayer breakfast, where they have that guy that runs the mega churches or whatever come in and gives them religious counseling, and he works with the conservatives and the Democrats and stuff. I mean, they all do it. Like it's politics. I mean, that's politics, right?
Oh yeah, but it's archon politics. If you want to get into archons, the archons are there. Archons are people who are either possessed, influenced, or are thinking that they are blue bloods, royalty,
The Aryans.
like the Aryans or something. They believe this. They believe in that. And that's what it comes down to. They actually believe that they're more important and popular than the rest of the human race. And that's why they build all these underground bunkers all over the world to jump into when Nibiru comes back through and destroys it.
You know, it's funny, if the Bible says that exactly, is that they will ask the mountains to hide them.
Oh yeah, and they will be destroyed in the mountains. So therefore, the people on the surface probably will survive. They will all get killed. And maybe that's the blessing that we get from not being like them.
That's a blessing? That doesn't
Well,
sound like a blessing.
if we're not killed and they're killed, I mean, the people under the ground in the mountains, and it crumbles in on them and crushes them. I mean, yeah, because they're the evil ones. They're the archons. They're these people who think they're more holier than God and believe so.
Yep, Satanists do that too.
Hold on now, let's don't start bashing Satanism. I didn't bash your Christianity. I didn't bash your Christianity.
Here we go.
See, now that's the problem that I have with Christianity,
No,
because
that's what the problem.
wait a minute, let me finish. On the one hand, you don't want anybody to have that attitude toward you because of your religion, but you're the first ones to bash somebody who doesn't agree with you.
Oh.
I like to state for the record that I'm an atheist and I eat babies, and I had one on Christmas morning, and it was delish.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to think that's factual,
Yum.
but it's not. Bunch of ridiculousness. Ha ha ha! Let's all laugh at eating babies.
Oh, I'm narcissist. So I'm.
Now, I can't even be in this conversation when people are that irrational.
Oh,
They
come
laugh
on
at
now.
the
A
things
sense
that-
of
Come on now.
A sense of humor is satanic.
right.
Thank
Oh
you.
my goodness. I really didn't actually. I was actually just trying to break the ice. I didn't mean to offend him. What's his
Wow.
name? Nia Cloud.
What a fucking idiot.
Asshole. Ugh.
Okay, he's a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, I don't know him enough to call him an idiot or anything. I just.
Yeah, when someone does something like that, you can pretty much tell they're an idiot. They're gonna
Was it something that I said?
No, it was something I said. Oh well.
Well, you got those people out there. Like I said, I'm Gnostic. I believe in something totally different than Christians and Satanists and anyone else. I believe that God's within us and not outside, and He's not up there in the clouds and playing, harps and whatever with people. No, they're in another dimension, just totally separate from this creation. I mean, it's just the way things are.
I mean, I try to be respectful of other people's religion, even though I don't agree with it. But hey, none of us will know until we're dead anyway. So.
Well, I don't know about you, Spellbinder. I don't know what's gonna happen to you when you die. I don't know if they're gonna know which way to send you. I think you believe in too much stuff.
I'm just going to Otherworld. I'm not going to heaven or hell. I'm going to Otherworld. There's an Otherworld out there.
Is there?
Think of Dragon Ball Z, and you'll understand Otherworld. There you go. The Japanese have it right.
They got it right.
They got it right.
So I'm going to be able to shoot energy out of my hands, become like a Super Saiyan?
No, you'll just be a puff of cloud that floats around, and you never watched Dragon Ball Z, did you?
Well, is that it though? We just turn into clouds and float around for the rest of eternity? Is that our ultimate goal? Is that the purpose of our existence?
Well, no. You get re-educated and sent back here. You get to come back and learn another. You get another class. This is the first class or third class or fourth class that you've been in.
It's reincarnation.
Until you graduate, you keep coming back here.
It's reincarnation.
But then what?
Yeah, I always believed in reincarnation.
What's after though? What's at the end of the chain once we've learned our lesson and served our purpose? Then what?
I seem to want to believe what the Mormons believe. That you get your own kingdom and your own righteousness and your own godlyhood, and you have your own wife and everything, and you create your own species throughout the universe.
Wow.
Wow, you really do have an eclectic mix, don't you? You have a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Hey,
kind of Mormon, kind of thinks everything's a hologram, thinks Jesus was an alien. I don't know.
Or you can believe this one guy who wrote these books and believes that you just suck back up into God and you become part of the God consciousness and you just stay with as the whole, like the hive of God. I mean, you got that out there too, the whole thing. He says we're like projections. That's why we have like a higher self above us. There's us, higher self, and then God. And the higher self sucks up into God, and you lose your actual who you remember you were. That goes away, and you don't remember anything of what you were on this planet, but you remember the experiences, and then you're reprojected back down for another trip, or you stay with God. Take your choice. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. This guy blew me away, but he wants like $72 for each book that he has written, and I'm not going to pay that. I'm not gonna pay. But he used to give it out free back in the 90s. It was a free concept that he was putting out there, and it was kind of like, that's interesting. I kind of like that concept in its own self, except losing memory of who I was when I was alive.
But how do they know all this stuff? If nobody really knows what happens, then how do they know this stuff in such great detail? Or they can actually write books and tell you exactly what it's like and what it's, how do they know?
Sometimes it's a connection to your higher self that you get in connection with. They call it in India, they call it meditation, where you shut off the internal dialogue. And then all this stuff comes to you once you shut the internal dialogue off. The internal dialogue is thinking in your mind, hey, that's a glass over there. Hey, that's a street over there. That's the internal dialogue. Once you shut that off, you see the real world for what it is. You see it as energy waves. You see it as fibers of light and energy, and everything is connected. and it's all one connectedness.
I think he has some
Don
feedback
Juan,
on the mic.
yeah, Don Juan Carlos Castaneda, in his books, the teachings of the Yaqua way of life, and in his other books, I've read all the books, and I have a more perception of believing those books than I do believing the Bible, because Carlos Castaneda focused on everything that was out there, and he learned from this Yaqua Indian sorcerer. He was called a Brohu, and he really wasn't a Brohu. He was a experiencer, and they experience life. They call it warrioring. They're warriors of this new frontier, and they go out into it. I mean, you gotta read the books. Don Juan's Yaqua way of life. Don Juan, it was the name of the Indian. His book was The Yaqua Way of Life for the first one. The second one was called Separate Reality. The third one was called The Eagle's Gift, and so on. I mean, you just go from there. Or it was called The Journey to Exelon, then the Eagle's Gift. And you read those books, and you go out into them, and you start outlining the teachings in it, because he's telling a story, and all you have to do is go in there and just whatever Don Juan's saying as a teaching, telling him this stuff, you highlight it, and you go back and read through it, and it's a teaching. Actually, you actually understand it, especially if you're a occult studier. You understand that East and West are the same, and there's no difference between the philosophies. You start seeing this. I mean, they had this like Taekwondo movements that Don Juan taught him, that was Tai Chi. It was actually Tai Chi, where you bring the energies up in you from your feet, and there are certain movements you make. I actually got the tapes of them with the four witches that Don Juan had and taught, that Carlos Castaneda took over once Don Juan went on to Otherworld. He actually said, I ascend, and I ascended on, turned to a spear of light and shot off with Don Gennaro, and him and Don Gennaro shot off into space. This is how the story goes in those books.
Robert De
And
Niro.
it's all logical. Don Gennaro.
What?
G-E-R-N-A-R-O.
Don Juan and Robert De Niro took off into outer
Gen-
space on a light beam.
See,
What?
you're making fun of stuff you
The hell-
haven't even
no,
looked at. You
I
haven't
don't
even
know what
looked
the hell
at
we're
it.
talking about. What were we talking about before? How did we get to
We're
Don
talking
Juan?
about Otherworld. We're talking about what happens and how you get there, the journey of a lifetime. It's kind of like
Well, I don't care how
Joseph-
many old Indian chiefs you
it's
talk
like
to. I want
Joseph
to know what
Campbell.
happens.
It's a Joseph Campbell story in a way, but it's more than
Right.
that, because you can actually do these exercises, feel this energy build up in you like Tai Chi, and you
Right.
actually
Like
experience.
Dragon Ball Z. Like Dragon Ball Z, like I said, and you can shoot energy out of your hands. Blow up mountains.
If you want to do that,
Right?
if you want to go
That's what
that
we're talking
far,
about.
if you really want to go, you have to really
Over
believe it.
9,000.
You have to really go-
I can see doing that.
9,000.
Let's do it.
Uh,
What are we waiting for? Why don't we have a whole bunch of Super Saiyans flying around?
because it's experiencing into other realities outside of this one. You're actually
got a question for you.
phasing into a parallel reality.
Do you believe in faith healers?
Oh yeah, I believe that they can actually cut you open, pull out whatever's wrong with you, and show it to you out of your gut, and show it to you.
Like
Actually,
the witch doctor gag, with the chicken guts or whatever.
if you
Believe
want
that
to call
stuff.
it that, but I've seen this guy do these documentaries on this, where he's there with a camera when they're doing it. His hands are
Right.
empty, and somehow that appears in his hand. Where'd it come from? Did he materialize it?
I don't know, maybe. Why not? Well, why
Could
not
it be
believe
like,
why not believe he
Baba?
materialized it if you believe that he can reach in there and pull out cancer and stuff? Why not?
Well,
Believe that
how
they
about
materialized it.
Baba? Baba used to pull
Oh,
jewelry out of thin air.
don't get me started
Oh,
about
yeah.
that. That guy is
Why
a
you saying my name?
scam. He's been caught on camera so many times.
I've seen it too. That Baba was
palmed
doing that.
golden eggs. You ever seen that stuff? You can
Who's
see
this
him
guy?
palming the golden egg. You can
Who's
see him
Baba?
palming the golden egg, and he's like puking up. He's supposed to be like, vomiting up a golden egg, but you can totally see him palm it, and you can see him like, oh yeah, he's been caught so many times.
Wait,
that fucking
who's this
dude.
guy? Who's Baba?
Oh, Alibaba.
Oh,
Look
you
him
know
up.
Sarah Baba? Sarah Baba's great.
Baba.
Sarah Baba. Yeah, something like that. Look him up. He's like over in India.
He's over in India. He's dead now. He was.
Is he dead?
He liked little boys and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, he was, but he was a huge cult following. He had a huge cult following.
A huge cult following.
Yeah.
I had to bring that up.
But he pulled off these miracles. Like, it just shows how easy it is to fool people. Now go back 2,000 years where people were ultra superstitious, right? Come on, give me a break. They've been pulling chicken guts out of people for fucking years. That's the oldest play in the book. I got a question for you, though, Spellbinder. If you believe in faith healers and stuff, why does God hate amputees? Why do I never see legs and fingers and deformities grow back? Why is it always like...
Because
cheap
that's not.
trick?
That's because he's not in this reality. He's within
Well,
the
then how is
person.
he... Well, then, come on now.
Yes.
How is he?
You
Why
have
does he
to
heal
call
blind
on
people,
him.
but he won't let a little girl grow her leg back or something?
See, you're not seeing that what Jesus did was pull the God out of them
Well,
and make him form for a second, and it all healed. God's not here. He's not here. He's not up in the sky. I'm like an atheist. I believe there's no playmate in the sky. I don't believe in a playmate in the sky. I believe the playmate is inside. And,
you know what I think it has to do with?
I
think Hitler's on the moon. I'm gonna throw it out there. I think that Hitler is in a moon base.
Oh yeah, they
think
built
they
the flying saucers in 1940s and left and went to the moon and built bases on there
Right.
on Mars. Yeah, they
Right.
did that. Yeah.
I think that there's enough evidence out there to prove that Hitler is living in a moon base. He's been preserved.
In a
over the
bunker.
moon.
A bunker in the moon.
Yeah. That is
No,
actually out there.
I actually saw the picture of him when he was 79 years old down in Argentina, and he had a cap on, and he's old now, and he's.
No, that's been manipulated. That's silly. That's been manipulated. And it's actually out there. I'm not making that up. It's out. Look at him laugh. Do your research. Look it up. Hitler is in a moon base. I'm putting it out there.
out there it is. Throw it out there. Well, we gotta throw everything on the table. Let's just keep throwing stuff on the table. We're pretty soon we'll see the Tono for what it is, and then you'll go to the inaugural, which is off the table, and that's where everything starts. Is when you get to the inaugural.
Well, I think you're off your fucking chair table.
Table. No, God and everything is on this table. A salt shaker, a pepper shaker, the sugar or whatever, napkins. This is all Tono. This is what you're experiencing because you have a brain inside of a dark area called the skull. And the only thing you're experiencing is what you're perceiving through your eyes, which makes all these electromagnetic fields in order. So you see a cabinet, you see whatever around you. But in actuality, once you shut that off, you see beyond it. You go through the pineal gland and see outside of the box. That's what I'm just getting to. You get to see outside the box. What do you think the Vatican has a giant pie cone sitting in their yard out there in the Vatican? There's a giant.
I don't know why.
Cone. Because they know about that.
Pine cone out there in the front yard? Yeah, but why would they put it out in the front yard?
Because
what would serve it? How would that serve any purpose?
To you. Okay, let's put it this way.
Why wouldn't they just tell you about it? Why do they gotta show it? Why is there a? Come on.
They do tell you about it. They're showing it to you. They're saying, look, here it is. You're so stupid you don't see it that we see. And we're not going to tell you. We're just going to show you this. It's like the Illuminati. They do not do anything until they tell you they're going to do it to you. They actually come out and tell you they're going to do this and that and other. And they're going to do it. But you're MSM, you're watching mainstream media, and you're hypnotized and mesmerized. You're in their world of mind control, and that's what it comes down to: mind control. We're under a mind control. We're in
MK,
a mind
MK Ultra.
What about them? Oh,
Mind,
sorry.
mind control.
Mind control, yeah. Lost track. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a crazy mixed up world. What can I say?
Well, they're playing games with everyone's mind because they think we're stupid. But there's a lot of people like myself that are aware of what they're doing, and I sit back and play along with their game because it doesn't affect me right off the bat. So I'm able to go along with their game,
Right.
know that they're playing this game, and see the giant stage. Life is a stage. Shakespeare said that. Life is a big
There you go.
stage.
Do
And
you, do
we're
you
living
think
in
do you
it.
think Shakespeare wrote the Bible? Do you think that Shakespeare wrote the King James version of the Bible?
I don't know. Was Shakespeare actually one of the philosophers?
He wasn't a philosopher. He was a writer, but there's a theory out there that he was involved in the King James version of the Bible. What do you think?
Well, I've come across proof that he was Bacon, actually.
I heard he was making bacon, if you know what I'm saying.
He was actually Sir Isaac Bacon or whatever,
He was making like McDonald's.
and he wrote all those scripts and everything. And that Shakespeare was like a fake name for a book, a ghostwriter. I've heard that one coming out too about Shakespeare wasn't a real person, but was Sir Isaac Bacon, who was the one
I heard they
behind
were, prancing, let's just say, tiptoeing through the tulips.
and playing a mandolin, right? Tiptoe through the tulips.
They were plucking something. I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know about you, Spellbinder. You got some pretty crazy theories.
I just got a lot of knowledge, and it just pours out when I talk about it. It's just
You ever
like
hear the
I've read everything. I've
You ever
read
hear the-
everything, and
Have you ever heard the
believe
expression
nothing.
"ignorance is bliss"? Have you ever heard the expression "ignorance is bliss"?
Oh no, I've heard that ignorance is strength, and war is peace, and I can go
Alright.
through that. War is peace. It's peace when you kill everyone on the other side. That's peace.
Right.
You're a crazy man, Spellbinder.
Yeah, you are. You got some crazy other theories. Let me tell you.
Studying the occult for 30 years does that to you. At least.
Well, it's
30
interesting
years.
stuff. It's interesting stuff.
Oh yeah, I study it, and I got all types of stuff I can go into because of it. Because I studied all this stuff, and I'm trying to make sense of it all as how the rulers of this planet are using it against us, and that's basically what.
I think maybe that's where you're taking it a little far, but okay, I'm with you.
Well, they are. They're using it against us. They're using all
The
their
occult.
Oh, look at the back of the dollar bill. I mean, just look at that. The
Well, there's
pyramid,
imagery. There's
eagle,
traditional imagery of the Masonics and the
symbolics,
different orders are in
the
there. Yeah, so what?
Masonic-
Big deal. So what? Does that change
Well,
your
that's-
life?
No, they believe it. Even though we may not believe this crap, they do believe it. And that's what the problem is. The elite believe in magic and everything about it. And even if you don't believe it, and I don't believe it, they do. And they're using it against us, and it's working. Apparently, it must be. This is the first time I came across how I understood that magic may be real was because they're using it and telling you it doesn't exist.
Maybe they're using it. Maybe they're using it, and that's why they're rich and powerful. Maybe we should be using magic.
That's
Like
right.
this type
They're
of-
using
It
it
sounds
back
like pretty
against them.
potent magic. It seems like pretty potent magic because most people I know that are into that kind of stuff, I mean, they're not leaders of the world or anything. So,
Well, they have a different path they're on.
oh,
They're the useful idiots for the elite. They're doing for them what they want. And that's what's going on with it. Yeah, they have the power, but they got a bunch of useful idiots out there.
Now, come on now, Spellbinder. I've seen you
Look
trying
at
to pass
Hollywood. Look at Hollywood. All you have to do is look at Hollywood and see all Madonna and the rest of them doing all this symbology and and they have these, the eye of the triangle and.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I try everything. You're in the midst of an illusion, is what it is. Life is an illusion. Thank you, Southern Raven. Remember, we're being fooled and manipulated. We're being hypnotized and mesmerized. I'm telling you. All you have to do is look at the mainstream media.
Dazzling you with brilliance and baffling you with bullshit.
I can sit on here and turn on a news station, and they will be reading a script behind each other when they're doing a little talk between each other, say after the weather or something. You can actually see that they're reading off a script. They're not even real. They're actors. They're all actors.
Well, of course, they're
entertainment box.
Well, yeah, they're anchormen in that read off. They don't make it up as they go. They don't sit down and just say, "Well, today, I saw old Ed drinking a coffee at the."
Yeah, but
of course they got.
Who wrote the script for them though? They didn't write it.
There's a whole
else
news
wrote
team
it
involved in the production of a newscast. It's not just like a cameraman and the anchorman. Like,
well, you've seen Network. I know you must have seen the 1978 movie Network, where it had what's his name?
You know what I seen? You know what I seen?
Sitting there going, "I want you to get up out of your seat. I want you to go to your window. I want you to open it up and yell."
I'm going to tell you something that's a fact, a documented fact. I'm going to tell you something that's a documented fact. You know what I was seeing in the late 70s and early 80s? A whole lot of Linda Carter squeezed into a little bit of a Wonder Woman suit.
Oh, I got our poster.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying that if you ever see the movie Network, you'll understand the whole thing is a joke that we're watching on TV. He even comes out in there. It was a satire. This thing was supposedly a satire. It's true today. They come out there. You are what the corporations sell you. You are that dress. You are clothes or shoes or whatever they're selling on TV in between the gibberish they're spitting out in the news stations and stuff. And you become that. You are part of that. You buy into that cereal. Cheerios. Oh, go buy a box of Cheerios today, and you probably do, and have a bowl of Cheerios.
Well, yeah, there's marketing. I mean, of course, they're going to market their shit. But I will give you this thing for sure. I'll give you this point for sure. The news, like the private news stations and stuff in the United States, are pretty obviously polarized. They're polarized. Like, I mean, it's definitely like it's pretty obvious which side of the campaign trail that the news agencies. That's one thing I can say. Like up here, our news is generally pretty middle of the road, mainstream news, but down there it's like pretty sensationalistic. I mean, MSNBC is obviously like liberal, and they got their couple conservative guys, for a voice over there. And then you got Fox News, who's just a fucking conservative propaganda machine on the other side. Like, I mean, it's pretty blatantly obvious. I don't think it's a secret.
I know. That's why I don't watch TV and watch the mainstream media news channels and stuff. I don't watch local news, except if I watch them, I'm watching them because they're actually to save their face on all this stuff. They'll tell you, well, there was an accident on Highway 77, and you have to, go around it and stuff like that. That's the only truth they tell. Otherwise, when they get to political news, it's all staged. It's the same script. I can flip through channels and get the same script on every news channel. The same, it was as if they trade scripts with each other and they read off the same script. Like 9/11, they're all, you could flip through every channel when 9/11 was happening and get the same, almost exact same words coming out of the person reporting, as if they were reading off a script about what was going on. I mean, this is the type of stuff. It's like the British lady, she got ahead of herself. Somebody told her to go ahead and read the script, and she says, oh, Building 7 fell down already, and you can see it behind me, and it was still there, smoking and whatever, and it was still standing. And then 20 minutes later, it fell into its footprint. I mean, this is the type of stuff you have to observe. You have to be keen on to understand what they're doing. They're manipulating our reality through the TV. The TV is an entertainment box. That's all it is.
Well,
I
of
watch
course.
news as entertainment. I watch
Well,
it
of
as
course.
entertainment.
Well, of course, the TV is a medium for entertainment medium. I mean, of course, like big news corporations are going to go for sensationalistic stories. I mean, I don't think any of that are secrets, though. That's what
And
I
they're
mean.
a lot of lies.
Oh yeah, but I don't understand why people are so like, oh my God, I'm awake to the fact that people lie to me. Like it's just that these are pretty
They should.
self-evident.
Yeah,
But I think I just, no offense, but a lot of people that are into like these awakening, truther kind of stuff, I think they really underestimate the rest of the population. I think a lot of people are aware of the fact that politicians lie and that there's corruption and corporations have influence and marketing, and I mean, these are just kind of self-evident kind of things in life. I don't,
They'd call that fascism back in the day when Mussolini was out there. He actually gave up the term. It's when corporations run the government, it's fascism. And that was the term fascism. You look at fascism, it's a term that there's outside groups running the government.
Well, you're a communist.
I'm not a communist. I'm a libertarian.
You are. No, we've had this talk a couple times. Come on.
Oh, I know, but you want to call me a communist. If I'm a communist, I would say that Stalin was the greatest man alive and everything, but I don't. I say he's the most evilest man alive. And Mussolini deserved what happened to him when the people finally hung him and beat him to death and break every bone on their body while they were hanging.
You just don't like them because they didn't do communist right.
No, there is no communism. There is no socialism. There's fascism. There's a difference in the world. Fascism is when you got these big corporations like an Umbrella Corporation, like in Resident Evil, running everything. They own everything. And that is what is going on today. We have the major corporations. We used to have family farms throughout our country. Now it's down to 6 farms, basically. Raising the cattle, raising the sheep, whatever, chickens. You have Tyson. I've seen the film Food Inc. That's a good documentary to start with. Go to Food Inc. on Hulu. It's on there now, and you can watch it. I think you can watch it for free if I have a subscription. But you go into documents and on Hulu and watch Food Inc. And you'll have these farmers saying that Tyson came in here, paid me this much money to raise these chickens inside this barn with no windows, nothing, and they're like up against each other. There's nowhere to walk. There's nothing to do. They have to actually clip the top of their mouth off of these birds so they don't kill each other. And they put them in there, and that's where they live their entire life until they're slaughtered. Picked up by a bunch of illegals, come in there and gather them up and put them in trucks and then drive off with them to Tyson. This is documentary. And then they go into the cattle and show the same type of thing. There is no open air farming anymore. There's no range-fed chickens or anything anymore, or range-fed cattle offhand. It's all going smaller and smaller as they get rid of the family farms and have corporate farms. I mean, you used to see the egg laying where they got all these chickens in this giant warehouse laying eggs. And that's what they do. They lay eggs all day long inside of a little cage, just big enough to be fed and watered, and that's it. And that's you have to be realizing this. This is what's going on, and it's cruelty to animals. They should at least have a chance to see the sun and see what life is about before they're slaughtered. I mean, that should be a right just for them, because they're not just things that put into a coop. They should be in open air. They should be out. I mean, this is madness. I mean, it's almost having puppy farms and stuff where they have puppies inside buildings, and that's what shows up at your pet store. All these puppies there.
Yeah, but the problem is you
From a
live in a
puppy
country
farm.
that's got like 400 million people that want eggs in the morning.
Well, yeah, but we used to have farmers on every corner. I used to have 15, 20 farms within a mile around me. They're all gone now. They're gone. And I could have went to them and got my eggs in walking distance. And got my eggs if I wanted them, and paid $1 for a dozen eggs. Not anymore. Right now they're having an egg shortage. They're saying, I had things in IGA, which is IGA, putting the signs up where the eggs are saying, well, temporarily these egg prices are going to be accelerate because of corporations, and they actually tell you this stuff. I mean, they're not sitting there saying, they're going to be back down to 98 cents a dozen or anything. They're going to be almost $3 a dozen for eggs. $3 a dozen for eggs? Really?
Fucking Obama.
See? I'm just pointing out that all this stuff is inflation, and it's coming from money-grubbing archon type people. Like I said, they're possessed or something else, and all they care about is themselves. They don't care about us as the masses. They just care about themselves. And when shit hits the fan, they're going to go down to underground bunkers, and we're going to be up here on the servers taking it all. And that's how it's coming.
Well, you got the freedom to build a bunker, don't you? You can build a bunker if you want.
I don't know. Can I get that? Would they allow me to build a bunker if I wanted to, without having some type of paying them off $200 or $300 for a thing that says I can build a bunker? I mean, you got to remember, these people are money junkies. They're all after money. They don't care about you, your family, or anything. They just care about the money and as much as they can get, because they sit pretty.
Yeah, but if it's coming to the end of the world, man, I know it may not be fair, but what's $200 or $300 to get a permit? Build your fucking bunker, then you're sitting pretty. Next thing you know, just wait for the nuclear winter and shit to pass, and you'll be eating caviar with fucking Obama and all the boys.
Yeah, they'll just come out
right now.
No, they're just going to come out and gather us up and make us slaves. You don't understand. Whoever survives on the surface is going to be a servant to them. You'll be wiping their asses again, as in England they used to do. What they used to call that. There was a name for that. Where
Grimace stool.
Thank you. There you go. And they'll have that again. All that's coming back. These people want to be able to stand out on their castle-like house or building and look out as far as they can say, I own all that. Like kings and queens, and prance around in robes and have you grovel at their feet. Well, that's coming back again. It's a return to the old dark ages again. It's happening. And it's happening today.
It's coming.
You guys have your proud African king on his throne.
Hey, he wants to be a dictator. He's making us into a banana state. We're going that
That's
direction.
racist. Okay, I gotta call it red flag. That's racist. What you
Yeah.
just said right there? That was racist.
What?
Banana State. How dare you? Ugh.
Oh, and that's what it's called when you have a country. It goes to that down in South America. It's not racist. That's a fact. They make it into a banana republic, and there you are, in the midst of it. It's a term. It's like the guy. It made the statement.
I think you're calling him a monkey. I
No,
think that's what everyone I heard out there.
Yeah.
no. It's like the guy who was in Congress said niggery and to the Democrats. He called it niggery. It's a real
Niggery.
word. You look it up. Niggery means a stingy person who wants to keep money. It's a real term. It's not like it's not in the dictionary,
Yeah.
but that's what it's called. I mean,
There was a black guy in school that always used to say the word niggering. Like it was a thing.
Niger is the actual word for black. That's Latin. Niger is black. And the other word was a slang of that word that was used against the black people. That's all the difference was. It was a slang of the word Niger, which meant black. There was a place in Nigeria, which means black country. I mean, what the heck? I mean, you gotta do your homework on this. You do your history and everything, and start learning all this knowledge is out there. It's vast and it needs to be known.
I'm a female and I'm inherently stupid.
Yep.
Oh no, you're not. You're inherently smart.
Well, I just want to clear up, though, before I move on to the next topic. You are calling Obama a monkey, right?
Nope.
Well, you just said he runs a banana state and monkeys do eat bananas, so put two and two together.
Now you're taking things out of context.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You're taking it out of context.
Gospel minder.
You're taking it out of
It's
context.
called Obama a monkey.
I'm not calling anyone anything. All because monkeys eat bananas, I don't eat bananas, and you don't either, probably. Or do you?
I haven't in a while.
And we just happen to be talking about a black guy. Just throwing that out there. We just happen to be talking about a black
Is
guy.
he black? Is he
Started
black?
talking about monkeys
Oh,
and
wait. What about the Mexican guy that shot the black guy down there in Florida? Oh, come on. He was
I'm not talking about
Mexican.
him,
They
no.
claimed he was white on MSM. He was Mexican.
No, you called him a monkey.
And then Obama is half white. His mother was white. Therefore, he is white with a tan. He's actually white because if you go through the Jewish belief, the Judean belief, it's the mother's
But
side
he's-
that
but he's
determines
not
the
Jewish.
child.
But
It's
he's
the
not
mother's-
Jewish, so who cares?
See, I'm just pointing out that they believe that they're the Aryan race and call themselves Jews. Well, Jew is a religion, not a race. There's no such thing as a race called Jews. There is a religion called Jew. It's called Jewishism.
Someone just shouted in the background.
It's called
Anyway,
Jew.
Go ahead,
Oh.
Spellbinder.
Yeah, well, it's called Jewishism, and it's not a race. And these people in Israel call themselves Jews as if it's a race, and it's not a race. You're anti-Semitic. Well, all the Palestinians are Semitic. Therefore, they shouldn't be prosecuted by the Jews or the Israelis for being that. They shouldn't be killed off by the thousands. Children, women, everything. They're taking over that entire continent right there, that part of the world. They're taking it over. And all those people may have bloodlines back to Jesus' family and all his relatives. And he came from one of the 12 tribes, and there you go. And they're killing them off. Does that make them good to kill people? I mean, it's like Obama. He sends a drone out to get a suspected terrorist, not a terrorist, a suspected terrorist, and kills 200 people in the meantime.
Well, I mean, come on.
Man, He's killing 200 people just to get one person and not send in a strike force to get the one person and drag him out? Oh no, they'll just send a drone in and kill off 200 people at a wedding.
You need the strike force, you need the Navy SEALs.
That's right. That's what should have been used. It should have been strike forces. It shouldn't have been drones killing 200 people at a wedding and other places. I mean,
Call of Duty shit. Yeah.
It's just wrong. Palestine has the right to be a state and the right to exist.
But you still called Obama a monkey.
I did not call him a monkey. I called him a white, dark-skinned person. That's even worse. He's a white guy with dark skin.
What are we going to do with you? How the hell did we find this one? Fuck.
I don't know. You got me kind of mesmerized here with all this information. Don't know what to do with it.
Well, his mother was white. His dad was a pornographer in Hawaii. His dad treated him like he was his uncle instead of his blood. It wasn't some guy from over in Africa. No, that was set up by the CIA. That was put together to make it appear that he came from that area and had.
So you're saying he is American? Then he's a natural born citizen?
No, he gave up his citizenship when he went to Indonesia. He can't go to school in Indonesia unless you're a citizen.
So maybe he got dual citizenship. You tell me they don't have a foreign exchange?
Not back in 1960s. No,
How do you know?
Didn't happen.
How do you know?
Because that's the law back in the 1960s.
Where'd you get that from?
Just look it up on Google.
Well, look what up? What am I looking up?
Oh, you want to look it up? Look it up under 1960.
I'm going to look it up under
Asian
Spellbinder
law.
is a racist. I'm going to see what comes up. You...
Yeah, use that search preference. Spellbinder is a racist.
Yeah.
I'm no more a racist than you are. Oh, that's right, you are.
I'm not racist.
Oh, but I'm not racist then.
No, you are Spellbinder.
No, I'm not. I'm not racist at all. I have black friends, and we're buddies.
That's a racist comment.
Calling them black one person, call them brown, call them African Americans, call them. What do you want me to call them? They keep changing the words. They keep changing the words.
Who's they? Who's they?
The blacks keep.
Ah, my God! Yeah, he pulled it.
Nigers. Okay, Nigers.
Nigers?
Oh my God!
What the fuck are you on right now, man?
I quit. I throw in the red flag.
Oh,
I'm done.
You guys just do not understand Latin. You need to learn Latin. You didn't go to Catholic Church, did you?
You need to learn to stop being a racist.
I'm being racist. I'm no more racist than anyone else. I'm just trying to identify the race. And how do I identify them? What word do I use? Person? Well, that doesn't identify him as anything. It could be a purple person on the moon. I mean, what's a person? I mean, see, you're doing this stuff to me, and you're just sitting back there and you're playing mind games, and you're not looking at. I don't know what to call them anymore. What do I call them?
Well, first off, you don't call them blacks.
They used to love that. They used to love that. That was the word for them. It used to be brown people. They don't like that anymore. They used to like, African American.
Did you say brown person? Did you just say brown person?
Well, brown person would fit many races.
Well, it would, but that's a racist comment.
It's not racist.
Nobody ever likes to be called a brown person.
How do you identify the person without
by their
using
name?
The color.
By their name.
Say
Not the
hi.
color.
What's your name? Oh, Steven. Nice to meet you, Steven. What are your interests? Oh, you like football?
Oh,
I like
so
football
you're
too.
so you're
Let's
all
go get some chicken and
colorblind.
waffles.
You're all colorblind, and you're colorblind. I understand that. The schools taught you to be colorblind. They
Go
call
out,
that colorblind.
go out and get.
And
Go out.
then when you're describing a guy that mugged you, and you say it was this guy, a person, and how are the police gonna know what to look for?
Go out and get some motherfucking chicken wings.
I'm not going to tell the police it was a brown person.
Well, I'm not gonna call them anything else other than what
They're
color they are.
Not fucking. They're
There's
not objects.
yellow people out there. There's white people out there. There's red people out there.
Are you actually
We
white?
have a spectrum of colors in our races. We have a spectrum. This is all covered in the Urantia. The Urantia covers this entire thing. Oh, you haven't read the Urantia yet?
Man,
Oh, you're really far behind.
I'm too young for this shit.
Names them all by their color. It names the different races by color. It's written by angels. Angels writ the Urantia. And Urantia was written to identify the different races that were created by God. And it goes through the entire book, naming the races and how they came about, and tells you the whole history of the universe.
Well,
You have to
that's
check
a
that
pretty
book
heavy
out.
book. All the
Oh, yeah,
secrets of life are right there. And I
Yeah.
mean, if it comes from angels, you can't really dispute that. Now, what I want to ask
Well,
you
angels
is,
call us all monkeys. We're all monkeys to the angels, don't you know?
so
Haven't
you are
seen
calling
prophecy?
Obama a monkey. There it is again.
No, I'm calling us all monkeys.
Exposed.
Because prophecy. Remember prophecy. We're all monkeys to the angels.
Order.
Yeah. I'm tapping
Order in
out.
the court.
I can't handle it.
Order in the wolf's den.
Urantia. You want me to spell that out for you? Do you really want to know Urantia?
I would love you to spell that out. Spell that out for me.
No
Don't
cheating.
look it up. Don't
No
look it
cheating. Come on now.
You motherfucker.
Play fair. No fucking cheating.
No
Wrench.
fucking cheating.
He's Googling it. Google it.
Wow, what a cheater.
What a ripoff.
I thought it was called like a Nokian or something like that, the language of angels.
Urantia. There it is.
Urantia. Urantia. Welcome to
Urantia book. Urantia Foundation. It's a foundation, actually.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I
It's
bet.
called the Urantia book, and it's all about Urantia. Here's the website. I just went and
How
got
much
the
does that cost?
website.
What are they selling me?
It's $35. It's just like
Yeah, bingo.
I paid that much for the original Jewish book.
Wow.
Well, that's pretty cheap for a book that tells you the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, really.
Well,
That's a
they're an
pretty good deal.
organization.
Give me that website. Give me that website. I want to check it out. If I could know the secrets of the universe for $35, so there we go.
Hey, they'll tell you about it on there. They actually have it written on there that you can read it without buying it. That's how much money they apparently made since 1935 when it was written.
Oh, wow.
It's called Urantia Organization. It's
Yeah.
the org. And it
It's the
tells
Sea
you
Org.
the secret of everything. Our planet is called Urantia by the angels. They say our planet Earth is Urantia. And that's what we're called.
Oh, look, they even have fundraisers.
Wow.
You can do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what are they fundraising for? I wonder. Are they helping sick kids or?
Urantia
wondering.
Foundation relies on the support of the readership. They let you even listen to it like a book. You can download it. You can actually download it. You can study. Go to the study hall. You can read it. They got everything there on Urantia. It was since 1950, but it was written in 1935.
Wow. Even a mailing list.
Even
Online school. Upcoming classes. I might have to take these classes.
And they got all kinds of ways to squeeze. Yeah, they got all kinds of ways to squeeze money out of you on this thing.
Yeah, go to read. You can actually.
You are
read
such
it
a
without-
fucking rube. Are you kidding me? You're such a dupe. You don't believe this shit. I hope you didn't pay these people money, did you?
I bought the book.
Oh, spellbinding. Someone give me a wah, 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 wah.
The universal Father, the nature of God, the attributes of God, God's relation to the universe, God's relation to the individual, the eternal Son. It goes through all this. The internal owl of
Well,
paradise.
so what? I could write a book that gives you a whole bunch of answers too, but doesn't mean it's true.
I bet you're bloody taking the fucking online school classes as well on this site.
No.
Yeah,
the
you
book, the book is 3,000 pages. It's a deep reading, but when you start going through it, you start realizing this was written by somebody not on Earth. It was written outside the Earth. It was written by somebody who overseen all this stuff.
Spellbind, I'll
Reading
make
stuff.
Spellbind. I'll make a deal with you. When I'm your age, I'll start reading the book. But until then, fuck it.
There's like 196 papers on this. 196 papers.
Nah, too much, man.
I'm telling you, it's 3,000 pages long, and it's written. And when you buy the book, it's Bible pages. It's like rice paper.
Oh,
It's
God.
written on. And
So
it's-
what? I'm gonna write a book on rice paper. I'll do it. I'll publish it.
Do you know the 7 supreme spirit groups?
No.
The eternal Son, relation of the eternal Son to the universe, and how he came about, and why he's here, and came and went, and hadn't come back since. Because we're all a bunch of monkeys.
No, because I understand. You are. That's it. That's it. That's again. He's out there. He's open with it now. You don't care.
I don't care.
Go
I
ahead
got
and
the
say it.
book open. I got the book open right now, and it's all there. I mean, you just
Wow.
start reading. This is where I read paper 1, the Universal Father and how the universe was created. It's all there.
No, come on. I have paper. What are you talking about?
Paper 1. It's on read. When you go on the site, go to the very top on the left. It says
Well, listen
read.
to yourself though. Minutes ago,
You
you're like,
can
"There's
read
papers
this.
written on this," and I'm like, "Well, where's the paper?" Well, it's on its own site. And
Well,
there's no
yeah.
opening.
Well, I have the book. I mean, I do have the book.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like peer-reviewed, some kind of articles or something.
You
Oh
are
no,
crazy,
of course not.
Spellbinder. You are crazy.
No, he's crazy like a fox. He's crazy
Fucking
like a
hell.
fox.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's where you go. Go to read it. They allow you to read it right there. They
Why
just
would I want to
ask you
waste my time reading it though? Why?
You don't have
why?
to give them any money. Just read it for entertainment. Read it for whatever. Just read through it and go. I wonder.
Why don't you
if-
just give me a synopsis of what the hell it's about before I waste my time reading 3,000 pages of this stuff? What's the deal? You said it's like angels. Like, what's the story? Every book like this has a story behind it. What's the deal?
Okay, what they claim the angels do is that over 300,000 years ago, frogs were created by God on the planet, and frogs emanated into different forms until we, as frogs, became humans. It actually goes through evolution, and if you believe in evolution, then this is right down your track. I mean, they don't believe in magic or anything. They get to that part in here too and say magic is bullshit.
Okay, well, I mean, but where's this coming from? Like, where's this fountain of knowledge coming from? Like, what's the story behind the book? How did the authors compile this?
I
From
hate to say how this was done. Automatic handwriting.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, 3,000
Wow.
pages of automatic handwriting.
So they wrote it with their own hands.
They wrote it being contacted by the angel possessing through them. They wrote this book.
Well, that's just them saying that, though. That's like Joseph Smith with the seer stones.
No, he actually said he found these gold plates.
Well,
and
yeah,
had
but it's
these
still a
gold
story.
plates.
So what?
They're both
Yeah,
still
but
stories.
you read it, it makes sense. It actually makes sense. You start reading it, it's like a scientist is writing this. It's not like, some primitive writing it. It's just like somebody who's in the know about genetics and everything wrote this back
Well,
in the
someone you said it was
1930s.
written in the 30s and stuff. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah,
Automatic
back in the-
writing's a scam. Houdini busted that scam like in the 20s.
I'm just saying that this
Probably
book
since
makes a
all-
lot of sense, and if you start reading it, it makes Scientology look like primitive writing. I mean, it really does. It's written better than Scientology is, and that
I'd
was
hope
Ron
so.
Ron L. Hubbard, and he wrote science fictions, and this book here makes his science fictions look like they're amateur. I mean, really, it does. You have to really
It
check
sounds
it out.
wild. It sounds wild.
It is wild. When you start reading it, you start believing it because it just starts making sense.
So where
It's
did the
like
frogs come from?
the frogs were created through evolution. It goes through the
from what?
primordial. It goes through everything that Darwin actually spoke about in its own way. It goes through that and says that these forces came upon the earth and started creating stuff, and they started to manipulate the matter of this planet and
Why?
started creating it to create life, to
But
create
why?
something.
Where did the forces come from? Like, what are these forces?
The forces were created by God, and God sent them on a mission to create us
And
the
how do they
world.
know this? Oh, because automatic handwriting. Never mind. So okay. All right. Whatever. And what? I don't
It
even
gets
know what to
wild.
ask.
Too late for
It's
this shit,
so
man.
absurd.
It's too late for this shit, man.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
Well, you get into it.
You
and
never
start-
cease to amaze me, man. Every time
I've always
it's
tried
going to
to.
be the same fucking thing, and you always got a new angle. This time it's fucking frogs. Jesus.
There was these pair of frogs, and if they were died, we'd never existed. That's part of the story. And then
Why
it
wouldn't they
came.
bring more of them?
Well, then it got to the apes. Now listen how the apes go. This one pair had these two apes that were hairless. They were born with very light hair, and they were white, and they were hairless.
They're
And then
white.
and they were hairless.
racist.
Okay. No,
That's racist.
no, they were.
Anyways, go on, but it's racist.
But no, it's not racist. And,
Racist.
and then they were kicked out of the tribe of the apes and had to go on their own. And they decided to breed together, which is like incest, I guess, but it was brother and sister. But it goes on where they start creating a race of modern man, slowly but surely, with evolution going on and the changing of the DNA and everything. I mean, they're talking about DNA and stuff in 1935.
Well,
That
wait a
wasn't
minute.
even- that wasn't even a term in 1935 or 1950. I think it only was starting to be talked
Are you
about.
telling me this book uses the term DNA?
Oh, yeah.
It uses that actual acronym. It's
It-
talks about DNA, and it was written in the 30s.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe you.
Well, read it. Just start reading it.
Yeah, because there's no way that book was written back then. How do you know that book was written back then? Because it says it in the book that it was written back then.
All right, that's where it was written back then. It was written back then because the foundation concludes with it, and they have papers from that time saying that this was how this was done.
What?
And
Wait,
they're
wait,
actually
back up!
handwritten-
Back up! What did you say? Foundation? What?
It was the Orantia Foundation.
What? They've declared that it's real? Oh well, okay.
Well, back the fuck up, Spellbinder.
Yeah, let's just back this fucking.
You just
caboose up.
gotta start reading the forward and everything about it. It tells you in the very beginning when you go to the read about how it came about, where it came about, who created it, as far as the foundation was concerned, and they came up. And,
I don't
and decided
understand.
to-
I don't understand guys like you though that are like so you want to be in the know and you're so hip to what's going on and exposing the big players, but you're so easily duped by this shit. Where you'd actually
I don't
buy
know.
the book.
What you have to do is go to Wikipedia and look up Urantia in there, and go
Wikipedia.
from that. well, where else can you go to? It's an encyclopedia that will give you people in the know that said this was written back in this time, and it was done by automatic handwriting, and it was published, and you can check out the publication when it was first published by going through the publishers that published the book. They have it down as like 1950 when it was first published, but there in the publishing is saying it was actually written in 1935. And I don't know, you just gotta go through it. It's amazing.
I don't know. It sounds like a bunch of racist malarkey.
It's only racist if you don't
But here,
understand.
I got a serious question though. Now this is where I'm gonna blow your mind. This is part of the night where I blow your mind. Spellbinder, are you ready?
Okay.
Are you actually ready for this? I hope you're sitting down. First question: do you got pants on?
Yes.
Motherfucker, I bet you're sitting there with no pants on. Secondly,
dick out in the air. Dick out in the air.
Yeah.
I got jeans on actually, but
Secondly, you earlier said that humans were the result of genetic experiments by the Anunnaki.
yes.
Now you're saying that two apes had hairless, apparently white people, and they
Oh, yeah.
interbred and created the human race. So what the fuck?
But you have to read on where they were manipulated later on and led to different places to be manipulated, and then it goes off from there. I mean, I'm telling you, this is a fascinating read. If you want to read something that's just fascinating, and it's considered religion, I mean, and it's
Well, it's a
based
cult.
on. Well, it's based on Darwinism. If that's a cult, yeah, Darwinism.
No, just
you
because
know,
it tries to use
You
the
know,
word.
Darwin didn't believe his book. He came out and said he didn't believe
That's
his
not
book of
true.
evolution.
That's not true.
Yes, he did.
That's
He
the
came out and said
conversion story. That's totally been debunked. That's not true at all.
he didn't believe anything he wrote. He said he wrote
You
it
are such a dupe. You are a dupe. You believe anything someone puts on the internet.
No, I actually have done a lot of study on all this, and I just believe that there's just an energy wave, and we exist in it. That's what I really believe. But all this stuff is fascinating to ponder over, isn't it?
I don't know if I knew it was if I knew it was going to be that kind of if I knew it was going to be that kind of party, I would have stuck my dick in the mashed potatoes.
Hey,
Don't piss on my.
I
Listen,
just believe,
Spellbinder, listen,
I
let's
believe
get
in the
with
wave frequency. I believe in the wave frequency worlds, and
Listen.
we're in a multiverse, and there's nothing that's real. Everything's an illusion, and I don't believe nothing except what the Buddhists say.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, don't piss on my back and tell me it's raining.
No, it's not raining. It's a yellow shower, but don't worry about it.
Golden shower, golden dawn. It's all lining up. Have you ever been a member of the 4-H club?
No, never have.
Hmm.
Never had any interest in that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do believe in the spaghetti monster. I think he does exist because it explains religion in general. If you can believe in the
The
spaghetti
spaghetti monster.
Oh yeah, you got to read the spaghetti monster. It's put
What
off
the
as a
fuck are
religion.
you on right now?
Oh, you haven't
Spaghetti
never
monster.
read- Oh, that's another one. It's great. You gotta look it up.
Oh
This
my
Google
god.
spaghetti monster, and look it up. It's a religion, and they put themselves off as saying our religion is no more fake than your religion, Christian. And they actually say the Christian religion is a lie because their religion is just as plausible as the Christian religion.
I hate that argument. Oh, Scientologists say that shit and stuff. It's like, well, you believe a virgin, blah. It's like saying, well, I believe in the tooth fairy. Yeah, well, you believe in Santa Claus. Like, who the fuck cares? We both believe in retarded things. So let's fight about who's more retarded.
It's great though. You gotta
You
read the
believe in
spaghetti
Santa
monster.
Claus.
The spaghetti monster and Dodd. What's his name? Of the
You know what?
Subgenius. The
You want
Subgenius
Santa
is
Claus.
another one.
If you really wanted to have got,
I'm like the Subgenius. The Subgenius are out there.
listen, if you really wanted to have gotten your
Bob
Christian
Dom.
buddy going earlier, if you really wanted to have got your buddy going earlier, when he was bringing up, when you guys were talking about Saint Nicholas and all that stuff, I would have probably brought up the fact that there's more evidence for Saint Nicholas than Jesus.
There is.
You could have debated that.
What about Krampus? Krampus is the other side of. That's his brother. Like that's the guy that beats up the bad children and drags them off to hell in a bag.
Good.
You believe in Santa Claus?
I like that better.
Hey, I like that better too. That's what you should tell your children. You tell your children, hey, if you're not good, Krampus will come and get you and beat you up and drag you off to hell, and your kids will be good.
I'll just tell them you don't believe in Santa Claus.
I really don't believe in anything. It's all an illusion. I actually believe in the illusion theory of the Hindus and the Buddhists. It's all an illusion. We're living in an illusion. What is real? What isn't real? Well, if you
So
turn
that means you're saying the Illuminati's not real.
nothing's real.
Bingo.
Not even them.
That's
Not
so
even them.
sad.
Nothing's real. Nothing is real because we're living.
I knew you were an Obama shill, and I was going to out you. Knew I'd done it.
I'm not an Obama show. I don't even believe in him. I think he's an illusion too. He's not even real. I think
You
they
were
just.
saying he was
Well,
an
you
alien with
spellbound
a elongated skull. What happened to that?
Hey, I was just throwing out theories. That's all.
If the
Oh,
world,
just
if
throwing
the
it.
world, if the world is an illusion, Spellbinder, if the world is an illusion, what are you?
I'm the only one here. I'm the only real person. That's where I always see myself as, and everyone else is an illusion around me. And then you're all illusions to me.
Well, I want you to turn on your camera. I want to try a little experiment. I want to test this theory. I would love it if you turn on your webcam, Spellbinder,
Yeah,
and I want you to run into the wall and see if it's an illusion or not.
Hey, I can't help it that that energy is solid in the illusion. I can't help that. I mean, I watched men who stare at. I watched men who stare at goats, and they couldn't do it either.
Whip out the camera, put your pants on first, obviously.
Pull your pants up, get ready, and let's go. Let's do it. Let's dance. Let's see
Let's dance. What am I gonna do?
I'm ticking.
Time's ticking. Oh my golly, time's ticking. Wow.
There you go.
Boom. See? I
Here we
caught
go.
you.
Here we go. Countdown. 5.
I'm squeezing my head. Look right here. Right. I'll squeeze my head. Wait. Oh, let me get out of here. Oh, wait. Eat. See, it's illusion.
You kind of got the Terminator thing going on.
Oh, I got my 3D glasses so I can see everything.
You look like you're fucking bringing in an Apache or some
No
shit.
no wonder you're fucking high right now with those 3D glasses.
Bob Dob.
I love it.
Bob Dob. He's some genius. I need the hat though. I need his little hat he has. It kind of looks like Indiana Jones hat. And they're fighting around going.
You gotta have a hat or something to wear. Go with that ensemble. Oh, jeez, I don't know what that was all about.
What the fuck?
That's tobacco. I smoke American Spirit.
You were just huffing a rag. That's what it looked like. You were huffing a rag.
Yes,
only smoke American Spirit. It's the only pure, non-poisonous tobacco.
Sniffing your fucking hanky, Chief.
I had to blow the smoke in there. I didn't want to smoke up the room.
You blow it into a bag?
No, blow it into a towel.
Oh, that works.
I don't want to blow smoke up your ass.
I think you were huffing. Like you were huffing.
Huffing and puffing.
Go get some lawnmower gas. I'll fix you up.
Beer right here. Look, I'm drinking something. It's British. Look, Guinness Blonde. Oop,
Yep.
there it is.
There you go.
Guinness, there you go. Guinness Blonde. Oh,
Got a bit of British in there. There you go.
Back
I
to
don't know what we're gonna do with you.
Oh, I'm just a fun person to talk about anything.
I don't know.
You will,
Go ahead.
you'll always have a special cage in the Laws farm.
That's right. You got a special stable over to the corner.
Thanks.
You're the lulz cow we've named. Brought into the house.
Into the house.
Oh god.
I'm Adam Hart mother.
We got the motherfuckers mooing for us now. Literally.
Oh, I can meow too.
Yikes. We're at that part of the evening.
At that part of the evening. Oh boy, here it goes. Oh,
I don't know what to do about. I don't know what to do about you, Spellbinder. I don't know what to do with you. You're too crazy to be left alone, but too harmless to hurt anyone.
Oh, I can do this. Oh, let's see if that works in my effects. Oh, I didn't go. Oh, cat mask.
Oh god, if Cat Mask comes out, I'm done for the night.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, if we've degraded the conversation down to fucking meowing.
Meowing.
I don't talk in perts and meows.
I'm scared.
Meow.
Alright, it's time to say goodnight to all the boys and girls watching out there. I know where this goes from here on in. It's not pretty. It's kind of sad and awkward. Alright, there we go.
Sad and awkward.
Yeah, if you made it this far, people, then.
Oh, you had to see the cat. The cat has to be here. You had to see the cat.
You let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, somebody had to. Had to let the cat. Oh, let's turn the cat off. There we go. I could put the mad clown on. I could put the mad clown on. I could become Jean-Luc Picard of the Starship Enterprise. Oh, I could do it all. Well, I don't know. What time is it anyways? Oh, it's 2:07 here. Oh, well.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's 7:07 over here.
Jesus.
7:07, man, it's early for you.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It's tomorrow morning for that motherfucker.
Wow.
Oh, God.
I thought I had that turned off.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Oh, there we go.
Don't fucking Obama me.
The fuck?
Jean-Luc Picard of the Star Trek Enterprise. Starship Enterprise.
What kind of masks have you got on there? Holy shit. You probably have a gimp. You probably have a gimp mask. Bet you went to have a gimp mask.
You got this weird obsession with cats.
Iron Man.
A fetish. It's a fetish. Cat fetish.
Oh, I like this one too.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I think I'd be seriously concerned if I saw you selling children ice cream. Yeah, still doesn't help.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help when I do that. Oh.
Crazy shit.
What else is on the? Anything else on the table tonight?
I don't know. It's getting pretty late. I don't know if I want to get into the New York police officers that got shot or anything like that. I can only imagine where you take that, so I don't think I have time for it tonight.
They got shot by their own guys? No.
Well,
No, they
so
gotta have a,
you gotta come over and hang out for a bit at one of my hangouts. Gotta get you in there. We'll be gentle on you.
be gentle to me, really.
We can talk about giants and
Giants, like the giant skeletons that they saw out in the Middle
bingo.
East.
Bingo, yeah. There you go.
You know, all the skulls were removed from the Smithsonian that they had, the giant skulls.
Mm-hmm.
That came out that they are missing. No one knows where they went to. Probably Illuminati private collectors, but that's not the point.
Oh, God.
The ones that don't exist because everything's an illusion. That means the Illuminati is a product of your sick, twisted imagination.
Probably. That's sick, isn't it? I have a really sick mind.
I think all you Illuminati guys just watched too much Star Wars and shit when you were a kid. It rotted your brain.
Yeah.
The Death Star floating outside.
Those are all CIA scripts, and they gave it to Lucas and the Spielbein or Spiel.
Why? What's it? What's been Star Wars now? What's it? Hit me with that one. What's?
Oh, okay. It was. I think John Lear mentioned it, but there was another guy who actually told someone in Project Camelot that this guy was ahead of this manufacturer of aircraft besides John Lear, said that, you know, Star Wars and Star Trek, we've been there and done that already. We already have a secret space force out there, and they all got their ships out there flying about. And we've been there and done it.
Wow. That's pretty. I don't know what that has to do with them being scripted by the government, but okay.
Well, that's just John Lear talking. I mean, he probably works for the CIA, so.
Well, or just crazy, or just selling bullshit to gullible people.
No, it's like the fake moon landing by Kubrick and the rest. You know that he used the same background as in 2001, where he had the monkeys and everything going up to that obelisk, and you can see the same type of background scenery on the moon where they just went so far back, and they had a drop off where they had a screen back there showing a black sky, and it was all done on.
You're telling me you don't believe that they landed on the moon? You're not one of these guys, are you?
Oh no, I just take it in consideration sometimes because I've seen stuff. I've seen some of the documentaries. I've seen some of the documentaries where they said they're 130 million miles out and they're looking back at the Earth, and you see a guy's arm go in front of the image of the camera being all the way at the back of the capsule, looking through the window where they had it eclipsed out where you couldn't see the entire planet as far as the South and the North Pole. I mean, that's, you know, that seems to be evidence in some respect, a fake, you know, moon mission. And, you know, that was Apollo 11, I think, where that was caught. And,
I don't know, man.
yeah, there was a lot of weird stuff.
Other people have been to the moon, though. Other people have been to the moon. Like, we're not living in an age where it's only the United States, you know.
Well, they
people
didn't
got
go.
probes out there and shit.
Well,
Maybe you don't think that
probes.
China and everybody would be fucking whistleblowing and saying this is bullshit?
Not they're involved in it themselves.
Oh, why would?
They have their own ships that are not conventional rockets that fly over there. I mean, how they can make it through the Van Allen belt? I'm still trying to figure that one out. The Van Allen belt is deadly radiation.
Right.
They had 38,000 miles to cross. Now, how?
Right. Well, yeah, but it's not like a solid band, though. There's ebbs in it. Like, they plot their course out through parts that are less harmful, but it doesn't mean that it's totally not harmful. I mean, traveling into space is pretty fucking hard on you.
Well, I thought it was kind of weird because you know, they went through the belt and then they get to the moon where there's nothing protecting them from the sun, and they're out there in these suits now, nothing but white and cloth and like balloon suits, and somehow that kept the radiation from the sun from getting them with no atmosphere at all. I mean, you know that they only travel 360 miles up.
I don't want to bust your bubble, but technically the moon does have an atmosphere, but it's just like so so insignificant that you don't even really typically count it. But
Well, I've also heard that the moon isn't 1/6 gravity, but 1/60th gravity. It's actually a heavier gravity than they said it was.
why?
Well, you
Why would
notice
they lie about it?
they never, you see them bounce around on the moon. They never went more than like 12 inches off the ground. And at 1/6, they were almost been able to launch themselves into space.
Well, so why would they lie about it?
Just because they could get away with it.
Come on.
No.
Okay, so they staged the whole thing and they're just like, what the hell? We'll just lie about being 1/6 instead of 1/60th, and just to be caught.
How we know they even went there? They may have staged the whole thing, and it's all compartmental, anyways. NASA's compartmental. The people doing this is compartmental, and it was all done in little pieces, and no one knew what the other was doing. It's like the Sherlock Holmes of that when they had the secret weapon in Sherlock Holmes. It was compartmentalized, that each person that made a piece of this weapon didn't know what the other person was building, and it all came together in the end. I mean, that's out there. I mean, there's all types of strange odysseys. I mean, Kubrick got the camera that they used on the moon. It was like either given to him or loaned to him, but he was able to use that camera after the first Apollo mission that they used on the moon and stuff. And it was a specially built camera, and it had special optics in it and everything. And he was allowed to have it and handle it and use it to make movies with.
So what?
Well, I'm just wondering what his connection was to the.
Well, did you
NASA.
ever look it up? Did you ever actually look it up why there's a connection? Did you ever actually look up how the spacesuits protect them from the sun? Have you ever actually looked up why they could cross the Van Allen belt and make it to the moon?
Well, I looked up different things. I actually saw the documentary. The guy went there where they had the duplicate lunar lander, and he was showing by measuring it that they couldn't have got in and out with their backpacks on. There's no way in that little triangular doorway.
No, I'm not asking if you watch YouTube videos about conspiracies about it. I'm just actually wondering if you ever tried to look up how does it work like that? Not just going watching some video or some guy's going to feed you bullshit.
I was wondering how does it work with the suits made of what they were, because there was a company I did look this up. There was a company asking NASA if they could use those suits to go into a nuclear reactor and fix a nuclear reactor, and they said no, these things don't protect you from radiation. And NASA came out and said that was actual knowledge that these suits don't protect you from radioactivity unless you're below 360 miles beneath the Van Allen belts. 360 miles up in the air.
I don't know, man.
We notice we haven't went beyond 360 miles. And at one point they did go up to almost 400 miles in a shuttle. But that was as high as they would go because of the radiation. And their aluminum foil aircraft wouldn't be able to block the radiation once they got past that. It's like you're sending people up in an aluminum can to go to the moon, and that's supposed to stop radiation. They actually I saw this documentary where they were going to have nuclear rockets on the rocket to go to the moon, and they said this thing would have to be as big as the Empire State Building. 4 inches thick and still, and they would blast this thing up using nuclear explosions as the propulsion system. It's a documentary. It's out there. It's a well-known documentary. It's out there. It's on YouTube, I believe, on the documentaries. And I actually watched that, and I'm going, wow, these guys are actually considering using nuclear blast as a propulsion system. Little nuclear bombs to blow up underneath the craft to propel it up through the atmosphere. And
see, but here's the problem, though, Spellbinder. No offense or anything, but when you say stuff like that and you say they and this and that,
I don't know if this is actually a legitimate thing you're talking about, or if it's like just on some documentary on YouTube you watch where they had some dude who says he's an expert who has this idea that they could use
No.
nuclear
There's-
explosions, and you're just being duped, and you're like,
There's-
oh yeah, there's a guy
No,
on
no, no,
YouTube
no,
that tells me I can do this.
no. This was
Nuclear-
an actual
I know they looked at
documentary.
nuclear-
It showed
propulsion.
film of them doing it with small explosives like quarter sticks of dynamite to send these things up in the air, and they were saying this is workable. But the problem was the radiation created by the nuclear blast that would send this rocket up, and that's why they scrubbed the project. But it was a workable idea.
Why would they use nuclear blast? They can just use nuclear energy to propel the well, whatever.
I don't know. It was this documentary. It had the actual footage and everything. I'm doing the experiments for the Air Force and everything, trying to get these things, a rocket up
Well,
in the
maybe.
air.
Maybe I'd have to look at what you're talking about because I'm just envisioning like the actual literal like nuclear explosions, like the blast.
No, mini explosions. They were nuclear mini explosions. They were real. They called them like little pellets. They would send out and detonate from the rocket at the rocket base, and it would propel this rocket up. And they were able to do it with conventional explosives. To send a small
Sounds
model
pretty
up.
hazardous. Sounds pretty hazardous.
I mean, they considered this. This is something they actually considered. It's
But
on Hulu.
Who's they?
Who's they? I have to look it up on Hulu to see who the professor was of it. It's a real, it's a real scientist. They're working on this for NASA, and they're considering doing this to send a rocket to the moon. And they're saying it had to be as big as the Empire State Building, basically, and about 3 to 4 inches thick of steel to protect them from the radiation.
Well, why would they do it? Why would they do that then? Sounds ridiculous.
To get from here to there. Why does a chicken cross the road? I mean,
Yeah, but we already have a propulsion system that's more efficient than that.
Yeah, it gets them up to 360 miles above the Earth, and that's as far as they go. Because they can't build something that can use the conventional fuel that we're using to get that far to go to the moon.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the thing.
Well, no, they can get to the moon.
Well, they can, but they'd be
that was
dead by the
actually-
time they get there. And
No, they've been to the moon, you crazy lunkhead.
you believe that? And
You lunkhead.
Get back on camera and put that fucking pipe in your mouth.
Yeah.
I gotta see that.
And get that towel out as well. That fucking towel you've got.
Oh no, we explain this. Come on,
We command you. We command you.
No, wait. You gotta think about this. They're only going up 360 miles in orbit, in low orbit with the SSI, and they're not going any higher up in there. They got.
Why? Who cares? Who cares? Jesus Christ. This is like this shit when I hear people talking about, well, why haven't they gone back to the moon? Why don't they go to the moon? Because why the fuck would they want to go to the moon? It like costs money and puts people's lives in danger.
Oh,
There's no
the money
reason to do
junkies. The money junkies want to go back to the moon. There's a lot of mineral wealth up there for them.
Yeah, but there's this. Yeah, no, I understand going back to the moon, but I'm talking about like people always bring up like, well, there's something going on with the moon because why aren't people going back to the moon? Why haven't we been back to the moon since whenever? And it's like they don't understand that it costs like an astronomical amount of resources and manpower to pull off a mission, and they don't want to just spend all that money and fucking work and effort just to send someone up there to go golfing on the moon.
I don't know.
Spellbinder, why don't you sign?
Spellbinder,
why don't you sign up for that mission to Mars?
I didn't go sign up for that mission to Mars. That's a suicide mission.
No, it isn't. I spoke to Paulie, and even Paulie told me that he signed up for that. For these customs. You signed up for it. Why don't you sign up for it?
No, I wouldn't want to go with the technology they got because there's so money junkies out there cutting corners.
Von Helden wants to go. He wants to
Yeah.
reach fire on Mars. That's all his
I'll
plan.
actually take him into the ship and put him in there myself and let him go.
I actually want to start. I actually want to start a fundraiser for Von Helton because he claims that the atmosphere on Mars is breathable. That it's a nice blue oxygen-filled atmosphere. So I want to actually see if we can raise enough funds to send Von Helton to Mars. If they'll put on video that he'll take his helmet off.
It's
Possible.
yes, it is. They did show a picture at NASA when they ran the rover on Mars,
Come on now.
and they were standing in front of this mural behind them of a picture from the rover, and it showed a light blue sky. The first time
Right.
it was red and looked like the red planet. I mean, it was light blue sky. And I've also heard that the altitude is similar to Mount Charleston in Nevada, which is 11,500 feet. So yes, under adaptation, you could take your helmet off and walk around there. It'd just be like you're up 12,000 feet.
Well, it doesn't have oxygen enough. Like the chemical content, I think is a little off. But I mean, it's just come on, dude. The shit with the pictures of Mars, like Von Helton always talks about that. Like NASA accidentally put up a picture of the blue sky, like as if they're always accidentally putting up stuff. But I mean,
Oh yeah, they have
it's
to.
just instrument calibration. Like it's just
It's
sometimes the Mars looks blue or whatever because the camera's not fucking.
Well, when the
Calibrated.
Voyager lander landed on Mars, the one that landed that went up there around 1970s, they actually showed the little color panel they have on the lander that they set their colors with. All the colors were off. The blue was off. The red was redder, and they actually made the planet look like it was red sky and red surface and everything. And then later on, you get these other ones, and it's all light tan color. Everything's nice and tan. It's
Right.
not like that. And the sky has this bluish color to it. It's not
But like
red.
they just answered it. Like it's not like a nefarious plot. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you just answered it. It's because the fucking calibration of the cameras were off. It wasn't that they're trying to trick you. It's not like they're hiring people to Photoshop.
Well, no, they were actually taking pictures with it off and trying to say. I mean, even Hoagland.
Well, then why
actually-
would they put up new pictures that don't agree? Well, like that doesn't see. This is
They're
what
slowly
doesn't even make sense.
conditioning us. They're slowly conditioning
what?
us that there's extraterrestrials, that there is life in space, there's water on Mars. They actually came out and said there's water on Mars. We just drilled a hole in the rock and water came out of it.
Well, if they're
And,
coming out with it, it's not a secret. It's not.
well, not anymore, but it's conditioning. Star Trek, the series, was conditioning us to see beings that look different than us, so we wouldn't freak out like in Orwell's. Not
beings that don't look like us all around us.
Wells, when they went out and started shooting water towers and stuff, saying it was the mechanical monsters walking around. They learned from that. When they had Orson Welles, that was a CIA thing too, where Orson Welles was given the script to see how people would react if they came on the radio and suddenly said, "There's aliens landing in this one area in New Jersey. You better beware." And there was people going out with their shotguns and shooting water towers and stuff. I thought
Yeah,
that
because people are crazy.
Well, yeah, because they wanted to see what the
Because they're gullible and they'll believe anything.
Mechanical spaghetti monsters, as you would say, Spellbinder.
What, the spaghetti monster?
Yes, mechanical ones.
No, spaghetti monster is not a mechanical. It's a giant spaghetti thing. It's in space, and it's you got to read up on the spaghetti monster. These people will actually tell you this is the same way that Christians believe. Christians believe the same way as they do about a spaghetti monster.
I'd
So
rather
there's no
get- I'd
proof.
rather get a
There's no proof of it, but yet they will believe in it. And
I'd
they
rather
come
get a
out and
synopsis, Spellbinder.
Why
I'd
not?
rather get a synopsis. I'm not going to take my time out to read something like that.
spaghetti monster with giant meatballs.
And the flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta look that up. That's something to look up. I had these guys introduce me to the spaghetti monster. That's the first time I knew about Bob. or what was his name of the Subgenius organization? That was a college campus organization. And Subgenius, yeah, they called themselves the Subgenius, and he came out. Bob Dobb came out and said he had the pipe and everything in my life. And he came out and said that there were these extraterrestrials coming to destroy the planet, and if you give him money and give him enough money, he could stop them from attacking. It sounds like Al Gore and his global warming bullcrap. I mean, so he can make $1 billion like Al Gore already has. You know, he made $1 billion off of Europe and Australia.
Right.
Al Gore is a rich bastard for lying to people with the convenient lie. Oh, inconvenient truth. Convenient lie.
I don't know, man. It's getting late out
I
here.
don't believe in global warming. There is no such thing as global warming. I believe we're going into a 30-year mini ice age. And that's what
Well, you believe everything's an illusion anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Well, you're living up there in the ice age already. When you go move south where it's warmer?
I don't know. It's when the polar bears start moving down.
You'll get all your answers when you die, Spellbinder.
That's right. We get all the answers when we die. We go to the other world.
The other world.
Now, I'm sure something does. I'm sure something does happen after you die. Don't believe you can just die in that. So I'm sure something else happens.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe atheists like Mike Rivero. He says you're dead, you don't exist, nothing.
Nah, I can't.
I can't handle that either. No, I couldn't handle that either. I'm saying, no, there's got to be an energy field that's left over, because Einstein even said there's energy is created, it can never be destroyed or removed, it can just change a little bit. And Einstein actually talks about that.
There's something there.
Yeah, and energy is energy, and we're beings that possess energy.
I think that in a past life, Spellbinder, that you were a butterfly.
I don't believe that reincarnation. I believe only in.
Why not?
I
do.
believe in
It's
human
real.
to human, ape to ape, butterfly to butterfly reincarnation. There is no.
Nah, when Spellbinder. No, I know it. I know. When Spellbinder dies, he'll reincarnate into a cat. I mean, you like cats, so.
Do you think you ever
See
lived your
that?
life as a black man? Do you think that you ever were a black man?
I believe I was an Arab, I was an Atlantean, and I was an Oriental.
But never a black guy.
An Arab.
That's racist. That's
No, it isn't,
discrimination right there.
because- No, Arabs are black. And you know
No,
Arabs are
no, come on now. You
You're
can't say just because they're brown
calling
they
me
all
black.
count.
So you're calling me black then?
Yeah,
You're calling me black, Spellbinder. Wow.
it's out there.
You
It's
really
out
are,
there.
I'm not calling you anything. You're the one that's
Spellbinder's out here fucking slapping everyone in their face with his dick. Fucking.
Okay.
Yeah,
You guys
it's
is
out there
laughing.
now.
Your loves are so awesome. It's just unreal.
There he is.
Racist.
Your
By
loves.
discriminating against the black man.
Hey, I may have been Ethiopian. Ethiopian. Hey, I may have been that too, but I just don't go back that far. I only remember the Atlantean side where I was an Atlantean priest, and from there, I mean, it's just I've always been in the magic, and no matter what race I was in. I was in Arabic magic. I was in the Norwegian magic. I was a shaman at one point. I was even an American shaman, I think, at one point.
And now you're like the basement wizard.
And I'm just a shaman.
I think you need a shaman's name though. You need like a name like Windwalker.
Yeah, Spellbinder is good enough. I bind spells together.
You need
and
to
make
have
new
like a
spells.
spiritual name like Aknak Shadatak Tak Naktatak, which means the one who walks and talks to the wind.
Yeah, so
Isn't that much more impressive? You introduce yourself like that.
I'm no wind talker.
You are a wind. I
Well, you
don't know.
used
There's
to-
a lot of fucking hot air being blown around here
Well,
tonight.
it used to be known as Cyberscribe. I think it's Spellbinder.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Cyberscribe.
you saw my Cyberscribe videos? Have you seen them with the
No, it's on your
with
Skype.
the Delta T antenna and everything?
No, it's on your Skype. You have reached Spellbinder 00, known as Cyberscribe. It says it's on your Skype. I'm looking right now.
Oh, go to Skype Cyberscribe. You'll see my video on the Delta T antenna that was used on the Montauk project. Well, not my antenna, but the same form was done by Townsend Brown, who was at this university here in Denison, and he was a physicist here, and he was hired in to build this antenna to control the waveguides of the electromagnetic fields on the Eldridge when the Philadelphia project took place.
Okay. All right.
And I'm actually have a YouTube site that's Cyberscribe. The problem is I lost my password and I can't get back into it. So whatever videos are on there are on there. I mean, they're
You
on
would
there
do that,
forever.
Spellbinder. Yeah, you would do that.
I
Okay,
have
password.
one on. I did one on magic mirrors. I did one on wands, and I didn't get a chance to do one on daggers. The daggers were important, and I never got around to the daggers because I lost the password. But I do have. I do have the Delta T antenna on my Cyberscribe on YouTube.
Okay.
And I should be in a white robe with the Golden Dawn cross and a dagger held in front of me.
Spellbinder in a white robe? Okay, I'm going to have to
Oh
check this
Jesus
out now.
Christ! I gotta see this. Someone give me a link. Golden Dawn. That's
The
some
Golden
fucking.
Dawn.
That's some kind of urination fetish.
No, the Golden Dawn, as in the rising sun. It's
Right,
the golden rising of the
As
sun.
in a bunch of grown men fucking pissing on each other, calling themselves asexual. That's what the hell that's about.
That's
Fuck.
so much fun. No, look up Cyberscribe on there. I'm on there as Cyberscribe.
What the hell is a cyberscribe? What is that? Is that a website?
It's well, it's not. It's my YouTube channel that I
Oh.
lost contact with.
Holy shit, I'm looking at him right now in this white robe.
You can actually
my
Google
God.
Cyberscribe and you'll find me on. And I'm standing there with my robe on. It's a silk robe. I'm very proud of
Is
that.
this on YouTube?
It's
Yeah,
on YouTube.
hold on. Let me think.
Oh, there he is. Oh my God.
You can see
And I
it.
have the dagger and I have the Golden Dawn cross. And
You are
I'm,
serious. I'm gonna subscribe to this baby.
Yeah, so
if I can find my
Oh, this is
password
fine,
for it, I will reactivate it. But I lost my password to
yeah,
that.
you need to return to the white robe, man.
Oh, the white robe's made out of silk. I took it to a guy in Las Vegas who used to make clothes at Bell Book and Candle. He used to make clothes for Elvis Presley. And I gave him my material. I went and bought the silk and gave it to him. I said, well, make my robe. He charged me, he only charged me like $45 to make my robe. And it's made out of silk. It's pure silk, white silk. And it's actually magical silk because silk is, made as an insect.
No, so it must be magic, right? Of course.
It's all there.
Logic follows. Logic follows. If it comes out of an animal's ass end, it must be magic. Please continue.
It comes out of its glands in the back. It's not and in per se.
I guess we should be bottling fucking skunk spray too.
No,
Comes
I
out of a
have
gland out of its ass
I have
too,
a-
so we bottle
I
that.
have a bad experience with skunks. No, I don't want
God,
that.
you look so funny like that. A white robe. Wow.
Yeah, that pic is a fucking dandy.
And then I have the Delta T antenna on there. You watch that, and you'll
That needs
learn
to that needs to be
everything about-
that needs to be your YouTube profile pic. They're the one with you in the white robe. Replace the wolf and re-upload that. Spellbinder in a white robe. So he's got the dagger in his hand.
Oh yeah, and the Golden Dawn cross, I made that myself. It was based on the actual coloration and everything. It's
And
supposed
you
to be
still have it?
right.
Do you still have
Oh
it?
yeah, I got that. I got the robe. I got everything but my swords.
Put it on right now. Put on the robe.
Yeah,
my
you got
robe.
it. You gotta have it, man.
Turn your camera on.
It's away in the closet, stored away
Oh,
right
you
now.
can you get it out sometime? Like seriously.
And
Yeah, you
put
need
it
to get
on
that
again.
out.
I want to see
Yeah.
some magical robe shit going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my videos are more important. I even
Yeah,
did the
but
videos
still.
I did my videos on there, and they're pretty good. I actually have
Are you
a
holding a
guy.
bag of Doritos or something in this picture? What's going on there? Oh, it's the dagger. Never mind. Forget it. You got a bag of cookies.
Doritos.
Bag
The
of
fuck?
cookies tucked under your arm or some shit.
I was had my
You're looking pretty cultish, man. That'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker's sacrificing babies or some shit. You guys are talking about Bohemian Grove, and I'm looking at you in a magic fucking robe with a stick and a dagger.
Yeah, you look like one of those KKK guys.
Someone's calling the fucking kettle black here, I think.
He looks like one of those fucking KKK guys in a white robe.
Yeah, bingo.
I could have had a black robe, but I didn't want black.
Because
You
you're
know, black-
racist. You
that's-
discriminate
no,
against
yeah.
the black robe.
No,
You discriminated against the black robe.
robe. I'd look like a monk in a black robe.
Oh, fuck. Friar Spellbinder.
Friar, here I am. Oh no, the videos are more important. The one on the Delta T antenna is one of my best. I got several thousand hits on that, and it's still growing. People come across that and go, "Wow!" See my Facebook. I got this creature on my Facebook that I don't know where it came from. It has a banner. It looks like a rat riding on a glowing red cat, and that just blows me away. I have never been able to explain that. It was in a picture, and I didn't see it. Oh, I would have took pictures of it and stared at deers across the street. That just blows me away.
Wow.
So I'm sorry, I probably fell asleep during that part of the conversation, but what the hell is a fucking Delta T antenna?
It's 3 coils. You have
Right.
2 vertical coils.
What's
It's
it do?
it's basically a pyramid on a pyramid,
So,
like the base to base,
right.
and you
What's it
wrap
do?
the coils around it. It's able to bend space and time
Oh,
and,
okay.
and cause a dimensional shift. That's all I
Wow.
already know
And all
about
people
it.
had to, yeah, and all people had to do was put a pyramid back to back.
With a coil. It has to be a coil.
Who figured this out?
It was done by the people who told the story of Montauk Project.
Well, what the hell was that all about? What the hell?
It happened up there at Long Island, up there at Montauk Point, where they have a lighthouse and everything. There was an air base there called Montauk Air Force Base. They have a safe radar.
Was this what you were talking about with the Philadelphia experiment or something?
It's beyond that. This has happened afterwards.
Oh,
They
okay.
took that base over,
And you own one of these.
and I made one of these.
And you made one, and have you been able to bend time and space?
No, but it makes an excellent shortwave antenna. I have to tell you that.
Well, it's got enough metal in it.
Well, no, it's the design of the it's a what do I say, bidirectional antenna. It will pick up signals from any direction without having to be aimed at a certain direction, because it's the way the coil's made.
Well, then that's awesome, but it doesn't bend time and space, so it's a fail, right? So
No,
wouldn't you
I
logically
haven't.
say- wouldn't you logically then say, okay, then that's probably been debunked, that's bullshit?
No, I don't have the equipment to
No, you'll never have the
charge it up.
equipment because it doesn't work. So what do you
No,
mean, charge
I have-
it with what?
I had people tell me that the equipment I need to get to pulse the energy in the vertical coils and have white noise run in the horizontal coil, because that's how this thing's pulsed and made. You pulse the vertical coils, which are 2 of them that go from tip to tip, And
So you're
then
telling me you got a device that can bend time and space that would just completely revolutionize. That'd be like the most ultimate discovery in the 21st century for mankind,
yeah,
guaranteed.
and it does
And
it
you're
without
just like,
even
yeah, I got in a box sitting in there. I just don't want to get the device to enter, juice it.
I haven't come across the way of juicing it. I need a white noise generator that will pulse the base coil, which is the one in the middle.
You are
And the
such a
two
rude.
coils,
You're such
and
a
the two
dude.
coils need to be pulsed in such a way that causes a spin like a mamba dot, spinning. It's like a spinning diamond.
Listen,
Okay, and I have to pulse these frequencies through it.
listen. I'm gonna pulse your frequency. I'm gonna tell you it's something that's gonna work for you. Don't forget about all this junk. I'm gonna set you up with a Tiger Rock.
Tiger Rock.
You need a Tiger Rock, my friend.
You
Guess how many tiger attacks there are in Canada annually? Guess. Throw out a number.
0?
Annually. Bingo. You know why? Tiger Rocks. We all have Tiger Rocks up here that protect us.
But there's no tigers.
Well, of course there's no tigers. You know why? Tiger Rocks.
Yeah, Tiger Rock, see?
I bet you there's more Tiger Rock attacks in America or in the United States than there is in Canada. Guaranteed.
Present Tiger Rock A.
Wow.
You need a Tiger Rock.
Now this thing actually, if you pulse it right and spin the pulses, it will cause a shift in spinning that will open a real hole up inside of this thing. It's only 12 by 12 inch pyramids base to base. I built a model. I didn't build the full size 100-foot what they used to drive douche and a half through, a big truck through it. I mean, military vehicles. I just built a little thing. And I'm trying to get the equipment where I can pulse these energies just right to create the magnetic spin that I need to open up the vortex. I just want to open the vortex up. I don't care where it opens to.
Right.
It's only going to be about 2 inches in
It's
diameter.
crazy, man.
It's awesome.
And, well, you should read
Crazy
the Butterfly
awesome.
Project. They went to Mars. They found a base using a high-powered
Who?
psychic.
Who did?
Cameron.
Who's
David-
Cameron?
David Cameron. He was the people that was in the project that they found that they
It's
could put
David
him.
Cameron, not Cameron. David Cameron.
No, Cameron.
No, you don't say David. They don't say.
Jesus.
They don't say it's David Cameron.
All right, so this David Cameron, okay, whatever, this fucking dude who works for this organization that's pimping this stuff claims that he went to Mars and found a base?
Oh yeah, and it got to a point where they could record his mind on the on
yeah.
the supercomputers.
Okay, guys.
Well, they had these supercomputers,
Who?
and they were able to record the government. What do you think?
Oh. I don't know, I'm getting all lost. He's on Mars on a base. It's in his mind. It's from his
Well, let's put it this way: he was
running
sitting
around
in this.
trying to open portals.
They called it. Okay, they called it the chair, and he sat on top of this device that was 100 feet by 100 feet that were 2 pyramids base to base with coils wrapped around them. They used Craig computers, the Craig system. At that time, it was Craig computers that were the supercomputers, and they were able to stimulate him to a sexual point where he was totally in ecstasy, and then they just suggest, what do you see here on Mars, or what do you see over there? And he was able to make it appear inside this chamber, and they were able to watch it, where it got to the point where they could record this stuff and actually make it real. He was able to materialize objects out of nothing. And
This
make
sounds
them
almost
appear.
unbelievable. I'm just going to throw that out there. Sorry.
Right. When you have 100,000 volts and 100 million amps going through a system, you can get anything you want with that power. And it was the Long Island Power Company that was supplying them the power to run this entire system. I mean, it got to a point where they were getting scared of these Nazis that were brought in as scientists that were wanting to change the past. And so they just went up in one of the sessions, and one of the scientists, they planned this and said, the time is now. And the next thing he knows, he creates the id out of his mind. It was called the id. It was according to whoever seen it, it was 9 to 15 feet tall, looked like a wolf type werewolf looking thing with big claws and everything, start tearing the base up. It went around, started tearing buildings up and everything, and it was going on. And then they decided, we got to shut this down. This thing's getting out of hand. And so they went and started cutting the cables in the control room. It didn't do anything. They started cutting the cables outside. It still kept going. They went to the main power room, cut the cables in the main power room using the acetylene torches.
Nothing.
It didn't stop it. It kept running, and it ran, and it ran, and they discovered it was related to the Eldridge and the Philadelphia experiment. It was pulsing energy back and forth between 1948 or 1942 and 1982.
You're losing me.
And it was
We got
pulsing
werewolves
energy.
running around, pulsing
Right.
energy, and
This was an
bouncing.
id. It was the id. It was the id out of his mind. The id, kind of like in, I guess, Forbidden Planet or something. It was the force that was coming out of his mind, and they couldn't stop this thing because the energy was pulsing back and forth and opened a vortex between the Eldridge project of the Philadelphia and the 1982 project that they recreated, and it was creating a hyperspace bubble, and it was going to suck everything into it. So they had to send them back through time back to the Eldridge to smash all the controls and shut the generators down on the Eldridge. So this stuff would stop happening and everything would settle out. There's a movie out there that's based on after this book came out called The Philadelphia Experiment, and it was about these two guys.
I think I've seen the movie years ago. I know about people like showing up halfway in the walls and all that kind of fucking shit.
Oh, yeah. When they shut it down, that's what happened. It returned to its time, and he returned. He jumped over. Cameron jumped over and decided to go back to 1982, and his brother stayed on the ship, went back, had to explain everything of what happened, and then apparently the Orions came along, and this is wild information, right? I'm telling you a story that's so wild, it's almost unbelievable. But then if you think about these parallel timelines that we're living in right now, we're not supposed to be in this timeline. This timeline shouldn't exist.
I'm just saying, Spellbinder, thank goodness this is all an illusion, right? Like you said earlier, that none of it's real anyway, so.
Well, it's all an illusion because we're talking about timelines and illusional timelines bouncing back and forth and stuff, and we haven't come to the end of this yet. These timelines are going to reemerge together again in 6,320. They're going to emerge back together again. Well, I mean, we won't be here, but they will emerge together, and everything will correct itself. We'll arrive back to the original timeline that was taken away 360,000 years ago, or a million years.
Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you had a good holiday.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, Bane?
Hey.
Oh.
What's up, Bane?
Hey, Spellbind. How you doing, bro? You okay?
Hey.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you fine, Bane.
Cool. Are we all having a good holiday? What
Oh,
we doing?
yeah.
Any fun and games, parties?
Oh, yeah.
Spellbinder's been out there macking the free munchies and having a few sips.
I've been up all night, man. I've just been fucking playing on Destiny. Sat here with a giant box of Ferrero Rocher and a bottle of Special Reserve. Yum, yum,
Oh,
yum.
nice.
Bloody hell. Yeah, well, Bane, I've been trying to get on PSN and it's still fucked for me.
It's back on now. Thank fuck.
Oh, they actually got back up. I heard that it was hacked. I heard PS4.
Oh, yeah, the Lizard Squad and their
Yeah, it was hacked.
ideas of how they're going to make families spend more time together at Christmas. I know. Let's fucking hack Sony and Xbox and fuck everyone's Christmas up.
Well, apparently they're gonna go after Steam next
Oh, the fucking idiots, man. I was home ill all Christmas, and fucking all I was looking forward to was just playing a bit of PlayStation and just vegging out after a hard year's work. And,
Yeah.
you know, fucking the whole internet in the complex where I went down just on New Year's Eve, and I reckon New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, and I reckon that was because that had got hacked. Because the place where I lived is a server, and it's got an evil firewall. So I reckon I didn't have any internet on Christmas Day and Boxing Day. It was fucking bollocks.
Neither have I. Well, they've been doing loads of interviews on Drama Alert on DJ Keemstar's show. I've been watching those.
I know, I've seen that kid. I wanted to punch him in the face through the fucking screen.
Yeah, with Finest Squad and Anonymous.
Yeah, they came in there and they just hacked into the whole system. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow. I had friends tell me about being on there and doing the war games, and they'd be on there playing, and suddenly all their gold's gone, all their weapons are gone, everything they had, they hacked it out of them.
They said they were going to do it. They said on 25th of December they would hack Xbox and PSN, and they did it. They weren't lying.
They had 3 people apparently. It was pretty impressive. I mean, all they did was just like send a load of traffic through the fucking site.
It was all over Sky News and stuff.
Yeah. I hope we get arrested. My TV's not too loud. You can't hear me shooting away, can you?
Nah.
Oh, I'm just checking.
It's all good.
Leveling up on Destiny.
Yeah, I want to get back on that. I want to play some GTA Online.
Well, I ruined my GTA disc. An accident.
Oh, bloody hell, Bane.
It got stood on.
Ouch.
So, 55 quid down the drain.
Actually, Ben, I'm going to send you a funny picture on Facebook. Hold on a sec.
I've just been watching Von Helton's video on money and how a 55-year-old man can't make any money fucking sat at home with his swollen ankles. Oh, that's pretty funny. I was half tempted to give him a job.
Oh.
Just sending emails out from him, then I thought, no, the guy's a complete cretin. Why bother?
No, he'd fuck it up.
Yeah, he would.
I'm just reading some of the comments here on this fucking Troll Destroyers video. It's fucking too much. Someone, where was it?
What's he doing now?
Oh, someone put, if I say Von Helton 3 times fast in the mirror, is he going to jump out and molest my daughter?
Yeah, man, he was rattling on about how good he was at acting and how he's done some acting, you know, previously. Well, we all know he's pretty good at acting anyway, but he was going on about how he wants to be the next Wolverine. He's the same height, same build. I've never ever seen a 5-foot Wolverine before.
I just want to see the bones come out of his fist.
Watch out, Hugh Jackman. You've got some competition, man. You know, that role's going to be up for grabs, and Von Helton's going to be next in line. Fucking hell. And send fucking 20th Century Fox a video of Von Helton doing sit-ups, man. He'll be straight in there.
I sent you the picture, Bane.
Yes,
oh, look, there you go, there's Warlord. Actually, speaking of Warlord, I actually went into his show yesterday and he got pretty pissed off at me and he banned me. He said, you're that guy who uploaded that video of me and Von. And got pretty pissed and banned me, so...
Oh, he's a fucking dick, man. He said he was going to ban me once for swearing. He's a fucking arse.
Yeah, well, he banned me.
Fucking
But
hick.
it's alright. Could have started the show with another account.
Oh yeah, Secular Man, you should have put out the Christmas Grinch, man. I was really hoping for that.
Yeah, I was.
I missed
I should re-upload those.
The Christmas Grinch.
Oh, have you not seen the Christmas Grinch? It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I'll put those back up. Von went on a flag campaign there. He was a little flag happy and butthurt, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a trip.
Yeah, you're lucky, Bane. You didn't flag any of your videos. Well, none of the videos have went down or anything, so...
No.
Obviously, YouTube don't believe his bullshit.
He's an idiot. He put privacy claims against him, and there's nothing
Yeah.
in them exposing his privacy, so he was going to lose them. And he's, if he keeps doing it, he's going to get slapped on the wrist for violating the rules. Because right in the privacy statement, it claims that there's repercussions for violating,
Can't abuse
abusing the
it.
system.
No.
Because he hit 11 of mine.
Yeah, he hit 6 of mine.
He must be fucking bored.
Oh, he was mad.
That can take fucking doing that, just sat around just fucking flagging videos, man. That's just like, what the fuck?
Well, he was all mad because I put a privacy claim on one of his videos and I won. And they removed the video on it. So he fucking that afternoon, I got the notice at so I can't remember, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the email said that they had reached their decision and removed the video. And by fucking between 4 and 6 o'clock, I was receiving notices left, right, and center. So he must have logged in and just fucking lost it.
You're gonna be banging away on that computer table, man. You motherfuckers got my child down.
He is such a trip. Mountain rat. Mountain rat.
He wasn't happy, man.
Kentucky Hill Rat.
Kentucky Hill Rat. Gummy. Gummy.
He was pissed.
Yeah, he was mad. He was so mad. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he's been kind of boring, though.
No, I was saying a few weeks ago, man, this is the calm before the rage. Something's gonna happen. It always fucking does. Like you say, man, it's the Von Helden theory of fail.
No, like I said, man, from what I've seen, Andrea hasn't been happy recently.
No, she'll go into some sort of fucking biblical Jesus base rage.
Looking at her
Let
Facebook
out at him
posts.
and fucking, he'll go and pull a fucking M16 out of the fucking laundry closet, and next thing you know, it'll be LOL Central again. We'll all be fucking crashing these fucking hangouts. They'll be screaming blue murder for the next 6 months over the same thing, broken record.
Whatever happened to his wife, anyways?
Oh, because she came back.
She came back? Really?
Yeah, man. Did you not know?
Yeah.
I missed that. I missed that. Oh,
You're fucking late, man. I like
Yeah,
to
she
the
came
party,
back
though.
in a drug-induced state, all tripping over herself, fucking drooling and shit. And he dragged her out on camera, and she totally called him out for fucking waving the gun in her face. He brought it up.
That was
no, I'm
fucking
telling the
private,
truth.
man.
Speaking
I'm
about
telling
that
the truth.
Speaking
Yeah.
about that video, that's another video he flagged, the one where Andrea exposes his ass. He flagged that video.
Yeah. I took my copy down. I took a few videos down just because I could have fought them, but I thought, what the hell's the deal? I'll just re-upload them or whatever.
Yeah.
But I did take it down just to be safe, but it didn't really invade their privacy from their hangouts, so fuck them. But yeah, she said, I'm telling the truth. You waved a gun in my face and threatened to kill me, but you wouldn't hurt me because you're my husband. You love me, right? He's like, look, they brainwashed her. They brainwashed her.
Oh my golly! I can't believe he went
Yeah,
back.
they'll be programming around about now.
Detoxing.
Wired up to the hard drive. The Von station.
I can't believe that she came back. I thought she was gone for good.
Well, where else does she have to go, right? So.
Well, yeah, that's true.
She can't stay in the psych ward forever.
Bonnie made a Ferguson video just in time.
Yeah,
She's so timely.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, hot on the topic. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there she is.
Like a...
No, you did. No, you did.
No, you did. Yes, you did.
Look at his face. He's fucking shitting himself.
She knows the fucking difference between a fucking Magnum and a screwdriver, I'm telling you. Even on as many as medication as she is.
That's,
Trying to fucking cover his ass.
I thought she went away for good and left him, and no.
Nope.
Wanted to see her kids again, I guess.
Well, where else does she have to go? She's got nowhere else to live.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. I mean,
She's not the quickest, she's not the sharpest pencil in the box, and you got all her friends whispering in her ear that fucking Jesus wants her to go back to fucking Vaughn, so she's like, oh, whatever.
Well, she's been sharing a lot of stuff about Jesus and stuff on her Facebook. She's saying she's going to do everything by Jesus now. So, man, she's put some crazy posts out there.
Whatever. That's her thing. He hasn't been on too much. He's been kind of boring, whatever. You
I don't know. I got
Well,
like
past week he did
3
wrong.
videos of his that came up on my YouTube when I was on there, and and he's on there talking. I don't know what he was talking about. I didn't go to him yet. I just seen him, and it's like 3 or 4 videos over the last 2 days. He put a lot of videos up.
Yeah, I've been out of the Von Helton shit for ages, man. I got fucking, it just, like I say, it's a guilty pleasure, man, but it's just, I got better things to do. I'm like the second thing out I've been in like 6
Exactly,
months, man.
We all have a life, unlike some people.
Yeah, he gets kind of boring. Same old shit. That's for
We'll
sure.
Move on to different shit.
Always good when
Moving
you're
on up.
angry, though. It's amazing. So much fun.
Wow. What the hell's going on in the background?
That's what I said, man. I'll turn my TV down. I'm just playing Destiny at the moment. Shooting shit, so I'll turn it down.
Okay, Halo.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting Halo.
I'm just watching all the butthurt on these comments, man. I can't believe from that Sandy Hook how much fucking butthurt is just rippled through the fucking internet over this shit. Like, we're talking like in threads with like fucking, well, with the Sandy Hook stuff, some of the threads are like 300 and some comments, but like even this new Kenny KPZ video, the guy, you know, this troll destroyer, just under one of the threads is 59 comments. Just people fucking butthurt and fighting, and Jesus.
It came out. I read this on YouTube, or not YouTube, Yahoo, that Sandy Hook was actually a FEMA exercise.
Oh, stop.
It was a FEMA exercise. We never seen the bodies. No one's seen the
Oh,
bodies.
I don't even want to get into Sandy Hook tonight. Don't
There we
get
go.
started on it.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of the Sandy Hook shit, man. I mean, like, I'll watch the Sandy Hook shit if there's a debate, but other than that, it's not really my
This
thing.
is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
There was like friggin' 6 drills fucking, or whatever you want to call them, fucking playing that month. Or between November and December, so what?
And the internet went down 2 weeks before it happened. They turned the internet off to the schools.
Oh, stop.
And all this stuff happened.
Spellbinder, stop.
Hey, I'm just reporting the news as I know
Oh,
it.
yeah, well. I don't want to get into Sandy Hook, man. It's just fucking retarded. I think that the kids didn't get killed. It's just retarded.
These fucking comments.
I know, it's just too much. All kinds of butthurt going on.
Yeah, it was gun grabbing is all it was.
Oh, come on now.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think it was a hoax, but the NRA was behind it.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
You know, you think the NRA was behind it?
I just agree the NSA was behind it. And whatever else.
I think it was all Ryan Lanza. Not who did it, but who orchestrated the plot.
Right. Right. I don't know, dude.
These people, man.
I don't know what to tell you, Spellbinder. You think it's all an illusion anyway, so what's the difference?
That's it. It was an illusion. They had actors. They had everything.
Oh, they did not. Stop. Spellbinder, come on. I'm going to stop you.
I've never seen them bring the bodies out. Come on. You have 10 networks out there, and no one showed a baby, a person coming out covered up.
Spellbinder, I'm trying to help you. I want to stop you before your lips make a fool of your face here.
Sandy Hook never happened.
Just because you actually expect every time children die, you are expected. You want to see the pictures of the body.
Yeah, they do it over in Palestine.
Why would a family owe
you? They do
you?
it in
Why would
Palestine. Why
So
wouldn't
who
they do it
cares?
here?
Because it's morbid. Why would anybody owe you, say, yes, I owe you, Spellbinder, pictures of my dead child, so you
I
believe it?
want
Give a
proof.
fuck if you
I
believe
want
it or not.
proof. I deny everything and demand proof. Deny. That's all
Uh,
it is. You have to deny everything and demand proof. I want to see this for my
why
own
do you want?
research.
That's a morbid obsession you have with dead children. Why would you want to see?
No, I don't have morbid with dead children. I
So
have
you're
a
telling me
morbid
that
with
every time you read
lies
the
on the
newspaper,
news.
you're telling me every time you read the newspaper that there's a bus accident and shit, you want to actually see pictures of the fucking bodies before you
They
believe it.
normally do.
They do not. You're telling me your local newspaper, when it's like a bus crash, blah blah blah, there's like graphic pictures of like children's. Fuck off.
No,
No,
they
you don't.
they used to have them on stretchers with blankets over them and wheeling them out, showing you that these people died. I mean, yeah, I like to know that they. I don't want to see their face. I want to see their gore. I just want to see that they were taken out of there and know that they were taken out of
Why? Why does it matter? It's so insignificant if you saw footage of the kids getting. That's gross. I mean, it was a tragedy. You think maybe they had a little bit of respect? Because there was a special restriction, I think, brought into legislation for
there. And
that.
the one father comes out
Privacy.
laughing before
Because
the
they were
interview.
because they were hounded by the media and shit. So they, you know, come on, give the people a little
I
respect,
mean,
man. They lost their kids.
you're gonna come out if your daughter is killed and laugh before the cameras come on, and you laugh before you go up on the stage, and you're gonna say something, and then you start crying crocodile tears. Oh, don't buy
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, you
No, I
you
mean,
know
I
that
understand
was.
I
that,
don't buy it.
I
I
don't
don't
get
buy
into
it.
it.
It's too late, man. It's getting late out here.
What's going on?
Oh,
Hey,
this is.
Hey, Quasi.
Okay, long story short, like a couple weekends ago, it was the 2-year anniversary of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shootings. And a few of us did a couple hangouts, and I did a video, and it caused so much fucking butthurt in the truther community. It's still going on. It's an all-out fucking war in the comments. It's absolutely fucking nuts. Because a bunch of people don't want to believe that the kids were really fucking killed because they can't understand why the families wouldn't want to exhume the bodies and prove that their kids are dead. Like, I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Who's this fucking guy calling you a faggot, Bubbles?
That I don't know, man.
Bubble to faggot can't be racist.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
Nigger and
Yeah,
idolizes niggers like ice cubes.
Yeah, I've seen him shooting his mouth off on a few video threads lately.
Yeah. It's all
It's
good.
probably Vaughn.
You never know.
It's all good.
But yeah, there's a lot of butthurt out there. And a documentary come out called We Not Need to Talk About Sandy Hook. And a couple of us in our hangouts went through the video and debunked a few points. And I did a hangout, and I had a guy on that was doing a documentary on debunking the Sandy Hook hoaxers and walked through a bunch of stuff, and the fucking butthurt has just been unreal. I don't know how many times I've been called a paid shill in the last couple of weeks, in the last week or so. It's just been
How much
unreal.
have you been making from that, by the way? Is the government paying well?
Yeah, really, yeah. I'm ready to retire anytime.
Well, that's what that Professor Domwick kept saying.
Extract you from the bunker.
Yeah, right.
That guy was funny, man.
Who's that?
That Professor Dom.
Oh,
Doom,
the Professor
whatever.
Doom. Yeah, whatever. That was fucking. Yeah. Dr. D spanked him pretty good.
Yeah. Well, you do your hangouts, so you miss most of the spanking.
Yeah. I've watched most of it. I gotta go back and actually watch a little more of it. But it was lolsy.
Yeah, some teats got yanked in that hangout.
Yeah, so there's been some action. There's been some lulls, but yeah, just mostly getting these truth tards going, running around cheap yanks.
Yeah.
But come on, Spellbinder. Don't tell me you're a Sandy Hook denier. Not the man I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at a man in a white magical robe holding a stick and a dagger.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that guy and I'm like, no, there's no way he'd deny Sandy Hook. Not that guy.
Come on, Spellbinder, wake up. Yeah, he's passed out.
Yeah.
Already?
He's gone for the night.
That's a world record.
Oh no, we've been here for a couple of hours.
Oh, you've been there for a couple of hours?
Yeah, we've been here for about, well, like 4 hours or something. Yeah, we've been here
Wow.
for
Well,
quite
you
a
only
while.
just started.
Nah. Yeah, if I knew you were on sooner, Ben, I would have sent you the link.
Yeah, I've been up all night, man. My body clock's fucked, so I'm
Oh
dead
yeah, you
already.
said you were doing an all night, didn't you? You said you were
Yeah.
doing an all night on Facebook. Yeah.
I keep falling asleep, though.
Yeah, I'm about ready to go there myself, I think. Unfortunately, it's after 3 in the morning here, so I'm going to head out. Guys, nice seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while, Bane.
Yeah, no worries, man.
I'll be doing hangouts if you're around. Ever drop in whenever you want.
I
All
will
right,
do.
see you later. See you later, guys.
See you guys.
Hey,
Okay.
Quasi,
See
what's
ya.
up?
Hey,
you
take care.
just got to the party.
I'm just popping in myself.
Yeah, Spellbinders, he's out.
I am?
Oh, you're back.
Really? I am back.
There you are.
Back from the
Somebody's got to use the bathroom every once in a while. Might as well be me and take a pee.
Oh, so that's where you were then.
I just stepped out. Well, you guys were all discussing everything. I just said, I can drop out for a minute or two and come back.
Okay. Well, welcome back.
Oh, welcome. Yeah.
Right, so what's the next topic?
I don't know. What do we want to get into next? We've
I don't know.
covered a lot of stuff. The oil prices, they're down. Yay! Gasoline is cheap now in America. By at least
Wow.
$1.50. I mean, that's pretty good.
So none of us here are American except for white man, so yeah.
Well, how much is it for a liter now up in England?
I don't know. Bane, do you know?
How much is what, sorry?
A
Petrol.
liter of petrol, yeah.
I have
For
no idea, man. I
liter.
don't drive.
Wow.
It's cheaper.
Yeah, we use public transport. That's how we roll.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's $1.88 here right now per gallon. It was $3.90 something cents, and it dropped down and dropped down and dropped down, and so a gallon is like what, 4 liters or something like that, or 3 liters.
Oh yeah, something like that.
Google
But anyway,
it.
look, but anyway, I'm gonna head out as well, guys. I'm still gonna be online, but I'm just gonna head out the hangout, give my ears a rest. Fucking headset's hurting my ears right now. Alright, guys, I'll talk to you later or whenever. Take care, Bane. Take care, Spellbinder.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll hang around. I'll hang around for a little while, see what happens, man. Is Quasi still here?
Nah, Quasi went to
Alright,
bed.
was Quasi gone already? Fair enough.
Alright, guys, see you
I'll hang
later.
around for a little while.
Alright, see you later, guys. Bye bye.
White man's here still. I don't know who White Man is. That's the first time I've seen him.
So have you had a good Christmas, Spellbinder?
Oh yeah, I had a wonderful turkey dinner and all the trimmings and
I made a pork roast.
pork roast. That's a difference. Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds
it was
pretty good.
nice. It was very good.
Did you smoke it or you just cooked
I
it?
just put it in the oven in a roasting tray. It was
Ah,
really nice. Just like slow cooked it for 4 hours. It was awesome.
oh, it probably fell apart, and then you're really tasty. Got onion? You put onion soup on it, or you just?
No, I just put salt on it and pepper, make some crackling.
You should try onion soup on it. Roast are great with onion soup on it, and then put some potatoes around it and onion, and it comes out really tasty that way too.
Cool, man. I will try that.
Onion soup, yeah. You get the onion soup in the packet and pour it over it and cover it and real water in the bottom and let it steam for that time, and it gets real tender. And then That's the way I normally make a roast is with onion powder soup. You know, it's like
What did you do for Christmas then? Did you just stay in with your family or on your own?
yeah, I've stayed in with my family. Just just hung out on Christmas. You know, it's like nothing's open anyway, so we might as well stay at home. Everything's closed around here.
I've just been sick for 2 weeks, man. I had a really bad cold.
Oh, you need to take vitamins.
I'm just gonna get the flu jab next year.
I don't know. Every time they come out with these flu jabs, they're like a year behind on what the new flu is going to be, and it just kind of weakens your system, and you get the flu anyways.
Yeah, I know you do get a mild version of it for a couple of days when you have the flu jab, but you know, I'd rather have a couple of days of it and be immune to fucking whatever is out there for a few weeks, because it just absolutely destroyed me. My brain more than anything.
Yeah.
I just couldn't think for about for about 10 days. It was like,
Yeah, that's why I stay away from it. I just take vitamins. I don't even take the flu shot. I say, no, I don't need that. I'll just take my vitamins and I'll be good. I take like Source of Life vitamins. They're real good vitamins, and I take 1,000 vitamin C every day, and along with that, and D3. D3 is a good one if you can get a hold of. I don't know what you can get over there anymore. D3 is like liquid sunshine. You take this, and if you're in a dark place all the time, you're in a building or something, it replaces your sunlight exposure basically.
all right.
Yeah, D3 is really good if you can get a hold of D3. Vitamin D3, yeah. Like I said, I call it liquid sunshine because taking these gel capsules and keeps you with your vitamin D up that you naturally need if you're not exposed to the sun. You know, like I said, I'm inside of a place with artificial lighting and everything, and it's not the same. Yeah, and
What are you doing for New Year's? Are you going to go out? Are you going to celebrate or stay in?
I may go out on New Year's. It's on the Thursday. Yeah, I may do that, or at least on Wednesday night, and check out and see what's happening out there. I may go out during the day instead, and go to a steakhouse or something and get a steak. Get a steak and, you know, the salad and all the trimmings.
Oh, that sounds good, man. I think I'm going to have steak today for dinner. I've got one in the freezer I've been saving. Steak potatoes.
Yeah, you need to, like I said, you can even do that to a steak. You can put the onion powder on there, or it's not onion powder, it's actually onion soup mix that you make onion soup out of a packet and put it on there. Let it soak into it, put a little water in there and let it cook, and that's pretty good too. It's really good. You know, actually, it tastes like roast, but that's the kind of point. Right, what I'm used to roast tasting like.
I'll try it, man. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's good stuff. If you have, they used to have this meat tenderizer. I used to cook it on the grill. It was called Adolph's. It was Adolph's meat tenderizer, and you put that on Adolf, as in Adolf Hitler.
I know, that's what I mean, Adolf.
And they used to sell this
called Adolf.
Yeah, it was called Adolf, and you put that on your steak and let it soak in, you know, liquid for 30 minutes, and then you throw it on the grill, and that meat would get so tender, it would almost fall apart getting it out of the grill when you had the charcoals and everything and pull it out. But that's not the point. It was really tasty. I mean, I never had such a tenderizer as that. That was the best tenderizer I ever came across.
I have the potato chips, man. Ooh.
Potato chips. Sounds good.
Mm.
Have not to have any potato chips. I didn't pick any up when I went through the junk food section, as I call it. Lay's potatoes. Lay's is nice. I like Lay's potato chips because they're salty. They're real salty, and I like saltiness. I always love my salty potato chips.
And now in Walker's French fries.
Ah,
Ooh.
that's even good too. Sounds good too, though.
Oh, very nice. Mm.
Wow. Oh, I'm sure glad I don't have to be back to work until January 5th.
Yeah, no, me too.
It gives me this whole week off and everything, and I can sit back and be on the air, and that's why I'm on here tonight, because it's like I have no place to go and no place to be. It's like the Christmas song.
Yeah, Mom.
And I bet it's snowy out there. You guys getting a lot of snow?
Yeah.
That's what I figure. It's kind of like let it snow, let it snow, let it snow if you have nowhere to go.
Well, I want to open my window, but all the snow will fucking fall through it. I've got a skylight, you see.
Wow. Yeah. The weather outside is dreadful. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yeah, I have nowhere to go, so let it snow. Yeah, we're not getting any snow here. Not yet. We're supposed to get some in about 5 days or something. It's been weird here. I expected a dusting where I'm at, but it never did. It was too warm. The weather was like in the 40s, and it's like, well, that's not good for Christmas. I have white Christmas. I kind of predicted it, white Christmas, but it never happened. It never materialized. It's just, it rained. I'm amazed with that. It actually rained, but that's not snow. I want snow in December. I'm feeling that we're going to get hit real hard January and February, so it's one of those things. You're getting it now. We're going to get it later in the United States, and it's.
Yeah, it usually makes its way around.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get it. I mean, they're predicting the same as last year. We had 8 inches of snow in January and stuff. It was like snow coming down like mad. Temperatures in the 20s, and I mean, right now it's 29 degrees out, but you know, and sunny.
Spellbind, look, man, I'm going to head off anyway, man. I'm going to go and do some bits and bobs. So I'll probably, if I don't see you, I'll see you before New Year, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, man. Good night. Thanks for having me. See you
no
soon.
problem. Okay. It's only me and you, white man. Kimosabi. It's only you and me, Kimosabi. Unless the third person comes on there. Can't believe how late it is. It's 3:28 on a Sunday, well actually Monday morning. And like I said, I have no place to go and no place to be. So if it's going to snow, let it snow, let it snow. Okay. That's what's going on here. Now I keep the channel open for another 30 minutes and I'm going to end the broadcast. If no one comes on here and keeps me occupied. Well, we got 4 viewers. That means 2 more than what I see. And I have the link on my page. And if you want to get in on this, you can. Well, be good, Quasi Monkey. I don't know when you went, 316? Oh, you're already off of here. Okay. Philadelphia Experiment. Let me take a gander at that real quick. Take a gander at the Philadelphia Experiment. It's either real or it's fake or whatever. They wrote several books under Moon. Moon was a writer. And he had on several people. Wikipedia is looking for money. Invisible to radar. None of the allegations have been independently substantiated. The conjecture of the equipment was not properly recalibrated, but in spite of this, the experiment was repeated on October 28, 1943. That's why it linked up to 1983. That's what it was. It was 83 when it linked together with the Montauk Project, which is Project Rainbow. Don't know. 1955, Morris K. Jessup, an astronomer and former graduate-level researcher, published The Case for the UFO, which I have a copy of, with the annotations. About 105 flying objects that contain some theories about the different means of propulsion that flying saucer-style UFOs might use. He speculated that anti-gravity or the manipulation of electromagnetism might be responsible for the observed flight behavior of UFOs. He lamented, both in the book and during the publicity tour that followed, that spaceflight research was concentrated in an area of rocketry, and little attention has been paid to other theoretical means of flight, which he felt might ultimately be more fruitful. Jessup emphasized that a breakthrough revision of Albert Einstein's unified field theory would be critical in powering a future generation of spacecraft. Okay, on January 13, 1955, Jessup received a letter from a man who identified himself as Carlos Alud. In the letter, Alud informed Jessup of the Philadelphia Experiment, alluding to 2 poorly sourced contemporary newspaper articles as proof. If only Jessup called for research of the unified field theory, which he referred to as UFT. According to Alud, Einstein had developed the theory, but had suppressed it since mankind was not ready for it. I've heard that too.
confession that the scientists literally shared with the mathematician and philosopher Bertrand Russell. Said that he has witnessed the Eldreds appear, disappear while serving aboard the USS Andrew Frost, a nearby merchant ship, and so on and so forth. The story goes on, and this is what happened. And supposedly this still happened. Then the Montauk Project happened. I'm amazed they don't. Oh, they do. They got Cape Hero on here, or Camp Hero, which is near the Montauk area. And that one. Keep calm. The end is near. That's what I need. Let me keep calm. The end is near. Oh, I didn't know I had these many followers. For one that I don't know yet. Okay. We have all these in here. Nobody else is stopping in. Sad. Need more people. Screen share. Now I want to go to screen share that's not going to be flagged. Well, not that. That's this. Interesting. I didn't have any screen shares that I can go to outside my. Let's see. No. Markets page. No, I don't want to do that. Do want to screen share. I do got the Urantia I can screen share. A lot of people don't know about the Urantia book. It's amazing. It's very, very informatively entertaining. Yeah, I'm not going to waste my screen share on that. For some reason there I can't get to my libraries or anything. So I don't have anyone on here. Add apps. Anyone want to join into the conversation? Always welcome. Always welcome to join into the conversation of anything you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? Be it politics, anything. Doesn't matter. Politics, religion. Come on in. Born in sin, come on in. As they said in the Storm of the Century. But that's not the point. Anyways, try to get some people to come in here. I'm about ready to close this for the night if they don't come in. I got one person watching. They'll come in and keep me actively open as far as keep me awake. I'm probably going to call it a night if they don't come in and say something. You should be able to get in on my, well, I don't think it's YouTube. It's actually on my Google Plus site of Spellbinder.com. .0. And I have a link on there to get into this site here live on air. If you want to come in, talk, whatever, you got to get to YouTube, because that's the only place I left a link. I didn't really leave one on my, not YouTube, but on my Google Plus. I didn't really leave a link on YouTube. That's what I'm trying to say. Didn't get a chance to leave one on there. And so maybe that's why some people have troubles finding a way to get in here. If you're invited, which you should be, under my Google Plus, you should automatically get an email or something that says to come on in. You may have to go to your email, wherever you have for Google Plus, and then you can come on in. I have an open chat. It's wide open. I'm not, cutting anyone out. I'm just, if you're having a hard time getting in and you're viewing this, you probably don't see the group chat, so it'd be worthless to put the link on the group chat because it'd already be here, I guess. Okay, well, I don't know. You should be able to get in. I mean, I'm having a hard time doing this type of stuff on here. I've had so much trouble with them, Google Plus, that I'm having a hard time. Okay, maybe if I do print it on my YouTube. Should have a YouTube opening here. YouTube Spellbinder. I should be able to leave a comment on my YouTube plays. Oh no, on my YouTube plays it says I'm live now. So if you go to Spellbinder 00 on YouTube, you should find a link on my page. It says live now, 5 hours ago. Got 3 watching, no one talking. And wait for you, because I only got a couple more hours anyways before I have to cut this off. I've been on for 5 hours and so many minutes. And, I'm just leaving this open. Okay. I don't know if you can find me or not. Won't leave me a message. I'm not really on here. There's somebody. Somebody found me. Hello.
I thought I'd come back in. I've seen you all in your own.
Yeah, I was like going, I know there's people watching, but
I'm sat here listening. I just don't have much to say, to be honest, man. I'm just fucking. I'm just busy doing something at the moment.
I was thinking that there's 3 people watching, and I'm trying to say, well, you can go here to get in, or you can go here to get in, and I don't know. One dropped out, and you're back. Oh, 3rd person's back again. I don't know who it is. They're not showing up.
Oh, I was just listening, man. I'll be honest, man. I fucking just enjoy listening to some of these things and these people talking and stuff. Just give me something to do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was so into everything that even secular was getting lost. I was into so much everything. It was like, well, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Urantia? You want to talk about, you want to talk about
different things. And what do you want to talk about? Montauk Project? I'm very informed in all these
Well,
things.
I'll talk with you about anything really. I mean, what was you talking about earlier? UFOs and shit, man.
Oh, I am a ploy of information. I am just. It's, what do you want to talk about? And they're kind of like, well, I never heard this, and I never heard that. And I was like, well, you should check this out and check that out. Urantia is something that everyone should check out just because the way it's written. It's so.
What's the Urantia? What's that about?
Okay. Let me see if I can reprint the link here. It's called the Urantia Organization. They wrote this book in 1935, and it's what's weird about it is it's so scientific for that time, and it was published in 1950 that this blows me away. I have an actual hard copy of it, a book. I bought the book itself, but I have the link down there on the group chat, and it's
what's it about?
It's about the creation of the planet and everything. It's written by angels or dictated by angels to somebody doing automatic handwriting in 1935, and it's so scientific it just blows me away when I read it. It's like this wasn't written by humans. I mean, this had to be written by somebody. It wasn't us, because in 1935 no one had any knowledge of all this stuff, and it's so scientifically written it just blows me away.
What's the name of the book? I'm gonna get it.
I got a link in the group chat. If you can open up your group chat on the left side, which is a little scribble thing at the very top, wherever it looks like a page or whatever.
Uranta book. Is that the one?
Yeah, the Urantia. Yeah, it's called Urantia. And you go there, and you can go to the top left side, and it says read, and they give it to you for free to read. You can read the entire book. There's 190-something pages to this book as far as pages, but that's not the actual pages. The actual pages are almost 3,000 pages. And it's on, when I got the book, it's like in rice paper pages, and it's 3,000 pages altogether, but each page is actually a chapter, and you just go through that, and it'll blow you out of your water on this.
Give me a little bit of a rundown on what it's about. I'm interested.
It's about angelic. It's about the angels going through somebody who was an automatic writer and telling them how the world was created, several million years ago and up to today, up to the time of Christ and everything, and it just goes through all that, and it's all like Darwinism to begin with because of how they talk, but then it goes into like Christianity at the end, but they don't believe in, you shouldn't believe in magic and all this stuff because that's fakery from the men that wrote back then, and they go through all this stuff, and they kind of like guide you to believe in it. It's pretty wild.
What's the name of the planet? What planet do they come from? I need to know.
It tells you it came from the planet Jerusalem. Amazing enough, they call one planet Jerusalem, another one is called not Israel, but something else. And they got different planet names that are in the Bible, and it's just weird how they go about and explaining how everything was created. That two frogs that happened not to survive at this period of extinction. Humankind were never existed, but the providence made it happen, and they go through it scientifically. I mean, everything it's written in there is.
Yeah. But did they bring life to Earth? That's what I want to know.
They kind of say that.
That sounds like the Anunnaki stuff, man.
Yeah, that's why I'm into the Anunnaki. But they make it sound like in the beginning it was the life force of the universe that brought everything to start. They came and started guiding it. And they started guiding creation, and they were like the gardeners, I guess, the gardeners of Earth. And they
But this
made
planet,
everything happen.
yeah, you know this planet Jerusalem, and have we seen it? You know, like from our telescopes and things like that.
I don't know. You have to read through the book to see if they even give a reference of its location. I've read the book, but I can't remember that. It was several years ago. I read the entire thing and went through it.
How many planets are involved though? You know, like is there a Nazareth and things like that? You know, like how many planets?
It's really hard to say because the way they're talking, they're like, spiritual beings of extraterrestrials that came upon our world and guided everything the way it is today. And
I understand.
Sounds like the Anunnaki, Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, I got the link there as me down there in the.
I'll check it out then.
In the group chat. Yeah, it's at the very bottom. Since you're on here, it should be at the very bottom of the group chat.
When they came to Earth, did they stay or did they leave?
Apparently they're still around, but they're not visible as they were earlier. Earlier they were kind of like with us and guiding us, and later on they just kind of stepped back to watch what would happen.
Well, they sort of like started everything, and then what did they do? They just like go and says, "Okay, you're on your own now." Is that how they did it?
Not really. Like the Anunnaki are probably still around. They're probably the UFOs we see today that's flying around, but they're just not interacting with us. They're not in.
But there's so many different pictures of UFO. How do we know which ones are which? That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to know as well, man. You know, half of it's fucking just hoax, fucking government fucking shit. I mean, I do believe, that there has been crashes and things, but, half the stuff that's in the sky that we see, I reckon it's just government stuff that they've got going.
Oh, yeah, they probably picked this knowledge up from crashed UFOs, like the Roswell incident and.
Well, even that all reclaimed, back-engineered technology they found in like places like ancient Iraq and freaking in Egypt, man. I like all that stuff about Project Bluebeam and Project Pegasus, man. That's pretty interesting. How they meant to have found a Stargate at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. There's that Dr. Andrew Basaggio. He's pretty good, man. He talks about, Project Pegasus a lot and how he was involved with it since the 1950s. So that's worth checking out, man. Dr. Andrew Basaggio.
I think I've seen some of his work. Yeah.
Yeah, he says that there are, Stargates right now here on Earth that, have enabled us to go back and forth to, Mars quite often. But, it's his word against fucking his word at the end of the day, It's very interesting how he puts his story across, though, which makes it quite believable. And it's very scientific how he explains everything. It's very interesting.
Wilcox did the same thing. He talked about the jump room to Mars, where you go in this elevator, it closes, you feel a little funny, the doors open, you're on Mars. You can have lunch.
That's exactly the same sort of thing, man. I used to watch a lot of that Project Camelot stuff as well, man, but I've really lost a lot of faith in that because a lot of the people that they had on there, the so-called whistleblowers, they were like making predictions of things that were supposed to have happened, and freaking none of it ever did. Like that Bob Dean, man, he was rattling on about fucking how Nibiru was gonna fucking be in the sky, we were all gonna see it, and blah 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 blah. None of that happened. No one's ever seen anything of him since.
I'm seeing the effects of Nibiru. coming back around. The sun's doing weird stuff. It's shooting flares off. It's supposed to start to be quiet now.
So, yeah, but the sun shoots flares off all the time. It's
Well, every 11 years, supposedly. We're at the end of this major cycle.
if that the 10th planet in the Sumerian story, the one that Zachariah Sitchin translated, isn't supposed to come around anyway by his accountings for at least another 100 years.
Yeah, he said 100.
All this bullshit about fucking the 21st of December. That
Yeah,
was just not
that
based on the
was-
Mayan
that was-
calendar.
yeah.
That's bullshit, man. I mean,
Yeah,
the only credibility I sort of lend to it is that most star systems, universe,
Yeah,
are
you're
binary.
right.
They're binary, so it's logical
I mean, actually,
that we'd
in
have
the
a
last-
second sun as well.
well, the last book that Zachariah Stitchin wrote, which was the what was the name of it? He actually said it would be about 600 years from now. He actually said it's not going to happen for 600 years because the calendar has been misused, that they created back in the Roman days and stuff, that the 1600s never happened. And
I
we
thought
got
it was
two-
really interesting that in the old Sumerian hieroglyphics there was a map of the solar system that did actually include a 10th planet, which I thought was fantastic to see. That actually did exist, that freaking map of the solar system. And yet again, you've got to ask yourself, how did they know, what it would look like?
the winged star,
Winged
the
globe.
binary, the globe that would come back through. Yeah, that's coming. Apparently now I'm starting to see more effects happening in the heavens. Basically, we're getting these meteors coming in. I mean, like the one in Russia, the one that happened, a year ago in Russia, the one that just happened not too long ago in Indonesia. There's these pieces of rock just suddenly coming in all at once, and it's like an asteroid storm instead of a meteor storm. It's like big chunks are coming in.
It's out of space, man. Fucking there's a lot of debris out there. That's why we'll never ever, if we ever travel to other galaxies, it won't be by fucking in a spacecraft via speed of light, because as soon as you start traveling at that speed, man, you don't know what's going to fucking hit you in outer space.
Well, in Star Trek, they actually had a method of deflector shields, they called them. And they had deflector shields. So we'd have to develop something of the same nature. A deflector
I think if you
shield.
do it, it'll be more like in Event Horizon, where we fold space and travel from one point to another. I think that's more realistic.
That does sound more realistic to me also, is the folding of space that way. That you, like a Stargate, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in Stargate, SG-1. I mean, that to me is what they're going to have to travel between place to place, is a Stargate like that. And that's the only way we're actually going to be able to travel, because it creates a wormhole dimensional portal that you just go through, and you end up wherever the coordinates are, and you have to have constellation coordinates to know where you're going to each planet, just like in Stargate SG-1. I think Stargate SG-1 is kind of like when they did the last part of that show. They had this guy from another world who made this show. He was an alien himself, but he called it The Wormhole, and it was based on exactly what they were doing. And I look at Stargate SG-1 as the same way. It's deniable, they can deny that this project exists because, there's a show out there showing you this, and if you come across some Stargate and you start talking about it, it's deniable probability. You can they can say, you just saw that on TV. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Probable deniability. That's what it is.
Plausible deniability.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm kind of seeing is happening. They got the same type of thing going on. They actually have these things, but if you ever come across one, and try to talk about it, they're just going to point to SG1, and then you're going to be, you saw that on TV. And that's what I'm kind of seeing on it. I'm kind of seeing the same type of activity.
Yeah.
Going on, they got these things. They got jump rooms to Mars and stuff, and they can go there. But if you actually see one and try to go out and tell everyone about it, they're just going to point Stargate SG1 and say, hey, "You saw that on TV."
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they can do it and get away with it, because they got it, you don't. You just seen it. And everyone else hasn't, and that's how it goes. It's really wild. It's wild. The universe is wild on that. It's very wild. What
It'd
can
be nice to, get final confirmation, though,
Oh, I know.
Not alone. It'd be nice.
I mean, like I said, I watched Project Camelot when it had Wilcox and the guy from Australia, and they both met people who talked about the same device. It was like you walk into an elevator, it closes, you feel funny, it opens up, and you're on Mars. Just like, this is Snap. Snap, you're there. And you traveled all the way there, and you're inside this base that's on Mars. I mean, there's stuff that's coming out today. I was looking at Before It's News. There's a website, it's called beforeitsnews.com, and they actually had some stuff they were showing on there that somebody saw from the rover. They said it was a coffin, and others said, well, no, it's something shaped similar to that, not like your average coffin. It was rounded and stuff, like a tomb, oval and stuff, and it just looks unnatural in the background. Absolutely unnatural. It's like, how did it get carved that way? This rock get carved in the smooth oval, half moon lid, and it's like you're looking at it and you're going, that just doesn't look natural, because somebody's been there before on Mars, and we're just finding out this stuff, and we're just now discovering, and they're coming out with all this stuff because they're getting us ready for something. I mean, I've heard of what's her name who came out and said they're
conditioning.
Conditioning us for either a fake invasion or something is going to have, and it's one of the cards they're throwing down. They said in the beginning it would be, world wars. Then there's going to be terrorists. Then the next card is alien invasions, and that's the one she was pointing out. And she's
I know what you mean about. Is it Eisenhower who said that?
Was
it Oppenheimer?
It was who was it, Oppenheimer or the nuclear physicist that's supposedly still alive, though he kind of faked his death. Newman. Newman was one of these guys who's told his secretary. She worked as a secretary with him, and he says they're going to play these cards, and they're going to play each one of these cards as they put them out, and the last one is a fake alien invasion. And he told her that before he died, and he said they're going to play this card, and I think we're on the edge of that. Well, Eisenhower said the industrial, military complex is going to take over, and that's what's going to be running everything is the military industrial complex. and they're going to
Yeah, it was
throw out the
Eisenhower.
and he's going to
It
throw
was
out the
definitely
last
Eisenhower.
card.
I've got it on here now.
Yeah. There's some weird stuff that's going down, and I have no idea how it's going to come out. It's just one of those things. They're playing mind games with us, and a lot of people are going to fall for it. They're going to believe we're being invaded by aliens. Well, maybe it's the the secret space force is going to come back and do something to the Earth to make us believe that. So we'll all fall back into our little fear thing, and I mean, fear is the biggest power they got, is fear. They make you afraid of something out there or somewhere, then they got everyone. I mean, terrorism right now is a big thing. Terrorists are going to attack tomorrow in New York City, and you're sitting there watching the mainstream media and going, no, it's not going to do that. How in the hell are these primitives going to come over here? I mean, I actually call them primitive. They don't have the technology to do what they're wanting to do unless somebody's allowing them to do it. I mean, it comes down to like 9/11, you know. It's like 9/11. How these guys get on airplanes, use box knives, and take over an aircraft when you're, 100 and something people on that aircraft, and this guy has a box knife. Who isn't going to go up there and try to take that damn thing away from him? Have the balls to do it of 100 and something people. Somebody's going to have the balls to just go up there and take that knife away from him and cut the guy's throat with it and say, there, that terrorist is dead. Now what are you going to do? I mean,
Yeah, if you thought they were going to crash the fucking plane, man, you'd have a go, wouldn't you?
well, yeah, it's like the executions they've been showing of these newsmen and stuff. That was a question in a lot of minds. If you're going to die anyways, why not get up and kick the guy in the balls or something and go out in glory? I mean, it's like, I don't understand, whimpering there and waiting for him to cut your head off. It's like, I don't see that happening either. Because I would be fucking, if I'm going to die, I'm going to go out in glory with it. I mean, well, I'm a military person, but that's the side point, I was in the military. I would stand up and try to screw up what they're trying to prove and show that, yes, I am American, I have balls, or British, and I have balls, and I'm not going to let you take me down as if I'm whimpering in front of you. And I mean, his legs wasn't tied as far as we know. It looked like his feet weren't tied. He was on his knees. He could have jumped up any time, kicked the guy in the balls, and said, British! It's all British! It's British win! And, he could have done anything, Say the British is great. But no, he just sat there and let him cut his head off. I don't even know if that was real. They've had fake Osama bin Ladens for the last 10 years before they finally said they got him over in Afghanistan. And they said that actually the Afghanistans went in there and killed this guy, and they heard that he looked like Osama bin Laden, and so they went in there and stowed the body, and then when they got him on the ship, hey, this is not him. He doesn't really look like him at all, and threw him overboard. I mean, a lot of false flags going on out there, a lot of false flags to make a name for our government, and this is just bad stuff. Bad stuff happening. Well, he supposedly died in 2001 in December of kidney failure. Osama bin Laden. That was he was already sick. He was in a hospital. The CIA came to see him. I mean, why didn't they just collect him up then and drag him off? Oh no, they talked to him, left, and 9/11 happened. he was a planting there because the Bush family and the Osama bin Laden's family were partners in building contracts and stuff. They're making money overhand, and this type of stuff is happening still today. They're still trying to. I mean, it's just not happening. It's not happening. It's untrue stories are going on out there. And mainstream media is sitting there and broadcasting it. That's why I don't have my TV on right now. I just have the computer on. Why? Because
Yeah,
I don't
I don't watch television either, man.
Yeah, I stopped watching
I
it.
watch films and TV shows, but
Yeah, that's what I do. I just watch TV shows because that's an entertainment box. It's not for real.
I watch everything just online.
I mean, yeah, I watch the Da Vinci Demons on Starz, and I watch Outlander. I mean, Outlander's an excellent series. I mean, I'll watch stuff like that because that's entertaining. To me, that's entertaining. But when I start watching the news and they're doing the same thing as an entertainment show, I get lost and go, this is lies. I know this is a lie. These people are reading prompters, and it's not written by them. It's written by somebody who wants you to believe in it. I mean, it's a believe in the imaginary playmate in the sky. I don't believe in the imaginary playmate in the sky. There is no God out there. God's inside. He's looking out. He looks after our eyes and experiences the world, and says, you got free will. You do what you want. You do whatever you want, and I'll watch. And when your time comes, that's when I'm going to make my judgment on you. I mean, that's basically what it's about. It's about we got free will. And it's all happening. He's kind of like experiencing this stuff. He's like a child in his own self, experiencing everything, and he's, millions of years, billions maybe of years old, but he's experiencing everything. I mean, if people get killed one way or another, he's experiencing that and seeing how that happens and goes, well, this is not good, and that's not good, and well, a person dies naturally, well, that's good. And he's making, decisions. He's still perfecting his universe. That's where I can say that God's perfecting his universe still. And that he created, that he's not in, but he experiences through us. So he can learn. He's still learning. He's still a student himself in all this. And we're students.
We're all learning, man.
Yeah. We're all students. That's why I believe that there's probably reincarnation. That was taken out in the Bible and everything else. It was taken out during Constantine time. It was like, well, we can't accept this. God is still learning with us. Oh yeah, of course he is. It makes sense. It makes sense. He's learning his universe they created. How long he will keep imagining it is another story. Because, remember, God is only dreaming us, as they say in Buddhism and Hinduism. Brahma is dreaming us. We're all just a dream in his mind. And when he wakes up, oh, well, that's a bad thing for us, but good thing for him, right? He wakes up, we all go away. I've
Very interesting hypothesis.
Well, I've done deep studies in occultism for over 30 years, and I've just started coming to conclusions over the last 10 years of how everything works. I'm kind of like seeing how the wheels of time work and everything, and I'm just sitting here going, wow. So when we die, what happens to us? Well, we lose who we were. We're still a spirit, and that spirit still has the experience. And we go back to God, and He feeds on us. Carlos Castaneda and Don Juan, the Indian's way of life. He talks about the great eagle that eats us when we die. Our reality of ourselves go away, but our experience are digested by the eagle, and the eagle learns off of that. And all we are is just learning tools. I mean, that's really the basic of it. It sounds crude.
One way of looking at it, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crude to us because we're not going to be conscious of who we were, but yet the ego is going to digest us and learn from what we have experienced completely. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, if you go into the Indians, Rojo's way of life, but yet Don Juan, actually, the Indian of the Aqua way of life, actually gave a exit. He says, well, you can learn to be a warrior and learn all this stuff and be able to survive after, before you die, you become a spirit of yourself, and you can go and keep your consciousness and all your knowledge and travel the universe. Well, that's the other hand. That's the only hope. That was the hope in all the books done by Carlos Castaneda. That was the hope, is you'll be able to survive and hold your knowledge of this lifetime and continue on without losing it to the ego eating you and absorbing your experiences. That you become outside of the ego. You become outside of it to a point where you're around the ego but not food for the ego. Right. And therefore you're a traveler of space and time. And that sounds to me a better way of being, actually, than the actual outcome they told Carlos Castaneda.
Life's last big surprise. You'll find out.
Yeah. Yeah, if you die, but if you can do this before you die, you just become energy and you don't die. You exist on, and you don't lose your physical consciousness of what you were. And then, it goes to the Hindus. See, I see all this stuff interrelating with my studies on all religions and stuff. That, yeah, you lose your reality of who you were in your last life, but you come back again in a new life to do it all over again in another form, another race, and you actually experience all this stuff. And it's all food for the spirit that rules the universe, that's outside of the universe. It's like you're in the Petra dish, and I mean, it kind of reminds me of Wolf 359, which was a Outer Limits episode where they.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah, Wolf 359 and the Outer Limits, where they grab a planet from this small star, and they bring it back home, and this planet's as big as.
I always liked the Sand King. That was a good episode.
Oh yeah, that was a good one there too.
They did a follow-up one to it as well.
Yeah, the Sand Kings was the new Outer Limits. There's the old Outer Limits, and that was black and white, and it was like back in the 60s. And they had the old series, and there was Wolf 359. They bring this little basketball-sized world back and put in a chamber and make it vacuumed and still have its atmosphere and everything. And they're looking through a microscope and watching evolution happen from dinosaurs into wars, and they nuked themselves at the end of it. That was the whole thing. It was like, whoa. It was like watching it in speeded up motion. Since they were so small, time went faster on that world. and they were, as being, our size, looking at this basketball-sized world through a microscope, was able to see time span on that planet faster. And it all came to an end. It was a wild one. They have the original Outer Limits and they have the new one. And the Sand Kings, that was a good one, where that he had these Martians,
Yeah, little fucking alien fucking spiders, man. Started worshipping.
Yeah, he got carried away where they built a statue of him and everything.
Yeah. You eat the fucking dog.
They ate the dog. Yeah, the dog got in there. They ate the dog and everything. That was a wild episode of the new Outer Limits. That was wild. The old ones were just as good. The old ones had Orbit, which was some device the aliens brought down, and they were able to, they found out that humans wanted to know what everyone was doing in their lab. Even when they're not in the lab, they could open this thing and it would show them where they're at and what they're doing, and it's like the NSA on steroids. It was a rocked up episode of the original. It was called Orbit. Yeah, it was the name of the project. Observational. Where was it? Orbit. Observational something in time, in true time, or something of that nature. It was just called Orbit, and they wanted to see how they used that device when it was given to them, and they were spying on each other and everything. It's a trip. And now we have the NSA doing it in reality. I mean, a lot of this stuff is reflective of reality of today. It just blows me away. I mean, I've heard people who, let me think of the guy. Oh, yeah, it was, what was it? The guy did X-Files. He actually,
I don't know.
Chris Carter, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was getting scripts from the CIA, and they were saying, "Here, make a show of this, and then when you produce the show, make sure we get a copy of it." And they were giving him scripts. He wasn't writing these scripts. He was given these scripts. He came out and said, "I was given these scripts by the CIA." And the very first episode of the Lone Gunman, which was the three guys who were conspirators who were going after conspiracies that the government was doing. The very first episode was about flying a jet into the World Trade Center. And it was like written, and I guess he had rights to change the ending of it where they saved the day and the jet went over the Twin Towers and didn't hit it. But it was the same thing. It was somebody who was controlling the jet. The 737s have this device in them that ran into the World Trade Centers where the Air Force or military could take over the jet if it was hijacked and take it to an Air Force base and land it. That there is the biggest conspiracy, mind blower, opening up the entire thing is these jets actually had that device on it. Why didn't they use them in 9/11 when the World Trade Centers were being hit by these jets? Or these pilots trying to control their jet and suddenly someone else was controlling it using remote control. That was the thing.
That's some crazy shit right there, man. I've seen some footage where it was all like the plane was just fucking superimposed and it was just a demolition job.
I've seen that too. I've seen where one of the films show a laser light coming from a pod underneath the first building from the jet, hitting a window, and it glared off the window, showing a light flash off of the window before it hit. and it went right through there. It was guided in like a missile. I mean, it was like, I've seen that one, and that blows me away because that makes sense too if it was guided in, like I said, remote controlled in, and all the fuel. See, these buildings should never have fell. They were able to take a 747 to hit them, and they still stand. This was a 737s that hit them, the smaller jet. It blew out the air side, put a big old fireball out the air side. There's 90% of the fuel. Just went poof out the air side of the building. Later on, when the black smoke was calming down, you could see people in the window waving at the helicopters for help with white flags going, "Help us!" And they were standing in the very, very impacts of where these jets went through. Now you're telling me that these people survived, and yet the buildings fell on their footprint? I mean, really.
That's crazy, man.
It is. Both Tower 1 and Tower 2 fell on their footprint, and then Building 7 that had minor fires. They looked like they were staged because they were at the windows, not in the building, but just at the windows, burning, and it crumpled in the middle and fell on its footprint because the third jet was shot down over North Carolina. That is the reason that didn't make sense, because that jet was shot down. They said the debris was scattered for miles. That means somebody in an F-16 or something with a missile, he went ahead and shot that jet down before it could make it back to New York, and it scattered the debris because there was a missile hitting it at 20,000 feet, just scattered that stuff all over the ground. There wasn't really an impact. If you look at the impact, it looked like that was just a natural ravine where all the debris was in. It didn't look like an impact. And that tells me that somebody went ahead and shot that jet out of the sky instead of letting it go back to New York and blowing up a building. The pilot took responsibility and said, "This has got to come down," and took it out. And so when Building 7 was never hit by a jet, they had to go ahead with the plan to bring it down. That building was made to take 12 planes hitting it and not fall down. I mean, that was the CIA, the FBI. It was all these different organizations in that building. That building was made to take a nuclear attack. It was made to stand after a nuclear attack, and it fell down in its footprint just like the rest of them. That was basically the one that said the rest of them fell artificially. You have something like that, and it had files in there about certain cases that were going on that were brought the government down of its corruption, and it was destroyed in the collapse of the building. I mean, this is all that happened, and all that happened on 9/11. Ever since then, we've been a police state. Our United States is a police state. We're in a police state. In a not visible way, just an offhand way. We're in it, but we don't know the cages around us. It's kind of like the guy back in the 70s was talking about. He says, imagine being in a place where you're in a prison and you have the guards and the prisoners watching everyone, and they don't have no bars around them, but everything is a prison around them. And this is what we're living in. We're living in a police state worldwide now. I think it went worldwide. It's not just here, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's the same here in the UK, man.
I know your police has gotten more aggressive and everything. They're not like Bobby's used to be with just clubs and stuff. Kind of like Japan, you know. And they relied on clubs and didn't really have guns. Now it's like...
Well, now we have guns now.
Oh, yeah.
London police carry guns.
Yeah, we're getting fired on daily. I read stories of people who had a guy came out of a Walmart with brake pads and was shot down. I mean, it's getting bad. They're on SSRIs, I'm sure of it. The police are given these psychotic medications that's supposed to keep them from going crazy, but yet the warning on the label says they will go crazy. And this type of stuff is coming down the pipe. I'm impressed with it. I'm impressed with their arrogance. I mean, they get out there and kill people and nothing happens to them. They were rightfully able to shoot that person that didn't have a gun or anything. And what? You know, what? He didn't have a gun, but shot him down? Really? It's not right.
No, it's not, man.
Yeah. Living in a cruel world. Cruel world now.
No, life is not fair, is it?
No, it's like the song Mad World, actually. It's a mad world. Mad world.
No, I do like that song. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Mad world. Yeah. I mean, I listen to the Mad Indians. There's a group called Corporate Avengers, and they put out the first CD was all about the government and everything they're doing wrong. You know, the FBI has a foul on you. If you don't think so, you're goddamn true. I mean, it just goes on. And it's called Corporate Avenger. You can see that on YouTube. Just put in Corporate Avenger, and their songs are on there. People have posted their songs up there. They have all types of songs on there about that, about the government, about Christianity in general even. I mean, they made a proclamation back in the day when they went over to South America and the Spaniards came on the land, and they read these Indians this proclamation saying that if you don't believe that the Pope is God and and is the mother of heaven is there with the Pope, and we're going to kill your people. We're going to attack them and kill them and put them out of extinction. And it's basically a proclamation, and it's a well-known proclamation. I mean, it's historical. It is. And they went over there and told them this because they thought they were primitive. They were probably more advanced than they were as far as culture, because they were living in peace and everything. And next thing you know, Spaniards come there for the gold and start killing them all. Try to convert them over to Catholicism, and which is, I have my questions about Catholic and their isms. I mean, it's another ism out there. I mean, Christianity and all that. It's just, they believe in the, like I said, they believe in the playmate in the sky. They don't believe that the playmate is not in the sky.
Look at that stuff in a wrong way, though. All the religions of the world, man, they're all the same. But the message is the message is always the same, and people misinterpret, the good message that a lot of these religions bring to people.
They don't follow the good message of them.
But people have taken the positive messages within these books and used it for their own advantages, for personal gain and to brainwash people. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
And the freaking, I mean, a lot of these books, man. I mean, I've read a lot of religious books, and the messages within there are very positive. I mean, they're just stories at the end of the day. I mean, you don't have to believe in it to find the words, moving or powerful.
Well, like I said, the mad American Indians or Corporate Avenger have a song called "The Bible is Bullshit," And it actually says the Bible is bullshit, the Quran is a lie, the Bhagavad Gita did not fall from the sky. These are the books that were written by man. If you listen closely, you will understand. And they go in and explain it basically. It's like these were written by man. They weren't written wholly, and at least they're not following it. If they have all this good
Absolutely,
stuff.
I completely agree. But my point is that people abuse the message of what these books are about. They are man-made, definitely man-made. But the positive messages that are in there, they're pretty good. But
Yeah.
people abuse them.
They abuse it and interpret it to their own will, and
Yeah,
that's where
definitely.
everything goes wrong, is when they interpret it to their own will, like the Inquisition. Anyone, a midwife who used herbs to lessen the birth pains was considered a witch. She was doing this to a woman having birth, and she was lessening the birth pains. Oh no, women are supposed to suffer. That's what it said in the Bible. Yeah, but who put that in there? I mean, like I said, Constantine came in, and he was a pagan, but yet he wanted to unite these religions together in Christianity with paganism. So he sat there and said, well, okay, we'll take this book. You guys agree with this? No? Okay, it's gone. What about this one? Okay, we'll keep that one. And they just picked and chose the different religions that were out there, and a lot of them were really good books. There was a lot of women that were like priestess that wrote books on Christianity, and they were shot down because of their, St. John-ism in their minds, that they were, basically didn't like women. And you wonder why the church is so corrupt with all these pedophiles and stuff. I mean,
Absolutely.
It just blows me away. It absolutely blows me away on what they have done with what they have, and I'm like, I can't agree 100% with the Catholics on this. Catholics were after the, where is it? The Crusaders, which was part of whatever, were on track. They were actually highwaymen. They were out there robbing, people and stuff, saying, "Oh yeah, we'll take you down to Jerusalem and let you see the Holy Land for a price." And they made so much money from doing that the church got afraid of them. And the Catholic churches were afraid of these guys. And they actually had their own belief that, Jesus had a wife, she had children, and she left and went to France. To Florence even. And that's where what's his name, Brown, wrote the book, the Da Vinci Code was based on. It was based on this research that he went across, and he said, I think Mary was his wife, because rabbis are allowed to marry. They really are. They're allowed to have a wife, and maybe Jesus had a wife and had some children, at least one, and when he was crucified, she took off and went to France. And that's where she ended up at. They got her out of there before the Romans and the rest of them could find them down in that time. And she went up there and raised her children. There was the Mevadivians that were in France, were the bloodline of Christ. They were actual direct bloodlines. They weren't the uncles and the cousins and everything that now being killed by Israel. Now the Palestinians. Now the Palestinians, over 2,000 years, that's a lot of blood mingling, and there's probably a lot of them are related directly back to Christ's family. I mean, directly back to uncles and aunts and nephews and the rest of them. And they're down there just slaughtering them today, just killing them off in the Gaza. I have a feel for the Palestinians because of that, because I actually see that as historic. That, you know, the bloodline is intermingled amongst the Palestinians. No matter what religion they're following now, their bloodlines are intermingled with the Christ bloodline, which is the tribe of I said David in that video, and someone correct me on that, and it wasn't David. It was the bloodline of one of the others in the 12 tribes, and I lost to think of it, but you know, he's directly a bloodlines down there, and these people are Khazarians. Now, the Khazarians were Ukrainians today. You call them Ukrainians, and they were persecuted by the Nazis and stuff. And after World War II, they were given a chance to go wherever they wanted to, because 2,000 years ago, they or maybe 600 years ago, they were having a trouble. They were an empire of the Khazarians, and they had trouble trading between the Christians and the Muslims. And they said, well, we're going to have to bring a neutral in here. So he went down and got some rabbis to come up there where the Khazarian Empire was in the Ukraine and convert them to Judaism. And once everyone over the period of 100 years or so believed they were the 13th tribe that isn't in the Bible. There's only 12 tribes.
Yeah, that's Battlestar Galactica, the 13th tribe.
Yeah, it's like, Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, they believe they're the 13th tribe. But these Khazarians believe they were, and they're whiter than I am. I'm white, but yet I look at Netanyahu, he looks like a piece of white paper. He's ghostly white. He's definitely from up in Ukraine and stuff. Up in Ukraine, they're all white as lily. They call them lilies. They call them lilies, like the lily flower. They're white.
Hey, Spellbinder man, listen, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to chip off, man. Start freaking. I'm going to go watch a film, and I'll just lay down and watch it on the TV. So I'll catch up with you soon, yeah.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to bail on you, man. I thought I'd hang around, see if anybody else would come in and keep me company.
Yeah, nobody came in. It was just you and me.
Okay, man. All right, well, I'll see you soon, yeah?
Yeah.
Take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye. Boop. And then there was one. And then there was one. And then there was one. One viewer, myself. Yeah, I can't get anyone else to come in here. It's so late in the morning. Even in England, it's late, 5 hours ahead. 5:41, 6:41, 7:41, 8:41, 9:41. Even at 9:41 in the morning. I mean, and if I go the other way, I go back 8 hours to Australia. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning or earlier, 12. Yeah, I guess I'm done for the night. I guess I'll end this video now. Hope it was all entertaining. All the knowledge you absorb is spread, and I hope you all have a wonderful New Year's Eve when it comes. I don't know if I'll be back on here before then. I'm just gonna cut off for the night. I had a wonderful conversation with many, many people, from atheists to Christians to everyone. I have had a wonderful conversation. I mean, narcissism be your guide. That's all I can say at the end. And may you all believe in the God within and not the God
the imaginary playmate in the sky. That doesn't exist. He's not out there. You pray out there, you're praying to his creation and not praying to God, which is within, experiencing without. Until next time, this is Spellbinder saying, be good or be good at it. And may you have a blessed new year